This many people in the chat room waiting on another good teaching. Press one, courtesy. This is a courtesy. Press one, hit the like button. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. They 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 a little upset over there because they can't praise their God like I praise them. Press one. They're a little frustrated because we have a little fun. Man, you can't do that, bro. You can't do that. Press one. You I don't like the way you say my God, my king. Press one. How you don't like the way I say your king? Press one. That's my king. Press one. I I know what I worship. I don't know what y'all tripping off. Press one. What up with it, Taj? I try to tell them that's my king. Press one. And if you don't believe me, who else? Who else shows and displays the knowledge? Press one to the best of his ability with no assistance from all of these different organizations out there helping. Press one is just me and the people. Ain't nobody else, just me and the people. Press one, and I love every bit of it. No extra, no features. Press one. They if they don't want to be a feature when you're coming up, you don't want to be a feature later on. I don't care how big. If your name is the Migos, I don't care how big you got. You didn't do nothing with me when I needed your help. You wasn't there. Press one. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Hit that hit that like button. Press one. Hey Todd, bow your head. I want you to bow your head, Todd, and listen to my brother. That's my king. Because they can't praise God like my man can listen to it.
My king was born king. The Bible says he's a seven-way king. He's a king of the Jews. That's a racial king. He's a king of Israel. That's a national king. He's a king of righteousness. He's a king of the ages. He's a king of heaven. He's a king of glory. He's a king of kings, and he is the Lord of lords. Now that's my king. Well, I wonder if you know him. Do you know him? Don't try to mislead me. Do you know my king? David said the heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament showeth his handiwork. My king is the only one whom there no means of measure can define his limitless love. No far-seeing telescope can bring into visibility the coastline of his shoulder supply. No barriers can hinder him from pouring out his blessing. Well, he's enduringly strong. He's entirely sincere. He's eternally steadfast. He's immortally graceful. He's imperially powerful. And he's impartially merciful. That's my king. He's God's son. He's a sinner's savior. He's the centerpiece of civilization. He stands alone in himself. He's august. He's unique. He's unparalleled. He's unprecedented. He's supreme. He's preeminent. Well, he's the loftiest idea in literature. He's the highest personality in philosophy. He's the supreme problem in high criticism. He's the fundamental doctrine of true theology. He's the cardinal necessity of spiritual religion. And that's my king. He's the miracle of the age. He's the superlative of everything good that you choose to call him. Well, he's the only one able to supply all of our needs simultaneously. He supplies strength for the weak. He's available for the tempted and the tried. He sympathizes and he saves. He guards and he guides. He heals the sick. He cleanses the lepers. He forgives sinners. He discharges debtors. And he delivers the captives. He defends the feeble. He blesses the young. He serves the unfortunate. He regards the aged. He rewards the diligent, and he beautifies the meek. Do you know him? Well, my king is a key of knowledge. He's a wellspring of wisdom. He's a doorway of deliverance. He's a pathway of peace. He's a roadway of righteousness. He's a highway of holiness. He's a gateway of glory. He's a master of the mighty. He's a captain of the conquerors. He's the head of the heroes. He's the leader of the legislators. He's the overseer of the overcomers. He's the governor of governors. He's the prince of princes. He's the king of kings. And he's the lord of lords. That's my king. Yeah. 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 That's my king. My king. Yeah. His office is manifold. His promise is sure. His life is matchless. His goodness is limitless. His mercy is everlasting. His love never changes. His word is enough. His grace is sufficient. His reign is righteous. His yoke is easy and his burden is light. Well,
Tell him.
I wish I could describe him to you, but he's indescribable. He's indescribable. Yes. He's incomprehensible. He's invincible. He's irresistible. I'm trying to tell you, the heavens of heavens cannot contain him, let alone a man explaining him. You can't get him out of your mind. You can't get him off of your hands. You can't outlive him, and you can't live without him. Well, Pharisees couldn't stand him, but they found out they couldn't stop him. Pilate couldn't find any fault in him. The witnesses couldn't get their testimonies to agree. Herod couldn't kill him. Death couldn't handle him, and the grave couldn't hold him. That's my king. Yeah! He always has been, and he always will be. I'm talking about he had no predecessor, and he'll have no successor. There was nobody before him, and there'll be nobody after him. You can't impeach him, and he's not going to resign. That's my time is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory. Well, all the power belongs to my king. We around here talking about black power, and white power, and green power, but it's God's power. Thine is the power. Yeah. And the glory. We trying to get prestige and honor and glory for ourselves, but the glory is all his. Yeah. Thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever and ever and ever and ever. How long is that? And ever and ever and ever and ever. And when you get through with all of the forever, then amen.
Come on, right? Show you right. They can't handle that. They don't do that in the conscious community. Press one. They don't know how to do. They be sitting over there talking about Africa. Press one. They be trying. Bro. That ain't how we serve God, bro. Yeah, we don't serve God that way. Press one. We serve him that way. Press one. I know when God comes, it's a dramatic effect. It's not like hey, right now, how you doing right now? We just want to talk to you about the Lord. Where the niggas playing video games, gang banging, prostituting, pimping, hoeing, and on YouTube laundering, trafficking money. Press one. You gotta give them a show. Hit the like button and subscribe. They don't think about God that way. So when I think about my king, that's how I think about my king. And much, much more. And much, much more. I'm trying to tell you. It's a reason why I do this. I don't know why y'all do this. So the topic of today has been shit we ain't never thought about before. And here we go again. Why did Satan hate Adam? The two Adams, the first shall be the last. And I'm going to open up the phone lines early on this one. to see who gonna holler at me. Let me know what's good. Press one. Cause I got an awesome video to display. I got an awesome video to play. And I want to see just who's paying attention this whole time. Cause we on another level. I ain't gonna lie to you. You know when I used to say jump, let's jump, like get ready, come on y'all, let's jump. Some of us just forgot that it was even shit down there, just flying. You know, just flying around, landing places. And today we landed on why did Satan hate Adam? And you know it's true. My thing is, why did Satan hate Adam? Why do you think Satan hated Adam? And that is a valid question in the community. Press one. Why did Satan hate Adam? And was Adam promised the kingdom? Well, we know that. We know that. All you gotta do is ask the Hebrew Israelite. They'll tell you that whole script. They got that right. That's right. But why Adam? Why what? Why did we? Why don't? Why? Why did we forget about Adam in this whole ordeal of prophecy, God, the Bible, Jesus Christ, the return, God's Son, and all of these good things? You know, and doing my research, this is why I love God, because I think the Bible is the biggest produced unseen movie. I don't even know how they completed the movie, the Bible, a movie that's called the Bible when it's not even finished. Press one. They got like some hypothesis of what these words even mean. And I'm realizing Disney did a number on us, which is why we were in Wonderland. You're on Shutter Island, and I'm Professor Gillespie, your psychiatrist at this asylum. Press one. I'm here to tell you we're all dead. We're all dead. Press one. Hit the like button. Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately. If you've been following my history channel, you know exactly what I mean by that. You know what I'm saying? Hold on, guys. Let me put this movie on, and I'll answer some calls after the movie. This is going to be brilliant, and I want you guys to pay attention. A lot of us don't know there are two Adams. Press one. Two Adams. And if you haven't been paying attention or did a little research before I came on live, if you were smart, you would have did some research and been like, wait a minute, what the hell is this? Two Adams? Yeah, two, two. There's an Adam, an old Adam, and a new Adam, which is why they made the movie Adam Man with, AKA The Rock, who you know as
quickening.
hold on, which you know as Peter, of course. Press one. You know him as Peter, but The Rock.
The logic of it.
So it's another trick of the same old, of course, the Pope being whatever, Adam or whatever. But pay attention, he's black. That's why a lot of people was pissed off that Adam man was black. Press one. And being that it was The Rock, you know, symbolism is everything. So, it's meaning behind that. What happened to Adam? What do we mean by two Adams? Well, this is my white friend. He gonna break as much as he can about it down. This is my white friend about it down, and you just answer questions after this movie. Hold up.
Points. There seemed to be a gap between what I think and what I said, and I'll gladly clarify that online this week. And then also for our friends and you guys as well, you know, here in our local fellowship, I wish that preachers could speak ex cathedra, meaning they speak infallibly. But like Paul said, you know what, we know in part and we speak in part. And so you're very welcome if there are things you don't understand, if it was miscommunicated, just send us a mail and we'll work on it to see that there is clarification and sound doctrine preached. Anyway, this morning, something amazing. I am going to continue. This is not just one lecture, or teaching rather. It's about the first and the last Adam. Now, it's been developing in my heart for quite some time. And I do believe that for us as believers, it is essential to understand really how Christ undid everything that came through the fall. And the Bible clearly puts in contrast the first and the last Adam. And the emphasis is not the first and second Adam, meaning there could be a possibility of more Adams coming. The first and the last, meaning everything is going to be finished, undone, that was done in the first. And it's a completed work. And so you'll see the subtitle this morning, Undoing the Consequences of the Fall. Now, often we think we understand, but I guarantee you, when we dig a little bit into the Word this morning, you'll see some amazing insights about the first and last Adam. And the reason why we do that is because, remember, we associate by faith ourselves with the work of the last Adam. And maybe there is something that just needs to drop in your heart about the completed work of Christ that you never understood before. But what is amazing is the exactness and the detail of everything that happened to Adam was undone in Christ. And I'm excited to share that with you. Now, we begin in the book of 1 John 3, verse 8. And I want to read part B of that verse, not the first part, part B of the verse. That's the second sentence. It says, the reason the Son of God was made manifest, why he came, was to undo. Now, I love the in brackets explanation of the possible Greek meaning of that word. To destroy, to loosen and dissolve the works the devil has done. And that's what we're going to look at today. Because we know that the enemy, through the temptation of Eve and the fall of Adam and Eve together, left us with radical consequences in a fallen state. And so
do you do understand what he's kind of hinting at? And I'm saying he doesn't know completely, but here's my wife, Juan, with some great knowledge when it comes to the two different Adams, the two Adams. You can already see that you can kind of see where he's going. And again, if you got any questions, hold your questions to the end. Hold your questions to the end. I have to run outside real quick, but this is very important to understanding. And then you will see something else coming into fruition. So you got two Adams, the serpent, God, Eve. You know what I'm saying? So we'll continue on.
it should be clear that he came to undo
And I'm
that.
only speaking as characters in the Bible, so don't twist me up.
And this is what we want to look at this morning. So, the first thing we want to bring your mind to, what is this story, this book going to be about? And there's a little bit of an exegesis we can do out of Genesis and connect that with Corinthians. Just bear with me as I set the stage for this teaching. In Genesis 1 verse 2 we read, the earth was without form and void, and empty waste, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God was moving over the face of the waters. That's right at the beginning, verse 2, right? And God said, let there be light, and there was light. Now, I want you to note something very interesting in the way that the sentence is constructed in the book of Corinthians. Using this exact creation theme, order out of chaos, light into darkness. Let's see, in 2 Corinthians 4:6 we read, for God who said, let light shine out of darkness. What would be the right construction of the sentence, the way we should want to look at it? We almost automatically read into that, let light shine into darkness, isn't it? but the sentence says, let light shine out of darkness. And I want you to listen what the Spirit is saying and how the light of the world is going to come into a dark place, the state of fallen man, and shine out of that the glory of God.
Now, do you understand that? It is the same exact thing. Same exact thing. And then I'm going to include law, how law is established in America on top of this whole thing. So you'll be able to see it in an entirety if you can, again, ask questions.
And this is what the book is going to be about. Listen, the earth was without form and an empty waste. In other words, what we are going to see is that which happened in Adam, which left us in a darkness, in a chaos and a disorder, and then we see the light comes, right? And after the light comes, we have order and a rearrangement and a setting up into a relationship with the Lord. So that's the broad theme that we look at. We're going to see how the Son brought back order out of the chaos, which is the result of the fall.
So, do you understand now what the fall is? That is the result of the chaos. So, the reestablishment of order out of chaos is law, and God's law. Don't you understand that, right? You know, you've been living, worshiping the dead, counted as dead, stolen. You know how many people died in World War I, II, about to be III. The Ukraine, this one and that one, this one and that one, this one and that one. Y'all, it just gonna got silly.
I just want you to have that theme in the back of your mind, right? Now, in Romans 5:14, we get this contrast stated clearly. Look at this. Yet death held sway from Adam to Moses, even over those who did not themselves transgress as Adam did. Adam was a type or a prefigure of the one who was to come. In other words, when we look at Adam, he's a prefigure of the last Adam. And
for the Democrats in the back who kind of understand, we're going to get prototype. The first Adam ends up being, the first Adam could have lived forever, but the first Adam, it has to end up being the blueprint for the second after the fall. Go ahead.
I'm going to make it easy today. I'm going to set it out in a visual table form for you so you can just visualize what it is actually saying. We are looking at the Son undoing the work of the devil. We are looking at the big theme, light out of darkness, order out of chaos, and that is the restoration after the destruction of the fall. But now he tells me, when I look at Adam, something in Adam is a prefigure of the last Adam. And I'm going to look at that this morning. In other words, Adam was a type of the one who was to come. In other words, in reverse, the former destructive, the latter saving. And now it's so important to understand this morning that there are
kind of like Peter upside down, like inverted, corrupt. Think, use your head. And this is just, we're just talking here. There's no right or wrong given the context. So let's stay within context, think within context, and not veer off into nothing else but what we're discussing here. Thank you. This is a very, very good hypothesis. The last trumpet here put on display. I was very amused by this an hour ago. I said, I got to show my audience.
only two types of people in the world. Those who are in the first Adam and those who are in the last Adam. Only two types of people. Those who belong to the old family of humanity under Adam, those who belong to the new household under Christ. And there are such amazing insights that we're going to share this morning as an introduction. This is just introduction today. Next week we'll go into the work of the cross and the undoing of the work of Satan through the temptation of Christ and the crucifixion of Christ. Now let's look. It should be clear to you before we put out our diagram that there are literally two households. In Acts 17:26 we read the following. He made from one common origin or source and one blood all the nations of men. That is obviously a reference to Adam. So we have one progenitor, we have one father, and the state of the one father will be the state of the household, right? That's the point that we want to drive home.
Wow, the state of the father will be the state of the household. That's the point he want to drive home. And I'm saying my point exactly. Because we're dead. You see? My point exactly. So when did Adam, or when did we'll get to it.
So even though we did not transgress like he did, by default we inherit his state because we are his children. That is under the first Adam, right? Now Hebrews 3:6 states there's another house. So there's a household under Adam and then there's another household. Look at this. But Christ the Messiah was faithful over his Father's house as a son. And then it says, and it is we who are now members of this house. So clearly there are two households. And I'm going to illustrate that shortly. Isaiah 9 verse 6 refers to the following, and I want to just establish this in your heart. It says, unto us a child is born, a son is given, the government shall be upon his shoulders, and he's called, inclusive of all the other things, he's called Everlasting Father. It doesn't teach that Jesus is the Father. The word Everlasting Father is clearly translated to mean, if you look at the bottom in the Hebrew translation, more literally, the head or the father of a new household.
You see that? Now, the head of household was decapitated. The head of the Negroes was taken. You see that? Now, what does that mean to you? Well, well.
So in other words, all of humanity is born under the first Adam. That's a household. And they need to be born under another household, which is the household of which Christ is the head or the father. So like Adam is the father of fallenness, Christ is the father of those who believe and are redeemed. Am I clear?
Now, this is where I said, okay, I'm going to show his complexion. Because you're dealing with Adam, Christ, who identifies himself as who? And then the resurrection of Adam, which is written about in the end. So it's a lot going on, but he opens up a lot of great questions and a lot of great hypotheses that you should be aware of.
Yeah, this far, just to illustrate something amazing, and that's not the purpose of today's exercise. But when we go to Genesis 1 verse 1, it already establishes this theme of a household. And you can only unravel that when you look at the Hebrew language, the first word, Bereshit, Bereshit. And I just want to show you quickly, not digging into it. When you take the word Bereshit, right there at the top, you'll see the Hebrew from right to left, Bereshit, right? The word actually breaks up in two portions, literally meaning the head of a house. The first word means this is the book about the head of a new household. It should excite you already out of the Hebrew language. And then you take the first two letters of Bereshit and it actually says son. And if you put those three meanings together out of the Hebrew language, it literally means the son is going to be the head of a new household, and this is going to be the story of humanity's redemption from out of the household under Adam unto the household of the last Adam. And so, with that as background, we can begin.
Now, my thing is, why does Satan hate, or Lucifer hate Adam so much and want to deceive Adam in the garden in the beginning? These are questions that's like, oh, my class should be on this. My class, why? My class should be on this.
To put this in clearer detail, we go to 1 Corinthians 15:45. Thus it is written, the first man became a living being. The last Adam became a life-giving spirit. So now it's starting to contrast the two, and we'll get into the details shortly. Just bear with me. I'm going to help you to see it clearly. The first man, verse 47, was from out of the earth, made of dust. The second man is the Lord from heaven. So he's telling me something that's a type in Adam, the one to destruction, but he's a prefigure of the one would come, the last Adam, the one causing certain things to come upon all humanity, and the latter, the last Adam, to redeem them from everything that came upon humanity, right? So he says the one is out of the earth, and I'm going to dig into this just now to help you understand. The one is out of the earth, a living being, and the other one is life-giving. So it's natural and supernatural. It's already a big contrast between the two. The one is out of the earth, and the one is from heaven. The one is earthly minded, the other is heavenly minded. The one household, all his posterity will experience the same condition, which is death. The last.
You see that? Now you asked me how you died. Let's say in our lives, how did we die? When were we put to death? Well, we were put to death and genocided by way of dolls and our names being ripped. And you labeled what? By law. Black. Black, literally. Black. Okay? So black is dead in law. Yes, all of us is dead in law. Dead. I told you, this is their kingdom. You just didn't know that these words mean as much as they do. Well, they do. By law, by contract, and they play a good role in scripture into identifying who did this to you.
Last one, all who are born into him will experience life. What I need to make very clear, it was by way of birth, natural birth.
You see, now look at what they're doing. They're taking if you can see it in history and you can see it in scripture, you're there. You know, they had a natural birth at your death. That's why the scriptures say until the fulfillment of the Gentiles. Because until the deed is, until it's done, bro. Lord have mercy. This is crazy, man. That's crazy, man. It's straw man, all that, which enabled a new birth by way of who they perceive as Jesus Christ. I told you who the Statue of Liberty was. Okay, so we inching towards the truth, okay? It's just hard for me because people's minds be so condensed. So their king, it was their way in, and is the fulfillment of the Gentiles. When you fell, you went and served what? What did he say you was going to do? Other gods. This is all written in the Old Testament. So their whole history, there you go, metaphysical concepts. But not only that, is They validate it by scripture. So they manifest what is already written, destiny. You see?
Not like this. Not like this.
Now, now, now. You see what they turn me off, turn my monetization off. That's it right there. And we you got to be able to tell what happened metaphysically to see it in history. You see it, Taj. So if you can see it, sir, that's a beautiful thing. That's a beautiful thing. So for me, it's Adam, the trickster, and then Adam again. It's Adam, the fall of man, Adam. It's Adam first, eternal life, live right here, don't do this. And this guy is going to tell you more about Adam and him not being deceived, but Eve was the one deceived. You understand what I'm saying? Adam just went along with the shit and decided death. You know? But let's go.
That we inherit all the characteristics of the first Adam. And it's again by way of a birth that we will inherit the characteristics of the last Adam. You are born from above. Is it clear? Look, I need to clarify. It's not that I don't think you understand, it's just that I need to know whether I am actually, explaining it correctly. Okay? And so we read in verse 15, chapter 15, 22 of Corinthians, for just as in Adam all people die, so all in Christ be made alive. So what I did is to start to put this out to illustrate. So there's a household of humanity under the first Adam. He's a living being like we are. He's out of the earth, dust to dust, you know the story, and death to all. In contrast to that, we have the last Adam, which is from the household of God, Christ being the father or the head of a new household. Let me explain again. So Adam...
Boom. So I think they got us locked in like religion, like straight up, like, okay, God, Satan, this good, bad, this one, when it's really dealing with, wait a minute, Adam fell, the garden of the snake, the serpent, and the knowledge, and all that. Jesus Christ comes, reveals the word to the world. Press one. But I told you, he said, the prince of this world stands judged. But I will send the spirit of truth. We read that as John 16. Not 3:16, that's John 16. He said, I will send the spirit of truth. Meaning, okay, in my honest opinion, I think he was like, okay, I'm finna go get this right. And then I'm gonna send the spirit through the second Adam, spirit of truth, in this person. And he's gonna be able to tell you the truth about it all. And he's going to convict the world of sin because they all died in me. You understand what I'm saying? Because everybody died believing in, like, what they believe in, Ptah, Peter, old Phoenician stuff. He consumed it all. Jesus put on the pole as the brazen serpent. He went on the pole himself and died as the brazen serpent. That means the healer. Just as Moses raised up the serpent in the wilderness, so must the Son of Man be raised up. Press one. You can type that in Google. So the scripture already told you the Son of Man shall be lifted up in the same manner as Moses lifted up in the serpent. So all you little Jesus Christ deniers, bro, he got on the pole himself, bro, and said, look at me. I broke down earlier what he told you to Peter and all them. These niggas right here in my face.
Now you know Judas is Peter's son, Simon's son. You know what I'm saying? But check this out. They going to understand this afterward. And that they did. Because he healed the deadly, press one, the deadly venomous viper and all of the boom. He said, now the whole world believe in Jesus Christ. Press one. Press one. And what did the Pope do? He becomes the vicar of Christ in the seat of Peter Patah, who flipped himself upside down in the Vatican. That's not the seat of Jesus Christ. Press one. You know what he got? He got the staff holding Jesus Christ hanging like he just blasphemy. You know, but I'm telling you how to perceive this correctly. You know, so Jesus Christ died on in that fashion for a particular reason. Press one, not for your feelings and all how you feel about it. It's like, dang, and we fell. And the scripture do say until the fulfillment of the Gentile. And you know the Gentile is blessed beyond measure in these days. You know that. It's a Gentile right here talking to us. But that's just what's written.
Is the father of all humanity because everybody's born under Adam.
So do we not have the household God? Well, we got the household of God, which is what? The man, the wife, the children, this one and that one. And there you go.
The natural. Christ is the head of all those who are born spiritually and therefore father of a new household. Father and father. Clear? No.
This is deep, bro.
Every time I add something, it's going to be in red in our illustration. So let's look at it further. Both are sons of God. I don't know if you knew that. The one is a prefigure of the other. Adam was called son of God, and I'll explain to you why this is so important. Adam was called son of God as a prefigure of the Son of God that will redeem. Now look at
Now Adam was called the Son of God. Now look at that. As a prefix to the Son of God who would redeem. Now I was thinking of religion as something else 4 or 5 years ago. I ain't gonna lie to you. But I'm like, whoa, okay, so that's kind of like what I was thinking. It's like, does it happen again? Right?
this in Luke 3:38. The son of Enos, the son of Seth, the son of Adam, the son of God. So Adam was called the son of God, and I'll highlight you just now why that's so important. In Matthew 16:15, 16 and 17, we read, "Who do you say that I am?" Simon replied, "You are the Christ, the Son of the living God." You're the Son of God. Okay? So this is important to understand. Son of God.
So they also knew who they were killing.
Right?
There you go.
So Adam was Son of God, and then we see Christ in Mark 1 verse 1, Son of God. So here we have a son.
So that's what happened when they asked him, who are you? They wanted to know who he was so they can put it into motion. See that? Who do you say I am? You hear me? So they can put into motion their secret deeds in the background. That's the stuff Jesus had to go through.
By name, and here we have a son, literal. Here we have a son because it's after the image and likeness.
So there you go. He knew it was Christ, yet he denied him 3 times. Press 1. He knew who he was. He knew who he was. That wasn't an accident. And it hit different when you read it for yourself with people who are like-minded.
Here we have a son who is the very image and likeness. And we have to have this as a background.
Now listen to this.
Now
listen to this as how important this is. Now listen. What he just said is very important. From the first Adam attributes to the second Adam's attributes. Go ahead.
Son by name, and here we have a son literal. Here's we have a son because it's after the image and likeness. And here we have a son who is the very image and likeness. And we have to have this as a background. And I'll show you why that's important. Now, what is interesting is that God was personally involved with both the first and the last Adam in terms of the physical dwelling. Look at this. In Genesis 2:7, then the Lord God formed man from the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath, that was the neshama, the spirit of life, right? And man became a living being. So God formed this man. But in Hebrews 10:5, we read now, as far as Christ is concerned, hence when Christ entered the world, he said, sacrifice and offering you have not desired, but instead you've made ready for me a body. So with this one he prepared out of the dust, and this one he prepared for him and formed out of the dust, and this one he prepared. Sorry.
So it's already, is that the Old Testament where there's a prediction of a future Adam right there? And was that Hebrews 10:5? Is that still Old Testament? And is projecting a future? I'm just asking my Hebrew brothers.
Starting to see, the one is a prefigure of the other, the one unto death and the one unto life. The one unto destruction because of natural birth, the other one unto life because of supernatural birth.
And you know what's crazy is we all died at birth. Remember, we got the birth certificate. You know they consider us dead at birth. Remember that? And we're condemned to die pretty much. We're pretty much born into a corrupt, fallen state of Adam. And then it is through Christ do you get the born again factor, where Adam, the second Adam, is allowed to be reborn. But boom. See how that works? When just let people talk, man.
Into these things. That's why I always like to say, if you don't like the way you are, get born again, you know. So the Father is personally, literally involved with this. The next thing, so they're both sons of God, they both have a prepared body, and then we talk about the image of God. Look at this. Now in Genesis 1:26, we read the following. God said, let us make mankind in our image and our likeness. In other words, the explanation out of the Hebrew should be clear to you. He used himself as the blueprint. Literally, it means somebody who stands with a light from behind and is drawing the outline of himself. So we're not equal to God, but in the image and likeness of him with the ability to relate to God, right? Image and likeness. Then we read in Genesis 5:1 the following. This is the book of the generations of the offspring of Adam. When God created man, he made him in the likeness of God. Right? In other words, for himself, for relationship with a purpose. Then, he named them both Adam. Have you ever seen that? Look at that in Genesis 5:2. He named Adam and Eve. Both of them together was Adam. It literally means out of the red earth. They were both made out of the red earth. Now look at that. In the first instance, God would express himself through man. And in the latter instance, now there's a last Adam. It will be God who expresses himself to man. Big difference, you see that. Let's look at Hebrews 1:3. We now look at the last Adam. He's the sole expression of the glory of God, the perfect imprint and very image of God's own nature. He's the exact likeness of the unseen God. So if I put that for you in picture form, it looks like this. First Adam, living being. Last Adam, life-giving spirit. And so we carry on, but we get to 5 and 6, which is the highlight of this point. God formed a body for both the first Adam, and he prepared a body for the last Adam. Now, why am I going through this detail?
Yeah, somebody said a supernatural rebirth. Well, of course, because it's out of this world that the last Adam goes through. You see, and I was thinking, whoa, wait a minute. This story sounds familiar, but we're going to keep going with this.
Because what is significant is for you and I to grasp the exact extent that the Lord went through with the last Adam, in the same way as he prepared the first, he prepared the last to undo that which the first had done.
So the second had the second comes to repair the breach. Where's double up? What? Let me stop, man.
Almost in a mirror type of way, the one to death and the other one unto life. And so we see the first one is in the image of God, and the latter one the very image of God. The one who God would express himself through, and the latter one now God expresses himself to. This one is the exact image of God. The one is weak and the other one perfect. Now, we go further. What is interesting? He made them for a purpose, and this you also extract from the Hebrew language. And that's interesting because Adam lost this purpose. When we look at it in Genesis 1:26, we see that man is made in image and likeness, and let them have complete authority. So he made the man to be a king and a ruler, right? And we see that same theme repeated in Genesis 1:28. He is to subdue everything and have dominion over. So out of this context, we should see that God made man to rule as a vice-regent. In other words, under his authority, expressing God in the natural. That's how he made man to be.
You had a king over you who we'll get back to
be.
that.
And now look at this. In Genesis 2:15, we get this whole concept of tending, keeping the garden, and guard and keep it. Now, I have explained this in other lectures out of the Hebrew language. That particular concept in Hebrew is used in only one context in the Old Testament, and that's for priests protecting a temple. It actually says guard and keep it. Have you ever wondered guard and keep it against what? Because there was evil. Keep it from the invasion of evil and perversion. So that is, in the Hebrew, you only pick that up. It's not my objective to try and motivate that for today. Just take it as a statement that man was both king and priest in the garden. That's the summary of it, right? So we also see that based on
church and state within one person.
that status he had with God, God was walking in the garden in the cool of the day. Now, again, the Hebrew description is something of a whirlwind moving around. But the whole concept that comes across, it was a place where God met with man. Man had a privilege to rule. Man had a privilege as priest. And guess what? That whole function of his was lost through the fall. So what do we see? What am I trying to depict for you this far? We have a first Adam and a last Adam. The one is a type of the one who would come. The one had, if I look just at the description up to this point of an Adam, in the image and likeness of God, not the very image and likeness. A body prepared, he's a king and a priest, but it's in a limited and a potentially feeble way, if I can state it like that. The imperfect, and in contrast to that, we have the perfect. What you need to see is to understand at this point how God is stating the perfect and how this perfect is going to undo what was done in the imperfect, if it's clear. Okay. So all this is just building up to a point. As I said to you, this today will be an introduction, and we'll go into a lot of detail next week, because this as background is very important. What should come across clearly is the type and the foreshadowing and the fulfillment. Now, we see that Adam was this incomplete king priest. After his fall, that was lost. And later we see that kings and priests were never to be in the same person throughout the history of the Old Testament. It only came again in Christ at the end. Anyway, Hebrews 6:20, Jesus entered in a forerunner, having become a high priest forever. And then we see his priesthood is unchanging in Hebrews 7:24, and then Revelation 17:14, he's called Lord of Lords and King of Kings. So the king, the priesthood and the kingship is together in Christ. So the first Adam was king and priest, but it was fallible. The last Adam, king and priest forever. Right? And so we find this type, antitype, setting the stage. And this is all that I try to illustrate here. In 7 and 8, you see made as king and priest to rule as vice regent. The next one, he's the great high priest and he rules as king forever. Now, the first, as I said, there's a household.
High priest is like what you would consider the Pope, the intermediator between you and God himself.
Under the first Adam, which is unto death, and there's a household of the last Adam, which is unto life. And this is what we see from the book of Romans chapter 5:12. Therefore, as sin came into the world through one man, and death as a result of sin, so death spread to all men. It's inevitable, it's by way of the natural, under that headship. Now, in 1 Corinthians 15:22, in Adam all die, and then we have the contrast to that. But in Christ shall all in Christ be made alive. It's all inclusive. You see that? So everybody included on this side. But when the work on the cross is done, the resurrection and the glorification, then in Christ all shall live. Right? Now, this verse I've read earlier to you. Death held sway from Adam to Moses over those who did not transgress. In other words, in Adam, everybody's included. But then we find 1 Corinthians 15:22. For just as in Adam all people die, so also, you see this is a reiteration. By virtue of the union in nature shall all in Christ be made alive. And then 21, for since it was through one man that death came, also through a man that the resurrection of the dead. So just the highlight, what am I going to bring across to you at this point? Is just the emphasis of death and life and the contrast. Again, this is setting the stage to understand what happened at that cross. And there I've highlighted it, I did mention it before. Now, what is important for me at this stage, just to highlight for you, is the Adamic covenant. Remember, after the fall, the Lord made a promise. And this Adamic covenant, why I want to highlight it at this stage, is pointing to the last Adam. It's going to tell us something about this last Adam who will undo what the first Adam did. Right? So in Romans,
now that's important. The last Adam comes on earth, is born to undo, and to do what? So this is what I want to say. A lot of y'all may think I'm crazy or whatever, but didn't Jesus say, I will send the Spirit of truth? And he will convict the world of sin. Because what did it say? I'm going to get Deborah in the building if y'all don't. What did it say? Because they what? Because they don't, of righteousness, because they don't believe in God, of sin, because, I'm going to get it. But that's crazy, given what he's saying now. And I already told you, the serpent.
5:14, I repeat myself, it said Adam was a prefigure of the one who was to come. Right?
Boom.
Now look at this. In Genesis 3:15, we have this promise of this one who is to come, which is the last Adam. Look at it.
Now to me, it can't be Jesus, because Jesus tells you he's about to send the Spirit of truth. So it can't be Jesus, because Jesus goes to the Father, and the prince of this world stands judged. KevRow, press 1. Because the prince of this world stands judged. So if the prince of this world stands judged out of the mouth of the person who's saying it. And he's saying, but I will send to you the spirit of truth. That must mean the second Adam. What he's talking about. And not the blending of the two. This is why I said earlier, I think Adam fell by way of the serpent. The serpent assumed position, took credit, assumed accountability, tried and became what he became, and boom. And he said, the spirit of truth is coming because I sent him, and he will glorify who? Me, Jesus Christ. Because he died for the sin of the world, meaning he died for the fall of Adam. Press one. So he sends the Holy Spirit, which descends from heaven by way of a dove. Press one, in the same form, because what's of Jesus Christ is of of the spirit of truth in the spirit. So a dove comes to him directly. A dove comes to him directly on earth. And he probably didn't even know what that even meant at the time of it. But that was the crowning. That's the Holy Spirit saying it's time. Get ready. You're about to be put to it. You see? You're about to be transformed. This is this is something else. Just in the way that Jesus, because that is what is Jesus is of the spirit of truth, aka the second Adam, to be born to redeem those who Christ died for. Boom! Look at your neighbor and say,
Not like this. Not like this.
and break the hold of Peter, Satan. Press one, because he called Peter Satan. Press one. So, damn, I just blew my own brain. Kim, help me. I'm help me. I just brought this. I just shocked myself with that. Oh my goodness, that came out perfect. They
Put
understand that
enmity
one.
between you and the woman, and between your offspring and her offspring. He will bruise and tread your head underfoot, and you will lie in wait and bruise his heel. So that is that promise of the seed of the woman, right? Now let's just see what we can understand from that, because this promise is referring to this last Adam, which is going to undo everything. First, the reconciliation will be from God. So this last Adam will be fully God's initiative. He will take the lead in
So
it.
this is one person. So this last Adam, God initiates him, blesses him. Press one, and blesses him. He takes his spirit, and he blesses this person. He blesses him personally, himself. That's his son. That's his son. That one out of the whole earth, that person right there. That's the one to redeem. That's the one he put the knowledge in right there. Right there. Now, I get it. Like I never got it before. That's the one he puts it in. And it's like a seed, it mustard. Like when it sprout, it hit. You can't do nothing when it hit. The ground is gonna break, it's gonna break ground, and it's gonna boom. Like Nipsey Hussle say, it will rise. Press one. Because it comes at the second Adam is resurrected. He's born, yes, but he's resurrected because he's born dead. Amongst the dead. You see that? You see that, Todd? If we was in a jail, we'll be eating and listening to Kev right now, bro. Trust me. Because you're born dead, bro. So he came alive. He beat the system. He's the firstborn. He can show you how he beat the system. He's the firstborn. That's why. He's the key to the whole thing unraveling. That's why. And they have no jurisdiction over him. Even if he got warrants, even if he said he was going to pay the bill and didn't, even if you better let him go. Press one. Even if they try to, it's going to happen because God has favored him already before you can do anything, bro. So just thank God in your past that you may have experienced these people in earth. People right now and today, you may have came across this person. You may have tried to assassinate an individual that is divinely connected by way of apprenticeship, natural. And you think that's somebody you can actually come against in real life because you don't like the way they speak or how they talk or how they. You can't treat the second Adam that way. Press one. Because he comes in the name of Jesus Christ. And he knows it all because he was born dead. Press one. That's why. See? Stillborn. And God brought him to life. You see that? It's all metaphors. See that? It's all metaphors. You see, now we talking in parables. See how easy it is? And people who wasn't with us, they like, what the hell? But now you do. That's the difference between us and them is understanding this right here. It's two Adams, one Jesus Christ. Press one, and there's no games to play over your head, Freemason games. Jesus is Satan. Ooh, you worshiping the devil, or the devil tricked you into this one and that one. Jesus died for your sins. Press one. Just know that. Jesus Christ died for the sins of the world. Don't you change nothing in that book. Press one. Nothing. Because the whole world thought that Jesus Christ was God. Press one. And was until I proved it. And many others. And then they said that Jesus Christ was coming back to redeem and do this one and do that one, which is cool. But their perception of the misrepresentation of the Christ and Serapis Christos is two different things. That was done by the Roman Catholic Church. Press one. Press one. That wasn't done by royal blood. That was done by those who overthrew the church after decapitating the king. Press one. So we're going to get further in that. But, yeah, it's deeper than rap. And I was trying to tell y'all, that's why The Rock is sitting up here calling himself Adam Man. And they came up with this. Remember when we first started doing YouTube a couple years ago and they had that Jamie Foxx thing on Netflix, and with that more anger he got through his pain, the more he can blow up. And we was making reference like, wait a minute, is Netflix hanging around YouTube for creative ideas and shit like that? Yes, they've been doing that since the beginning of Hollywood, stealing, robbing, and pillaging, and
in
stealing.
the initiative. The promised seed will be through a woman.
Look.
Right? And the implication of that is that the promised seed will be in human form. Why? Look, Adam and Adam. It's not some heavenly being with wings or some created heavenly being. It will be God in the form of a man. It's what we need to look at in the last Adam that will undo the work of the first. The promised seed will destroy the serpent, his kingdom, and his work, and the works he has done. So there's the promise. Remember, the seed will be in human form. Why? Look, Adam and Adam. It's not some heavenly being with wings or some created heavenly being. It will be God in the form of a man. It's what we need to look at in the last Adam that will undo the work of the first. The promised seed will destroy the serpent, his kingdom, and his work, and the works he has done. So
Now,
there's the
wait a
promise.
minute.
Remember,
Now, wait a minute. That's a lot to conceive right there. And we taking questions after this. That was a lot.
we started this morning looking at 1 John 3:8. The reason why the Son of Man came was to loosen, dissolve, undo, and destroy the works of the devil. Now we see in this promise of the last Adam, what he will do is to crush the head of the serpent, means to destroy everything. He's the head, and you destroy the kingdom by implication. You destroy his work by implication, right? So
That means destroy everything. Press one. That's like leave no stone unturned. Pillar by pillar. Press one. Destroy everything. Every fabric of their workings of the devil. Expose it all. Bring it to the light. Press one. Bring it to the light. Expose it with truth. That's how you expose the devil. Press one. By exposing the workings and the tricks of Satan. Because he ain't got no power over you when you got the armor of God on. Press one. And don't get to running your mouth talking about why God do this and condemning God for what happens on earth and what happened to your cousin and all this one and that one.
last Adam will do exactly this. If we stand back a little bit to what we have shared thus far, we can clearly see that this one, the last Adam, who is the exact likeness of God, who has a prepared body, who comes in the flesh, who is after.
Oh my goodness. Oh, it has a prepared body. That means the spirit came in. He was born. Look, check this out. This is even crazier. A prepared body. That means he was, check this out. He was born on earth, right there, dead. And then at a specific time, God enters his spirit into this person. Like Pinocchio or something. By literally himself baptizing him in the waters above the heavens. Lord have mercy. In the waters above the heavens. G.
Woman is sent with a particular purpose to undo, destroy, loosen, and dissolve that which bound us under the first Adam. Guys, are you following?
Oh, right. Yeah, he takes him by way of spirit up, delivers him and brings him back down in spirit, baptized by the man who gives the authority to Holy Ghost. You feel me? And he probably came back dripping wet. I said he probably came back dripping wet of the arms of somebody who was next to them. Probably him right there. Press one. They probably had no idea what happened. Press one. They probably had no idea. Sitting back, playing around in life, not really taking it serious. But I tell you what, that second Adam, more he destroyed stuff with his words. Press one. God blessed him with a gut. He blessed him with a gut. He can talk all damn day. Press one. He don't even gotta eat nothing until he think about it. Press one. When the other gods, prophets of the other gods come before this guy right here, they all buckle up. Press one. They start fooling around. They start, you know, and then it gets so bad. And this is a story time with Kev Gills. It gets so bad with the second Adam, you guys. They can't even come out and challenge him on nothing. And all the ladies is there. Press one. They can't even talk to this dude. The same ones who said they blackballed him. The same ones that said he's a clown. The same ones that said, oh, he don't know what he's talking about. end up being the same ones who sit in class every day, just silent as they can be. Press 1.
So that we have this as a background when we get next week to the next session. Okay? Now look at this. The promise was made to Eve as the mother of all mankind and is inclusive of all humanity. Ouch. Guys, further, the provision is unconditional for all. You see, in Adam, all die. Now he makes a promise to send a last Adam, to send the seed of a woman. But here we have Eve as the representative. Like Adam was representative, we have Eve here also, the mother of the living, the Bible calls her, all the living. He makes a promise to her, unconditional, that a seed will come that will crush the serpent's head. It's unconditional and inclusive of all.
Okay. Okay, we
Are you
good?
following?
We good? All right, y'all can hear me? All right, thank you. All right, I had to turn, Lord have mercy. The whole internet cut off. What the, not the internet, the whole computer. I said, Lord have mercy. But that's how it gets sometimes. So we're going to continue on. Please put your thinking caps on. We're going to continue on before it get too hot. I'm going to try to keep my mentality at a consistent mental heartbeat rate at 6.2 decimals. Press 1.
To send the seed of a woman. But here we have Eve as
Now
the
this is the Eve. Now we talking about the first Eve, right? I mean the first Adam. What about the second Eve? We talking about this first Adam and the second Adam. What about the second Eve? They said the first Eve was Lilith, remember? But that's just the first Eve. That's the first Adam with Adam. So is there a second? I don't know. We'll talk. I don't know. Is there a second? The promised seed will be through a woman. Go ahead.
made to Eve as the mother of all mankind and is inclusive of all humanity. Ouch. That which bound us under the first Adam. Guys, are you following? Right. I thought of going a bit slower so that everybody could just follow the logic of it, so that we have this as a background when we get next week to the next session. Okay? Now look at this. The promise was made to Eve as the mother of all mankind and is inclusive of all humanity. Ouch. Guys, further, the provision is unconditional for all. You see, in Adam, all die. Now he makes a promise to send a last Adam, to send the seed of a woman. But here we have Eve as the representative. Like Adam was representative, we have Eve here also, the mother of the living, the Bible calls her, all the living. He makes a promise to her, unconditional, that a seed will come that will crush the serpent's head. It's unconditional and inclusive of all. Are you following? And this is good news. So the last Adam that comes will be the Redeemer, and the one that will set free humanity from the bondage under the first Adam.
So what is the original sin of the first Adam? Well, they're under death. You see? Remember, you should not surely die. What do they? Well, you're dead now. Verse 1. You remember? You should not surely die. Verse 1. Well, you're dead now. Who put you in this death? Who put you? This is like 8th and 9th grade type shit to me. This is hilarious. Who put you to death? And then that goes back into the law of redemption. Remember, redemption. These are all laws, by the way. These are all jubilees that they failed to have hired. This is the consequence of not adhering to God's law and word. And now they're trying to get it right at the end of days type of thing.
Basically, this is what I've done now. On the side of the last Adam, I've added in these things that we need to look at. or
So
look.
so the last Adam frees you from debt bondage from who? Who has you in debt bondage? Who has you indebted to them for the saving of your soul on this earth? Look, and that's why we had to take the historical. Well, this is why we had to take the historical approach to waking you up, so you can see how this actually happens and stay out of the and not dwell so much in allegory, and you can actually identify. Say, wait a minute. So this is what we're doing. Well, it's KevRow University. Remember, I'm showing you. Never mind. We'll get to it. It's KevRow University. I was just breaking this down yesterday.
4. God's provision through natural birth in human form will destroy the work of the serpent and includes all humanity.
And what is the work of the serpent? In enslaving you. All of this right here, all of the allegory, all of the you thought you in hell and the saving of your soul, and here it is, and the life insurance and all the whole game plan of how they enslave you. The second Adam comes and redeemed you from this peril state of mind that you're this dead state that you're in. This is all dealing with the valley of the dry bones, the raising of the dead. Sound familiar, right? Sounds familiar, right? This is what the second Adams does. Go ahead.
Unconditional for all. So those things already should excite you a lot when we start to look at the
And
work
how
of
does he
this
do
last
it?
Adam.
By way of the spirit of truth. Press 1. God's spirit. Knowledge and wisdom. Remember? That's how. Because God blessed the vessel that was awaiting him, that was just right for him to come into. Press 1 and deliver it in a way that his children can understand. The ones that's what they call Democrat babies. What I call you? Boom. And so that's what I mean by we got to lower the intelligence to come down and pick up the ones that don't really understand, and we'll be back if you can't jump type of thing. We're still here, you know? And it's just real. And that's real. What this guy's talking about on the screen, Taj.
That we have our focus on that specifically. Now, I particularly mentioned that Adam was called the Son of God as a prefigure. Here comes a very beautiful understanding. In Genesis 3:6, and when the woman saw that the tree was good for food and that it was a delight to look at, we know the rest of the story, she gave some also to her husband and he ate. Now the Bible mentions something very, very important. The Lord God said to the woman, "What is this you have done?" And the woman said, "The serpent beguiled, cheated, outwitted, and deceived me, and I ate." The Bible says the woman was deceived. But what about the man? What about the man? We read in 1 Timothy 2:13, "For Adam was first formed, then Eve." It was not Adam who was deceived. What does that mean? It means he knew what he was doing. He deliberately ate it. Why? Now think for a moment with me about what's happening here. The woman was deceived and she fell into transgression. The man was not deceived. Think what would happen if he let her alone eat of it and resisted not to eat. There would be separation between them forever. She would die and he would carry on alone, right? Because he had no sin. But here's something significant. Remember, first Adam was a prefigure of the Adam to come, the last Adam. He willingly, deliberately, as the Son of God, or a Son of God, Adam, I mean the first Adam, as Son of God, associated himself with the sin of his bride.
Now, press 1. Now what? Press 1. Now. Now, what we would, I was thinking like, oh, like the sin, oh, like Adam didn't have to. He went right in with her, right there with her.
In order to set a pattern or a prefigure of a redemption.
Look at that. Look at that. It finally hit him like, whoa. So Adam transgression leads to his fall, which leads to his redemption? Yes.
A last Adam that would come, who would not be deceived, who deliberately and knowingly would associate himself with the sin of man to redeem all mankind.
Did you see that? Now, let's go back to what he just said.
As the Son of God, or a Son of God, Adam, I mean the first Adam, as Son of God, associated himself with the sin of his bride. In order to set a pattern or a prefigure of a redemption of a last Adam that would come, who would not be deceived, who deliberately and knowingly would associate himself with the sin of man to redeem all mankind. Come on, guys. Do you see what is happening here? There is such a wonderful pattern set in the Old Testament, such deep truths, if we are just willing to dig into it and look. Don't you find it now significant that here we have Adam, the Son of God, the one who is not deceived, willingly and knowingly associate himself with his wife, and he took of the fruit so that her sin would also become his? That is unbelievable thought. And now we understand what Paul meant in Romans 5 when he said, but that one is a prefigure of the latter one. Okay? Now, in Philippians 2:7, we find in the last Adam this whole concept. But Christ, that's how Christ stripped himself so as to assume the guise of a servant, in that he became like men and was born a human being. In other words, he comes and associates himself with man. He was not deceived. He didn't need to do that. But being the Son of God, he associated himself with man to redeem man. You got the message? I think it's profound. Now, it actually on our diagram would look like this. Adam was not deceived. Christ definitely not deceived. He willingly did what he did. And I think that is something that I want to highlight. If we go back to the picture of Abraham sacrificing his own son, it was not a fight between Abraham and Isaac. Isaac didn't fight his dad not to go lay down on that altar. He willingly did it. And he wasn't some teeny-weeny chocker, by the way, who his dad could force. His dad didn't tie his hands behind his back and say, now you will do this. What is clear is the willingness of both the Father and the Son. And what should come clearly across here is the willingness of the Son of God to willingly associate himself with man to redeem. And that's the message I want to get across at this point. Now we go further. What is so super significant, and I think to a lot of women, this will mean quite a bit. Sin came through the woman, and isn't it just like the Lord? The Redeemer would come through the woman. He deceived the woman, and the Lord said, okay, through this very woman that you tried to deceive, I'll send the seed. He's not called the seed of the man, he's called the seed of the woman. Don't you find that significant? It's just the way that the Lord works. Sin came through the woman, and the Redeemer comes through the woman. So can you see what's starting to happen? Already you have a type, a prefigure, and then you have him who is to come that will undo everything that was done in the first. Look at this. In Genesis 3:6, we see she took and she ate. And 3:14, we read the Lord said to the serpent, because... Now, listen, please. You know, we have certain assumptions when we read the Bible. For instance, in this case, when I questioned some believers, they said, oh, I thought the Lord said it to Eve. Think about this. The promise of the seed. People think that it was said to Eve right? It was never said to Eve, it was said to the serpent. And I want you to see what that means.
Wow, that's true.
You know,
That's
it
true.
means that God puts a judgment on the serpent and his deception and the death that he brought through the instrument that he thought he could deceive to destroy humanity. Through that very same instrument, I will bring the Redeemer.
It's going to come through the church and all the deceptions that you brought. I will shine the Redeemer up through your concepts and still raise him up from nothing, from the dust, from nothing, from nothing, literally nothing. Literally, this person probably won't graduate a thing in none of your academies, and he'll raise him up. This person might be on damn food stamps and have the ability to talk like he from Harvard and the ability to teach whole universities from nothing. That's if we're talking about this Redeemer character that me and this person here is talking about.
Right that which was wrong. It's just so a restoration. You know why? There's a certain group of people who call themselves believers, actually a sect. And they have this argument to say, well, you know what, the woman was deceived, therefore all women are deceived and men are perfect.
Yeah, but the man knowingly chose to die. My Hebrew Israelite brothers.
That it's like something crazy. Really, it's the cuckoo stuff. But thereby they justify their abuse of women, and thereby they justify belittling women.
See?
It's very funny how they look at this portion of scripture. But they fail to see the reality of it. She was deceived, but it's also through her the Redeemer came. And by the way, in case you don't understand that portion of scripture, in the book of Timothy, where it now says in certain translations, she will indeed be saved if she bears children and that they keep the faith. You know, so if you read it in some literal English translations, it looks as if, shame, poor woman, she's got to have children, number one, and the children has to serve the Lord and then she'll be saved. But in reality, that translation said, indeed be saved through the birth of the divine child. I find it so absolutely just like God. Sorry to repeat myself. The devil thought he could undo humanity through a deception in a woman, and then the victory came through the seed of the woman. Now, look at this. It's a thing said to the serpent that her offspring, and it's a capital letter there, you see that, he will bruise and tread your head underfoot. And now look what Matthew 1:23 says. Behold, the virgin shall become pregnant and give birth to a son, and he shall be called God with us. So in the birth of the divine child, we have the fulfillment of this promise given in Genesis 3:14, 15, right? And we see something of an undoing of what was done. Don't you find it interesting that it was Christ who in public spoke to women? I think it's quite significant because in that culture they had a subservient position, and in him walking the earth there's a different way that he deals with them in a restoration that I think one should think about. Now, what is interesting also, I want to show you the type in the old and then the undoing of it in the new. Sin came through eating on a tree. Of a tree. Look at it, sorry. Genesis 3:1. Now the serpent was more subtle and crafty, and then look at the question. You shall not eat from every tree of the garden. Is it true? And then she looked at it, and it was a tree to be desired. So sin came through the eating of something, of a forbidden tree, right? But look at this. What is so interesting and of significance to note, Galatians 3:13. Christ purchased our freedom from the curse of the law by becoming a curse for us, for it's written, cursed is everyone who hangs on a tree.
Ah,
Why would he use that language? I found that very interesting, and if you dig a little bit, you will find some very significant commentaries, but especially in the Hebrew language, where they say, look, it's so simple. Sin came through a tree, and redemption through the Messiah hanging on a tree. It's the doing and the undoing. And I found that to be so significant that the Lord would do everything in so much minute detail. And then I'll share with you soon a teaching on the tree of life, and I'll show you that the tree of life is Christ. Now that's so profound, but anyway, we go further just to help you visualize it a little bit better as we build the background for this teaching. So we see sin came through a woman, and the Redeemer, the seed of the woman, right? We see death through the eating of a tree. We see life through Christ on a tree. Guys, I don't know if you find it as significant as I do. It's just so wonderful to see the type and the reverse of it, and the unfolding of this whole story of humanity. And the reason why I think I want to go through this background a bit slower is for you to fully understand, fully grasp, and have a foundation for what you believe. Because in my mind, there are too many things still ascribed to Satan and his work or other things. And if I can show you from the work of the last Adam that it has been undone, why is it that you still believe the way you believe? You hear what I'm saying? In this whole process, all
and
I want...
it's tough to ask why people still believe what they believe, honestly, because even yourself, you would have to come to the conclusion of John 16, which is Jesus saying he's going to send the Spirit of truth to do what? So again, two Adams, great conversation. I'm gonna open up the phone lines if you choose to. If not, when I find out some more great information and great context. But from the looks of it, it looked like y'all been worshiping ceramics and the bull this whole time, Tammuz and old ancient philosophies. And I think we're doing a good job as not only talking, proving a lot of stuff, but proving that they knowingly deceived the people. These folk knowingly, these moon worshippers and everything else knowingly, I mean leaders per se, set out just like Peter to do this, to spiritually send you up the creek or down the creek. You know, so Satan has his kingdom and God has his. In Scripture that the prophecies are there. So that's how the world television is even viewing the end of the world and World War III and all of this. Press one. All of this come from Scripture. So they're just reliving their fright. They're in their own trauma, actually. They're in their own trauma. They don't psych themselves and had children, and they believe the psychosis as well. So there's not much you can do with that. Just that's all dealing with the first Adam, just like he said. That all these people you be seeing out here doing all this crazy shit, these are like carnal men. Brothers who still think on a carnal, beastly level of a mentality, like from food to sex to nigga excuses to it's just all bad. And it's like that's where they thrive, but that's the first Adam for you. The disregarding of law and God's word and all that, and just my mama said, Eve said I could do it. That's why. Eve chose to die, I'm dying too. Press one. That mentality all the way up until the spiritual Adam by way of Christ who died on. See, that's all representation and what builds the second Adam. That whole plot is, this whole book is for the second Adam, to me, in my eye, to read one day and realize who he is and look back. That's what it looks like. And it looks like people been reading this upside down and backwards. And the Bible itself is a collection of books. A lot of people just read it through. Just like I read it front and back and backwards again and upside down. The, the Bible is a collection of books. How you know Revelation ain't more like John or in closer to John? I mean, closer to over here or over there or where? It's a collection of books. So I never read it like through the way everybody else was trying to make me read it. Coffee Kush TV on the air. What up?
Hey, this is Deborah from Florida, and I
Deborah
have,
from Florida. What's going on with you?
oh, I'm just so glad to be here, sir. I would like to read for you John 16.
What happened in John 16? Go ahead. Well, we
Okay,
know what happened in John 16. we we
look,
we read it. We we know what happened. Go ahead, read it. Start it, Deb. Go ahead, Deb.
sir, I got me the King James Version and have found the Comforter, and I want to read John 16. Thank you,
Okay,
sir.
okay. Press one. Deborah said, "I don't care what you talking about." I got me a King James version, and I bet I'm ready to read. So go ahead, Deb. Go ahead, read it for the people sitting back. I can do what I'm doing. Thank you.
Okay. These things have I spoken unto you, that ye should not be offended. They shall put you out of the synagogues. Yea, the time cometh, that whosoever killeth you will think that he doeth God service. And these things will they do unto you, because they have not known the Father nor me. But these things have I told you, that when the time shall come, ye may remember that I told you of them. And these things I said, not unto you at the beginning, because I was with you. But now I go on my way to him that sent me. And none of you asketh me, whither goest thou? But because I have said these things unto you, sorrow hath filled your heart. Nevertheless, I tell you the truth. It is expedient for you that I go away. For if I do not go away, the Comforter will not come unto you. But if I depart, I will send him unto you. And when he is come, he will not reprove. No, and when he is come, he will reprove the world of sin and of righteousness and of judgment, of sin because they believe not on me, of righteousness because I go to my Father and ye see me no more, of judgment because the prince of this world is judged. I have yet many things to say to you, but ye cannot bear them now. Howbeit, when he, the Spirit of truth, is come, he will guide you into all truth. For he shall not speak of himself, but whatsoever he shall hear, that shall he speak, and he will show you things to come. He shall glorify me, for he shall receive of mine and shall show it unto you. All things that the Father hath are mine, therefore said I, that he shall take of mine and shall show it unto you. A little while, and ye shall not see me, and again a little while, and ye shall see me, because I go to the Father. Then said some of his disciples among themselves, what is it that he has said unto us? A little while, and ye shall not see me, and again a little while, and ye shall see me, and because I go to the Father? They said, therefore, what is this that he saith, a little while? We cannot tell what he saith. Now Jesus knew that they were desirous to ask him, and said unto them, do ye inquire among yourselves of what? Of that I said, a little while, and ye shall not see me, and again a little while, and ye shall see me. Verily, verily, I say unto you, that ye shall weep and lament, but the world shall rejoice. And ye shall be sorrowful, but your sorrows shall be turned into joy. A woman when she is in travail hath sorrow, because her hour is come. But as soon as she is delivered of the child, she remembereth no more the anguish for joy that a man is born into this world. And ye now therefore have sorrow, but I will see you again, and your heart shall rejoice, and your joy no man taketh from you. And in that day ye shall ask me nothing. Verily, verily, I say unto you, whatsoever you ask the Father in my name, he will give it to you. Hitherto have ye asked nothing in my name. Ask, and ye shall receive, that your joy may be full. These things have I spoken unto you in Proverbs. But the time cometh when I shall no more speak unto you in Proverbs, but I shall show you plainly of the Father. At that day ye shall ask in my name, and I say not unto you that I will pray the Father for you, for the Father himself loveth you, because ye have loved me and have believed that I came out from God. I came forth from the Father, and am come into the world again. I leave the world and go to the Father. His disciples said unto him,
So now listen, stop right there.
Lo,
Stop right
yes,
there.
yes, yes,
Now
yes,
check this out. Just the
yes,
important meat and potatoes is he gonna send the comforter. So the comforter,
yes, sir.
so the comforter is the spirit of truth. And we were just reading
Yes,
about
sir.
the vessel that the God uses, the body. But look, if you go back to John 14:26, it say, but the comforter, which is the Holy Ghost, who the Father will send in my name. Press one.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So
The
so
14.
yeah, that's 14. So the comforter is the Holy Spirit.
Yes, sir.
Now check this
Yes,
out.
sir.
Didn't the Holy Spirit descend on Christ?
Yes, sir, as a dove.
That's right.
Yes, sir.
As a earthly body, a dove, huh?
Yes, sir.
That's his blessing. That's his crown right there. That's how he crowned him right there. Yes, ma'am. We're gonna get to a lot more of this. Thank you, Deb, for the call.
Thank you, sir. I'll
Yes,
go in the
ma'am.
back.
Yes, ma'am. As I keep saying, he may not have even known. He probably saw a dove out his window one day. Who knows? There's a lot because we're saying Jesus. She was just reading what Jesus said, what he was doing, what he was going to send, who he was going to send in John 14, in John period, but in John 16 as well. So it makes sense going back to the Old Testament in which the person on the screen was talking about Hebrews, Hosea, and all this that other stuff. As I was saying, the New Testament validates the Old Testament. I don't see why people deny Christ and try to throw serapis when you can clearly see those are pagan gods they threw on top of this
Unknown caller.
prophecy. Okay, so stop it. Okay, so stop trying to get me to deny Christ because you because y'all because y'all are of y'all father Ptah or Peter in English. Coffee and Kush TV, you on the air.
Peace, Kev. It's Taj calling in from Atlanta.
Taj, man. I know you probably like, whoa. Go ahead, champion.
Yeah, you know, the things I've been studying, things that you've been putting before us. I come to a real hard realization, and that I always was in pursuit of God, and one one thing I recently came into the realization of is that I was I was you know jumping from this study to this study before I came across the row, and I realized that all of them I was falling up under Mithraim,
Go ahead.
like
Ah,
you had introduced yesterday.
so let's keep it
Everything,
simple. Let's keep it simple for the audience. So
yes sir, yes sir.
so you trying to
Okay,
find God and you keep running into Mithraim. Go ahead.
right.
In different
Everything I
sections
keep
of
running
religion,
into,
correct?
that's correct.
Okay.
Everything leads everything leads back to the bull,
Go ahead.
and you know, in the bull is sacrifice, and
Wait a minute. You broke up.
that's
Repeat what you just said. You broke up.
I said in Mithraim, the bull is sacrificed, and you said something that made me up earlier because I grew up really close to Philadelphia, and everything was the young bull, the young. And my young bull about to run this. I'm gonna send my young bull that on this crash dummy mission, and it was
Yeah.
crash dummy missions that you know what I mean. I was lucky enough to avoid
Yes.
a lot of things,
Yes, sir.
but I realized what I was a what I was a part of,
What
or
we
what
are a part of.
was
The
actually
Yeah, that's what we a
yeah
part of. Go ahead. We grew up in it.
yeah. And I'm just personalizing it, you know what I mean? I
Yes.
don't put it on. I don't want to make nobody feel no. You know what I mean? This is something that I'm expressing.
Go
So you know
ahead,
what I mean?
champion. Go ahead.
I'll take you.
Go ahead.
I stand convicted of you know what I mean, chasing like the false gods and like that. You know what I mean? It's born dead and without law. So everybody, even the people that meant well, I know they meant well, and you know what I mean. They were doing the best that they knew how to do based off the information that they had.
Right.
But they were putting me in a position where I was worshiping the bull, and that the bull get led to slaughter, just like just like every time in this whole mythos is just a replay over and over again. And that's why I said metaphysical concept where the bull just keeps getting sacrificed over and over again to buy out to ball or bell and you know what I mean, Serapis. And that's what this whole system, as I dive deeper and deeper into history, I keep seeing
So you see why
whether it's the you
the
know
little black Jesus is in the black Madonna hands like that? Because
mm-hmm,
he's the
mm-hmm,
sacrifice.
it's the calf, yeah,
Come on, G.
yeah, it's the young calf, the young bull,
The young bull. Go ahead.
doxia, and as far as Roman brick, that's the other thing. That's a whole nother thing. I ain't gonna go there.
Why
And
they
to a
think
lesser extent in Roman Syria and the East.
Go ahead.
Okay. All right. Mithraism is viewed as a revival of early Christianity. When Peter, the Pope, was putting it out there in the 4th century, Mithraism faced
We got him.
persecution from
No,
Christians, and the
Taj. Wait a
religion.
minute,
Yeah,
Taj. Wait a
yeah,
minute.
that's it. That's it.
Wait. Oh my! I got to do this one time. I want all my Catholic brothers to look at each other.
Not like this.
Hit that like button.
Not like this, man.
Not like this.
Fucking
Kev got
Peter,
him
bro.
by the collar, y'all.
I knew it.
I got him by the collar. See, I got Harry S. Truman. Look, the more press one. I got him. Press one. I got y'all. Look, Walt Disney. Look, what? The more press one. And you too, buddy. Press one. Now y'all gotta understand what this is. KevRow ain't playing with none of this. I told y'all not gonna get no rest. Hit that like button and subscribe. I told you. They work for your cousins and them. They work for your cousins and them, remember? I'm not letting it go. I'm not letting nothing go. Cause I told you I was gonna prove it, and that's exactly what I'm gonna do. Prove it. Not that I didn't prove it before, but why not just drive that dagger in? You know what I'm saying? So the Moors can't say, man, Kev over there playing, man. Press one. So the Moors can't say, oh man, Kev over there playing, man. Press one. That's the president. That's the entertainment company. That's the army. You can't fool me. See, I'm finna show y'all something, and it's all about to make sense. How did they do it? How did they trade places with you? Y'all know I was laying right here. Boy, I got some coffee. I ordered 2 coffees from Mickey D's. Gave a $5-6 tip for bringing me 2 cups of coffee. Ain't that something? You know I feel good. You know I feel good. Courtesy of KevRow. You know you got to spread the wealth throughout the economy. You got to spread the wealth throughout the economy. You feel me, Jamie? Talk to me, I talk back. But I was breezing through the internet and I was sitting here wondering, how did they do it? How did they get our brothers to turn and disregard themselves? Press one and join Italy. How was that even possible? See, they lied to us, family. And I want y'all to know tonight that we gonna get there with you. We gonna get to the promised land. They sitting up there lying, working with the ops and the Italian and the French. Bro, and they embarrassed to show up. The bays, where the bays at? Babies, kids. Come here. Come here, babies. Press one. Woo wee. Harry S. Truman little kids. Guess what I found, y'all? Y'all know I gotta get theatrical with this shit. Cause it's boring the other way. It's boring. We take it too serious. I didn't want to let the fellas know you gotta step your knowledge game up, players. Let me see. Arabs? Nah. No, I'm finna take you. I'm finna. How did they get you into this? Let me flip this upside down. How did they turn you into a? Wait, how did? Come on, bro. A black Nazi, a black Italian. Press one. How did this happen? Ha ha. KevRow gotcha. KevRow got you. How did this happen? Well, well, something came across my algorithm as I was about to take me a nap. Would y'all like to see it? Of course you would. Now pay attention because African Americans volunteered to fight for Ethiopia against the Italians' invasion in the early 1900s.
It's to you. Kev Gills, I got you on me.
Yeah, nigga.
Yeah, man. Welcome to the U, have a seat. The only professor applying pressure when he teach. Big cloud in these YouTube streets. I cheat like Wiz Khalid. Call it in if you gon' speak. Press one when you checking in. I got the merch, cop a coffee, a cush shirt. Support the brand,
got
if you
y'all
support
ass.
the man. With the spirit of Steve Coakley, they can't hold me. Back them down and fade away on them like I'm Kobe. Only straight shooter on this computer. Who else you know gon' bring it to your real truther?
Hallelujah.
More haters, more moderators. Get yourself timed up for making outlandish statements. Yeah, ain't no playing. Bungalow 54 is where you go with the herd. I got no patience. Either for God or you love Satan. It's reclassification over entertainment. It's for you.
I tell you, champ.
Everybody wanna have a school, but it's for you. Care less what a hater say you do. It's for you. Press one if you support, if you don't press two. It's for you. Teach nothing over here but the living true. It's for you.
Press what? Press what?
Press one, press one. 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 Press one, press one.
Hey,
Everybody wanna have a school,
but it's the you.
care less what a hater say.
I know y'all see it now, don't y'all? All right.
Press one if you support, if you don't press two, it's for you.
Told you I was gonna bust them up.
Over here but the living true, it's for you.
Come here.
I'm like Scorpion out here. Get over here. And press what? Yeah. They already beat you. I won already. It's to you. I already won. I really don't got to get on the internet and say nothing. Just really Thanos snap and play the video. Press one because I beat you already. You see, I know what happened. I just didn't know when it happened. Press one. See, we got it all down, the theatrics, but where did they come off this land? And when did they? And then we know that they fought for what? Italy. Now that's strange they will fight for Italy in the war and be handed over to Italy on from what the United States government is saying when Mr. Gillespie has them volunteering to fight for Ethiopia.
Yes, sir. So how are they fighting for the same people for opposite ends of the spectrum? Press one. Y'all ready to see?
We kicking. How is that even possible, Mr. Music? Because Mr. Gillespie don't told you the truth. Now look how, if you stay with the truth, now look what you find. Look what's in my algorithm, bruh.
Now let's listen. Take your notebooks out.
150 pounds.
Height.
5'3".
Just what is your profession?
I'm a physician.
Physician. And then why would you want to go in Ethiopia?
Well, I feel it's my duty to give my profession and, if necessary, my life in the cause of Ethiopia. 37.
37. What is your weight?
150 pounds.
Height.
5'3".
Just what is your profession?
I'm a physician.
Physician. And then why would you...
Press one. Now, you know what I did. I jumped my ass right on that internet.
Press one. And I said, wait a minute. Ain't no way.
In the early 1900s, niggas is signing up to fight with Ethiopia because wait a minute, something is wrong here. So we're fighting with Ethiopia against who? Oh, the fascist Nazis. Oh, them. Oh, press one. So now we gotta We call this in baseball a pickle. Mm, 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 mm. I told y'all it was something up with these folk, these so-called French, these so-called these so-called Italians, and this is the same folks. So I didn't understand how the Hellfighters ended up off the land committed to Italy and then end up fighting against Italy in Ethiopia, in Africa. Now, what happened to Ethiopia? Did they surrender? What happened? Talk to me. Press one. Yeah. Now we can talk. Now we talking. See, now it's not just research and no. We got them, family.
Defeat at the Battle of Adwa pretty much shocked the world, as Ethiopia successfully defended its sovereignty against European colonialism. Italy, desperate to avenge this humiliating defeat, invaded Ethiopia again. With Africa being swallowed up by the ills of European aggression, the second invasion of Ethiopia stirred the very soul of Black America, lighting a fire under the Pan-African movement in the 1930s.
Oh my God. Oh my God. I didn't even watch this video and I'm already upset. Press one. I told you. These Black Pan Africans. I told you, bro. I told you I'm 100% right, bro. Now I told you, bro. Now let my sweater go, bro. Let me go, bro. I told my people, champion. I'm the true champion. Floyd Mayweather type shit. Press one. Huh? Let's hear it again. One more time.
Ills of European aggression, the second invasion of Ethiopia stirred the very soul of Black America, lighting a fire under the Pan-African movement in the 1930s.
And guess who was that? Guess who was that? Guess who was going on? Press one. What? What you say? What? Bruh, what? What time frame is this? Kev Gills, right now, give me all my credit. I want all my. Who did this? Busted. You ain't got no choice but to call in to distract. I know we close. I knows we's a close boss. I knows, and that's why I got my ass up early this morning. Start fucking y'all up early like Neo. I came to the court early and started kicking y'all ass. I left, came back after 1 hour, came back and picked up right where I left off. Ain't not even a piece of sweat. Like Neo, just beating you up with all type of sticks and stones that you worship. Press one. And now I just came back for the ultimate. You thought that was a tiger uppercut. Wait till you see this slingshot. Press one. Wait till they see the slingshot. That's how you gotta get them. You gotta make sure ain't no get back. You feel me? The Moors was trying to research everything in the first period. They was trying to research and trying to combat. Then I came back again and invalidated their whole research, because now they got to go even deeper to try to make up another story. Now I just triple back. Nipsey said we double back if y'all coming back out when they do drive-bys. But Kev Gills is tripling back around, making sure them niggas just laid out there. Ain't gonna be no candles out here. In memory of nothing. Press one, just smashing them. Ain't no get back. There is no debate. You feel me say it? Now I win. All we do is win no matter what. Bruh, that should be my theme song. Press one.
Nancy, man, I'm undefeated though. Press 1. Don't be mad at me. That's all I gotta say. Don't be mad at KevRow. Now listen up, chump. The Pan Africans sold you out. The Pan African Moors were working with Mussolini and them, and the federal government knew it. Matter of fact, it was a ploy, it was a trick. Press 1 to get you involved. Press 1, then they know this. Man. Colombo. Yeah. I don't graduated, Woody. Why y'all blocking us? Baller blocking us. You niggas can keep trying. Ain't no stopping us. Press what? Damn. Kev don't found the Hellfighters, and guess where they at? Guess who double crossed us? Oh my goodness. You just wait. Just wait. Damn, that sucks, huh? Brittany was like, damn, that's fucked up. You know what that means? Woo, Kev was right about these damn people on these islands. Damn, straight piracy. 400 years. Get your ass back over there. Press 1. You gotta do them like that. Don't never let these people take you for a sucker. You see how I like play possum? In Compton, cuz, brother, what? I was just over there pretending. I was just playing. You feel me? I could do laps. I can fall back 7 years. Still ain't no one ahead of me. Press 1. That easy. Just you got to keep a constant pace, like the turtle. You know, like the Indians. Press 1. You got to keep that doop-a-doop. And see, I can take a nap and still pass you right back up. It don't matter. Doesn't matter. You can call me boastful. You can call me whatever you want. But I just proved to my classroom that the Pan-African movement is, in fact, a slave movement. Press 1. Now that's some other shit. A straight slave movement.
Swallowed up by the ills of European aggression, the second invasion of Ethiopia stirred the very soul of Black America, lighting a fire under the Pan-African movement in the 1930s.
Ooh. Hey. Busted.
What up, African world? It's Home Team here, and welcome back to another video of African history, culture, and worldview. By supporting this channel on Patreon, you're helping in the creation of these videos and supporting this content. If you like access to full courses and sources, or you simply want to show your support, you may do so by clicking the Patreon link in the description box below. Even though many people groups
That's what they don't want to tell us. They help destroy us. So they set up these science, artificial, metaphysical centers to make us deny ourselves and deny our responsibility in law, in worship, and be lost in time immemorial when the Spanish Moors ruled the earth. By way of who?
across the globe protested Italy's second invasion of Ethiopia. Black Americans were particularly vocal. We mobilized like no other in the 30s in defense of what we saw as Africa's last kingdom, in a sense. Ethiopia was a pride to black people.
Nah, bro, a kingdom that we built. They was under threat, under territory. That's all. They was under threat. They're not the last kingdom of Africa. Y'all people insane. Nah. No. They pirates.
All over the globe.
And they stole something that is called, and they gave it to Europe. They gave it to the queen. Haile Selassie gave them, remember the Ark of the Covenant? Remember? They was calling him the Lion of Judah. But because he did what? Come on, G. Kev on him.
In that time, Black Americans drew inspiration from the ancient and classical literature concerning Ethiopia. As the only nation in Africa to significantly halt European ambition, Ethiopia very clearly became a symbol of black pride for the diaspora. As many of us know,
For the
historically,
diaspora.
African Americans
Not
have been largely Christian, or at the very least,
in God.
they descend from a Christian tradition or worldview.
Fact.
This Abrahamic disposition ironically increased their love for Ethiopia, as there are many positive references to Ethiopia in the Christian Bible. Black preachers all across America would correlate the
Do you hear this?
mention of Ethiopia in the Bible to black people. This allowed black Americans to view themselves as contributors to their religion and place them in the biblical narrative. Dr. L.K. Williams, president of the National Baptist Convention, condemned Italian
Look at the
imperialism
church.
and encouraged black America to aid Ethiopia
Look at them.
in any way they could,
Look.
because he did not want to see the last black empire, as he said, lose its independence and its culture. The Fraternal Council of Negro Churches with
Oh my goodness. It's time to wake up, family. You see? It's time to wake up. Kev Gills, Mr. Gillespie got information that's going to wake up generations. Listen to this.
leaders from 9 principal black churches passed the following resolution. Americans of African descent are deeply stirred in their attitude and sympathies for Ethiopia, a Negroid people who represent almost the only remaining example of independent government by the black race on the continent of Africa. While by sympathy, principle, and ideas we are Americans to the core, we cannot be deaf to the cry that comes from a menaced nation in the land of our fathers' fathers.
Now watch this.
Given this extensive engagement with Ethiopia amongst African Americans, the invasion of this cherished land by the Italians struck a deep chord, and so an aggressive campaign in 1935 and 1936 was erected by Black America to save Ethiopia. One observer remarked that he knew of no event in recent times that stirred the rank and file of Negroes more than the Italo-Ethiopian War. Another commented similarly, contending that the conflict in Ethiopia did more to unite the Negroes' interest in Africa than any event which has occurred since his sojourn in America.
The funny thing is, Italy lost to Ethiopia in 1895, a year before the subversion of the Americas. And Italy attacks Ethiopia in 1935, which is why blacks in America were juiced up by who? People saying they was from where? Africa. They were signing you up and removing you off your homeland. And you were committing treason. These people had you committing treason. Wow.
They viewed black interests in the conflict as a watershed in Afro-American
They're
history,
able to steal your whole
marking the beginning of
genealogy.
a new phase in black American attitudes toward Africa and world politics. Black media outlets began to put in the work to advance a pro-Ethiopian news cycle that condemned America and the international community while simultaneously promoting black American support. News of the conflict in Ethiopia was overflowing the streets, and every eye and ear was fixated on the Horn of Africa. Racial patriotism was a common theme, and the unapologetic stance was warming the heart of black America. In one nationalist appeal, a columnist for the New York Age explained that Africans outside of Ethiopia should aid in the defense of her independence because the impending conflict was racially inspired. Black patriotism was essential to national black solidarity, and for Afro-Americans to stand aside and witness the massacre of the kinsfolk in East Africa would be to condone the crime. Even though some doubt within the black community existed concerning whether or not Ethiopia can actually win again,
What star is that? All right.
and many were ready to go to the Horn and fight alongside their Ethiopian brothers. A group from Fort Worth, Texas considered going to Ethiopia as combat troops. Their leader, Walter Davis, even wrote a letter to the Emperor Haile Selassie, informing him of the group's willingness to spill their blood. This vigor was echoed by many across the diaspora as well. Many organizations were formed over this issue, with Harlem largely being in the center. These organizations focus on raising funds and moral support, sending telegrams to Addis Ababa, and sending Dr. Huggins to the League of Nations to move on account of Ethiopia.
Was Ethiopia a part of the League of Nations? Oh, shit. Ooh, the stolen valor. Insane.
In his petition,
Where's the World Fairs? Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
Dr. Huggins requested of the world to stop Italy and made the argument that an Ethiopian defeat would be a setback for millions of black people in the Americas, and also that this crime would imperil world peace by
What?
made the argument that an Ethiopian defeat would be a setback for millions of black people in the Americas. Dr. Huggins to the League of Nations to move on account of Ethiopia. In his petition, Dr. Huggins requested of the world to stop Italy and made the argument that an Ethiopian defeat would be a setback for millions of black people in the Americas, and also
Lure them out to war one more time. Once they do what they're supposed to, you don't get it. I said, lure them out. Mm-hmm. And if we beat you, we both win. Because they got more resources than everybody. You follow me? Beat you up. Your friends come. Me and you, we win. Because they got everything. Your friends. So me and you need to be friends by doing this. And they're going to come. Don't you get it? They used my brother against you. So if you lose the war against them, guess what they finna do? You lost the war here, because they here with you. So they just beat you. They just beat you up. Your boys are lost. They way in war somewhere else. Just like we said. Fighting against who? Now, are they fighting with Italy in World War I? Or are they fighting with motherfucking Haile Selassie? Because if they're Italians, like you guys are saying, that would make sense to me, because Italy are the fascists. I know that because they fight Ethiopia as fascists, and that's what they said. So I'm trying to think beyond what the American view is. Did you fight with them and lose the war? Wake up, champions. You see that? That's why I said I found the hellfighters. That they fall like hell. And then once they lost the war, they became under the control of what? Italy, Nazi rule, the church. I mean, that's the only thing I can think of. In fact, that's one of the most brilliant things I ever thought of right there, even though I think of some brilliant things sometimes, is that you were suckered out by Pan Africans, and made to denounce your own sovereignty, made to be something that you wasn't. And look, Ethiopia is Italy, so that makes sense. Made it look like they was fighting a war over there, and they all stole your heritage. See, see how easy that is. Let's go.
So that this crime would
Wow.
imperil world peace by encouraging the spread of fascism, disgracing the principles of Christian
So they
nations.
lying.
Of course, his request fell on deaf ears. Even though Ethiopian ambassadors helped in unifying many of the black organizations, politics rendered their efforts futile. One organization sought to take a more tangible approach. The Pan-African Reconstruction Association, headed by Samuel Daniels, an immigrant from Tanzania, recruited African-American soldiers for service in Ethiopia. Multiple U.S. cities like Chicago, Detroit, Kansas City, and Philadelphia boasted about recruiting thousands. Unfortunately for the organization, the U.S. government cited a violation of a federal statute that says no U.S. citizen can serve a foreign nation in war with whom the U.S. is at peace. This statute ended recruitment and also discouraged the bulk of individuals from joining legally. Many of the attempts to aid Ethiopia became difficult, not because of the lack of effort or unity and organization, but simply money. The 30s especially was hard on Black America as the Great Depression worsened their already wealthless state. It became increasingly clear that raising funds amongst an impoverished people barely managing to survive themselves was an impossible task. Black America had the right spirit to fight for what they believed to be their sacred land, but the lack of capital became their kryptonite. Also, the racial controversy of Ethiopian opinion of Black America stirred the pot in the opposite direction, as questions of solidarity from the soil of the Horn apparently wasn't satisfactorily dispelled. The failure of the Ethiopian Black American Coalition may have had a lasting effect on Pan-Africanism, some of which may be seen today. Anyway, I'm all out, guys. I'm hoping you learned something about the history of Black America's support of Ethiopia in the 1930s. If you like these videos and want to help in its continued production,
Wow. Wow. Look.
The Italian invasion of Abyssinia, 1935 through 1936.
Abyss.
At 5 a.m. on the 3rd of October 1935, Italian forces crossed into Abyssinia, modern-day Ethiopia, signaling the start of the Second Italian-Abyssinian War.
Whoa.
The war's outcome would not only change the face of Africa, but the political rifts it caused between the fascist nations and the democratic nations would contribute to the beginning of the most devastating conflict the human race has ever known, the Second World War.
Damn. B, you on the air? What up, champ?
Kev, I'm checking the class out and talking about Ethiopia and Italy. I looked it up and I found something I want to read real quick about Ethiopia and Italy.
Go ahead.
It says in 1884, Negus Menelik II signed the Hewitt Treaty with Britain, granting Ethiopia access to the British sphere of influence of the Nile. Additionally, in 1889, Menelik II signed a treaty with Italy after Italy's takeover of Etruria, aiming to foster a positive relationship between the two nations. Historians have highlighted this rapprochement as Ethiopia's success having exactly participated as the only African state in the participating of the continent. Menelik considered himself equal to his European counterparts, referring to them as his brother. So Menelik was before what's his name? Selassie. So they brothers. They already had a treaty and everything. So yeah, they are that they lured our brothers out with that, man. That's crazy. So you are absolutely correct. And
What does
I
that
was
mean?
like, wow, that means that all right, 1884, before all of this transpired, they already had a treaty. Italy and Ethiopia had a treaty. So it looks like they derived a plan to to get America into a war or get our brothers out of the country, like you were saying. So it's proven that they were already in cahoots with each other, Italy and Ethiopia.
And like I was saying, the black, what I call black Nazis, they're pretty much like the black SS, the black arm of Italy, and the fascists, which end up taking over
Mm.
America, which and they are Black Death, in my opinion, because they are part of the regime that infiltrated our people
Yes, sir. Because
for
if
Italy.
Italy is
Yes,
right, because if Italy is fascist, which you showed us is fascist, or the Nazi regime, then they calling them their brothers. That
that's right.
mean that hey, y'all got the same father. You are Nazis. You black Nazis. So yeah, that's proven it. Yes, sir. And I don't want to
They,
hold up
but I
the
wouldn't call
class,
them
but
Nazis because Nazis wasn't around at the time. Germany wasn't established till what year? I mean, incorporated
19 it was incorporated in 1949.
in where? Frisco.
Uh, I have to pull back my notes and check that out. But I know under when we was looking at all the different countries and when they were incorporated or founded, how they were saying it wasn't founded as Germany until now. So
Okay,
they were like
I got you. Let me get to the next caller, B, and call me back. Call me back, champion. Please call me back,
yes sir,
my
yes
man.
sir.
Call from
Al,
What up, Al? What up, man? Coffee and Kush TV, you on the air. What up?
Hey, what up, friend? Hey, I was calling to give you a props. You be spending some information that other cats don't even recognize yet. And I listen to a lot of cats, and they don't even bring the information the way that you bring it, whether it's Moors or the Aboriginal brothers or the so-called Indians or whatever they call themselves. I just called to give you a props, G1.
Well, thank you very much, champion. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Anyway, you can even tell by the Russian Turk like attire, these are the same attires, bro. And this is what they was calling Buffalo Soldiers, bro. And I found out these dudes was with the Russian Italy, bro. These motherfuckers was with the Imperial Guard. I said, no fucking way. No fucking way. So what we dealing with here is a huge betrayal. This betrayal is worse. This is what the white man was allowed to use. They pretty much gave them your names and all of what they were in treaty to uphold. This is crazy. You talk about a double cross. I would never thought. I mean, when I see Morris World TV and these dudes, but now I see like, damn. So y'all was actually y'all are with them, and y'all claiming the white man or the American white man did this. No, 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 no. You did this. There's no such thing as no American white man. For white people are a collective of 50 nations. You're white. You. You're from the Sudan. You come here from Africa by way of the diaspora. You're white. And you're here just like every other immigrant to take advantage of this system. Because that's what it's there for you to do. For you to do, not us. You. You feel me? You got to understand that the Indians are them as well. Caremio and all them, they all, the Germanic tribes, they all nationalized themselves and became Indians here. You see that crescent moon with the star on him? This Indian, you see that? Indians, Indians, Caremio, Indians, Indians. All this is nonsense, bro. All this is the Germanic white supremacist myth. And actually, this is Germanic and worse than what the Nazis did. And this guy even knows his bloodline is just all over the place. Look down here. His family tree. Caucasian. He said, how did a Caucasian and the Indian make a Jew? So he knows he's just trying to claim things that's not his at all. Because he has no birthright to nothing but a YouTube page. You feel me? Hit that like button and subscribe. So we dealing with a real theft of Arabic Sultan Mohammedans belief system, who believe in rocks and stones. Okay, period. And sticks and stones. And y'all all together. Okay? Y'all all together. Okay? God body along with the Russian Jew. Okay? By way of Italy. Both of you. I bet you Italy and Ethiopia sitting right there on top of each other, and they have breakfast every day. I bet you that shit look like North Carolina and South Carolina. Press one. Now that I'm getting a better idea about theft, now you starting to realize, wait a minute, these Bays and Moors are all a part of this? You goddamn right. The people who call themselves Jamaicans, that ain't no new word. That ain't no island term that's been around thousands of no damn years. The word Jamaican ain't in the Bible or nothing like that. Are you crazy? These people are Ethiopian, Haile Selassie, and even then, that's incorporated conversation, because that's going back into these people, the Sudanese and much other tribes. Look at the hat. Look, Italy, Nati. Look. Told you. Look. Sonetta and them. Black News 103. Hit the like button and subscribe. So they can't say they're not a part. We just got a greater understanding now on who they are. Once you get a greater breakdown of the science behind who they are, then you got it. You feel me? So actually, when you look at this stuff, you're supposed to be looking at this from a different level, family. Not from their level. Hell no. Listen to this.
Time when the emperor first became a symbol of his country and
Come on, come on, don't mind what Mussolini said. Let us march in battle array and take a gun in our hand and defend the Ethiopian war. Declare.
At the League of Nations in Geneva, the emperor went to plead Ethiopia's just cause. The League, fearful of a shadow which would turn into the Second World War, did nothing.
Right. Well, so while you going through the Holocaust, he going to the League of Nations for what? What the fuck? Look at Brittany. They're under the order of the Holy Trinity, represented by the Crown Council in Washington. Damn. Look. These ain't our people. This not a real sovereign. They created him.
Shamefully, the great powers left Ethiopia to Mussolini and the emperor to lonely exile in England.
Exiled in where? England.
Nowhere, I think, was the emperor's tragedy felt more deeply than among the black people
He
of
sound
the
like
West,
Elijah
the
Muhammad.
slave descendants in North America and the Caribbean.
Press one. He sound like, oh my goodness.
From the Caribbean of the West, the slave descendants.
He sound, oh my goodness. He sound like, oh my goodness.
Nowhere, I think,
Oh
was the
my
emperor's
goodness.
tragedy felt more deeply than among
Is
the
that
black
is
people
that
of
my
the West.
oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my did I tell what? What you say? What? Oh my goodness. That's who that is. Oh, I'm finna fucking fart right now, and I don't give a shit. Press what? Is that like but subscribe? My stomach hurt. Ah! Do you know what that means? I'm finna. Oh my goodness. They robbed us. Oh my goodness. That's why he looked that way. He look. Oh.
The slave descendants in North America and the Caribbean.
Oh my goodness. So they was getting people to sign up for. He said, "Don't break them down, Kev." They was, hey, black and silver. They was getting people to sign up and deny their sovereignty, wasn't they? So they can become what? Sovereign, God body, Moors, Islamic, Rastafari. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Black consciousness had dawned in Jazz Age Harlem, and Africa fermented in the exiles' hearts.
Told you.
Many supported a black activist called Marcus Garvey, and when he demanded Africa for the Africans and
oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
many supported a black activist called Marcus Garvey, and when he demanded Africa for the Africans and repatriation to the homeland, they saw Ethiopia as a special symbol of the whole continent.
Told you. They thought Ethiopia was the whole continent. Press one, they lied to them. They thought they was going back to Africa. Marcus Garvey was tricking them. Remember, he got them on a Black Star Line that was, oh my goodness, owned by J.P. Morgan. J.P. Morgan and the Lloyds in London had insurance on not only the ship, but the people too. Press one, J.P. Morgan is the bank finance. Oh my goodness, family. Oh my goodness. I don't believe it. I don't fucking believe it, bro. Are we proving Marcus Garvey? I don't gotta prove it. It's right here. Listen. To re-expatriate. To expatriate. Taj, you knew this, bro. You said it. You didn't know Marcus Garvey? That's Marcus Garvey. Where Taj at? Oh, I'm kicking y'all ass. Taj ain't in here? Taj, you up in this bitch. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Black consciousness had dawned in Jazz Age Harlem, and Africa fermented in the exiles' hearts.
Oh my goodness.
Many supported a black activist called Marcus Garvey, and when he demanded Africa for the Africans and repatriation to the homeland, they saw...
And what is repatriation into the homeland? Oh, you know that new term? Ghana will bless American citizens? That shit. Oh man, you guys are in trouble, bro. Denounce your sovereignty so they can take your shit, bro.
Ethiopia as a special symbol of the whole continent.
Marcus Garvey was
Until
for
now.
Margaret Sanger. You used him to genocide whole babies for health care, bro.
It alone had not been seized by white Europeans. Such people volunteered to fight for Haile Selassie, although only a handful managed to go.
They thought
Or
that
they
was
organized
they thought it was a fuck Ethiopia was all of Africa. And Ethiopia is not all of no. Oh my goodness. And Pan Africans and saying what? It's commit. It's commit. Oh my goodness. All y'all are pathetic, bro. All y'all is pathetic. Y'all, man, when I wake up in the morning, bro. Ooh wee.
to send relief.
Sugar now.
Black Americans rallied towards the cause, and
Told
black
you.
Jamaicans likewise. And so the organization was formed in New York, 150th
Oh my
Avenue,
goodness.
New York.
By
They-
Sinetta House.
As Ethiopian World Federation Incorporated. Those people gave up monies, medicine, clothes, and what have you, and sent into Haile Selassie.
A branch of the Ethiopian World Federation soon opened in Jamaica, where Garvey came from. But in this neglected corner of the British Empire, black frustration
Man, what if Haile Selassie and these people? Oh my goodness! But anyway, this thing is fucking insane.
had a new twist. A few ex-followers of Garvey had begun to mix Haile Selassie, symbol of Africa, with biblical notions of a Messiah. By abbreviating
Wow.
Jehovah, or Yahweh, to Jah, and adding this to the emperor's earlier name, Rastafari, they created the invocation Jah Rastafari, a black Messiah for their redemption.
Wow.
It would be years before any followers of the
Press one, a false Christ, a false redeemer, sold him out. Sold him out. Wow. Wow.
Rastafarian faith reached Ethiopia. The emperor knew nothing about them, as he himself returned, with British military help, to reclaim his throne.
Damn. So they reinstalled him. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. 424-209-9506. 424. So y'all just got this out of Africa theory. Y'all just got all this. And to be honest with you, these Pan-Africans are ridiculous. And they can't tell you the truth because they gonna tell you they are with them. Press one in Abyssinia, Abyssinia is what the name of the place is. Press one. So you know I got to do my research. But I'm realizing now that you guys are the science or the epiphany of a slave. Yeah, red pill, blue pill, all you metaphysical teachers that's out there, y'all just want to daydream. Y'all don't want to do shit. Y'all just want to daydream. Yeah, because it seems you guys took part in the downfall of the Victorians. Press one. Y'all took part in the downfall of the true heirs. And you and Tariq Nasheed and all you little funny looking wannabe African Americans have no claim to nothing because y'all helped bring these people down. Yes, you did. Yes, you the fuck did. And y'all claim Pan-Africanism and Garveyism and all of this, and y'all see Dr. Umar is a fool. A fool. Y'all, but y'all like the daydream. Y'all like the daydream. You don't want to know about the ancestors. You want your ancestors in Africa doing African dances with doing hula hoop dances over there or some shit. Because you don't want the responsibility. You don't want the ugly and harsh truth that your people was genocided right here in America. You know, damn slave. We don't even look like them. We don't dress like them. We don't act like them. We created everything here. And this downfall of our shit just happened. Our names are still in effect. So it's a shame that brothers must not be tied in like I am. Cause my heart, my soul, bro, my genetic makeup pumps this information. That's the cold thing about it. If you ain't pumping that, maybe you ain't got no attachment to it, or maybe you were just here trying to subvert, and now I'm in a place where you can't subvert because I'm past that. Press 1, so all that's left is this. I told y'all I was in a mental space of peace, and that's where I'ma stay. Right there. Don't be messaging me about nothing if it's not on my show. Bring it up then. Do not try to steer this show nowhere. I don't care about no riches or nothing. What I care about is people finding out how this happened. And who did I prove that? How did you become a Nazi? Oh, you was fighting for Ethiopia and they beat your ass. Oh my goodness. And then they reinstated him after the exile. Oh, he did his job. Lured you right out there. So they are actually the betrayers of you. That's why they claim sovereignty citizen in a friendship pact with this corporation the way that it does, because they're playing the role per se. The real stake of claim and the real heirship is the papers that exist here in the Americas. That's the only thing that mattered. African names ain't on there. Ethiopian names ain't on there. None of this George Washington all the way up ain't got nothing to do with nobody else but this country. So all this extra cap about Africa, well, go home. Because I don't give a damn about all that. That ain't got shit to do. There's not a Dikembe Mutombo on that paperwork that got nothing to do with trust or nothing. Press 1. So y'all can get mad, but you shouldn't have been having your hands in the cookie jar. So now it's exposing time in the world, and it comes to find out all you black folk are right with the Italy to do what? To play the game. Ain't no racism. It's them against you. It's them against you, and it's always been. So while you sitting here trying to fit in and thinking you coming from Africa and denouncing we should go home, you ain't took your ass home yet. Ethiopians today claim a white status today. Is that true? Press 1, because I know Sudan claim a white status. Press 1, and see? So everybody is claiming a white status, but the people claiming black status in America, something is off. Something is off. You dead and everybody else is alive, but these are your names. Something is off. So immigrants get your name and get your forefathers' pensions package comes with being the firstborn, and that's what y'all do. That's not fair. Y'all need to go home and worry about your own African pension. Oh, they don't got none. Oh, and the Jewish pension, I don't know. Y'all need to go home and figure that out. But it's coming to the fact that the only true organic Americans are the Negro. Latinos are white on paperwork. Asia, everybody's white, bro. So ain't nobody, when it's all said and done, ain't nobody gonna say, I ain't do nothing. No, you did. No, you did. You did. There's nobody who can't say they didn't take part in the genocide and the raping and pillage of who you call the African American people, who I call the Victorians, who was robbed and pillaged by the 50 nations that's written on Tupac stomach. Press 1. the League of Nations. Hit that like button and subscribe. Okay, what does Abyssinia mean in Arabic? Press 1. Y'all ready? Y'all ready now? Y'all ready for the truth? Hit that like button. I told y'all, support the real. Support the real. Don't be ashamed to support KevRow. It's okay. Press 1. It's sweeps week. It's sweeps week. I did so much today, I may not have to come on the computer tomorrow or the next day. Or the next day. Because this is some powerful information. And sometimes you got to let the community breathe again, like Tony Braxton say. Hit that like button and subscribe. I don't know why I be coming up with this music genre like that, but I be banging. So check this out, y'all. This going to be great. This going to be great. Okay? What does, the thing is, what does Abyssinia mean in Arabic? The objection of the people of the country to the term Abyssinia arises from the fact that the Arabic word Habesha, from which it is derived, means confusion. Oh, my goodness. And that it has come to connote, as the Arabic use it with reference to Abyssinia, mongrel, a strange mixture. Press 1. Wow. Wow. So we go deep even further. Mongrel. Press 1. A dog of no definable type or breed. Press 1. Wow. So to be honest, man, it's just unveiling itself. We were used as an obstacle to destroy us. Press 1.
The Second Italo-Ethiopian War was exceptionally brutal. Not very long, but definitely brutal. Course of October 1935 all the way until May of 1936, this war was famous for Italy's use of mustard gas during it. The Ethiopians had astounded the European powers.
Makes sense, don't it? That's crazy. Mustard gas, and we were hit with what? Agent Orange, which is what? What color is mustard? Yellowish orange, Agent fucking Orange. Come on, family. You know, it's only so much that I can say and encourage brothers. There's only so much that I can do, but I'm going to keep doing my research for the ladies, of course, and the people who contribute to this program. And, you know, I'll be back in the morning with more research, and if not the next day, but it's really just about research now pertaining to what I'm discussing. And that's it, because I got a free mind, a free heart. I'm free. And I don't got the confines of everybody that a lot of these other people got. So I'm allowed to think on this and be okay with that. I never thought we would get this far, but we are extremely far. Like, wait a minute. The Jamaicans.
Unknown caller.
The Rastafarians are the Jamaicans, yes. And the Haitians are the
Press 1.
French and all. Yes, bro. Coffee and Kush TV, you on the air? What up?
Hey, Kev, I couldn't let you get out of here without sharing one more thing. I sent you a picture. I sent you a picture of Haile Selassie kissing the hand of Queen of England, and it's got something at the bottom. It said, I'm going to go ahead and read it for you. It says, Emperor greeting, planning a courtly kiss on the hand of Queen England II. Emperor Haile Selassie welcomed the English ruler of England.
He kissed the ring. He kissed the ring.
Yeah, he kissed the ring, bro, and they got him kissing the ring.
Yeah.
And it says he welcomed the English ruler to the London's
Ethiopian embassy. Selassie, who recently received the Order of Garter from the Queen, was also present at the honorary Oxford law degree.
Wow.
So he's a part. He's a part of that. He kissed the ring. They got on the picture. They got him right there kissing the ring. So they bowed down to the monarchy.
Well,
Yes,
was it?
sir.
Yes, to the new supreme deity.
Yes, sir.
Unbelievable. The Lion of Judah will never bow down to
Now,
a false monarch when oh my goodness.
so that shows the false line of Judah right there, because like you said, it ain't happening. You know, that ain't happening with the true line of Judah. Ain't kissing no rings. You know, so
And
I had.
Thank you for that, champion.
I
Thank
had
you for that. And they're
yeah,
Italy. They're
yes, sir.
one. They're one with the Italian. There's the black Italians, and they will be Jewish. Go. Thank you, champion. Thank you,
Yes, sir.
my man.
All right now.
See, y'all. That's what I love about this class. It happened so fast. See, busted. It's an Oxford law degree. Press one. Busted, man. Busted. So I'm gonna let my brain rest for the night, and I'll see y'all tomorrow, if not the next day.
Unknown
We
caller.
got another caller. Y'all better keep it going. You better keep it going. That's all I'm saying. Hit that like button and subscribe. 404. You on the air? What up?
Travis Scott, speak, bro.
Yeah.
Hey, Speaker down said something, and it just now hit me. He said the Order of the Garter.
Yes.
The Order of the Garter is the Red Cross. They go back to the St. George's Cross and everything with that, like George and the Dragon and all of that. All of it goes back to that. Is allegory, so I hesitate to even throw it in the mix. But that's like, the Red Cross being St. George's Cross and everything, the Order of the Garter. That's
Magna Carta. See, that's what
big.
they're claiming.
That's what they say. You know the truth.
Well, I'm just saying that's what they're claiming. You're saying the Order of the Garter, but they're just the remnant circle encompassing the contract. So that they're just claiming George's position. That's all. And Haile Selassie is supposed to be the sovereign. So he's relinquishing power over to her, the queen.
Just another actor, just another character in this huge script. You know what it is.
But I'm saying it's deep down to the satanic level on a spiritual when you're in Christ. But thank you for the call, Taj. Y'all got to get back in y'all word, bro, because y'all disregard Christ, and y'all not putting no focus on that, which is the only thing that's real and what they are portraying. Y'all gotta get big. Y'all gotta get back in. Y'all gotta get in y'all word and in the law. That's crazy, but yeah, Kev is back up out of here. Kev is gone. I love y'all. I see y'all back. More research. Get back on these Moors. See, Taj got up out of here. He talking about the Magna Carta. Nigga, you need to be talking about these Moors. Y'all always changing it around. We know that. You need to talk about what you know, hat man. Coffin, y'all not finna run circles around Kev. And that's what you're not doing. Take the hat off, press one, and get ready to break us down and let us know what this is. You was a Moor. You know this. Y'all was Moors. Press one. See, they know quantum. They know the science behind. They running away now. Taj is Jamaican Hindu. Taj, what's your nationality, Taj? You a Jamaican Hindu? Yep. Call back Taj. Let's ask Taj his nationality. Taj, call it in.
Yes.
Oh my goodness, that'll be hilarious. This will be the funniest day in America. Taj, what's your nationality? The women on your head. The women said you was a Jamaican Frenchman trying to change the subject. Press
Down on
one.
this
Unknown caller.
Taj is calling back. He said,
You don't
"Fuck
believe me?
that."
We just talked about the tethered
Coffee and cookies.
situation. But since you don't believe me, press one. Since you don't believe me, that's a damn shame. They got to go through all this tethered. What is it? It's a term used by members of the American Negro ethnic group, referred to later in history and later on African American FBA, ADOS. Both of them the same thing. Both of them is French. All of them is a bunch of French, German, blacks, immigrant families who came over and immigrated in the early 1900s. So if you immigrated here in the 1900s, and you say, man, we third and fourth generation who hate thee because your ass is an immigrant. Your forefathers was immigrants too. And now you trying to say foundationally black? That means permanently black. I don't want to be foundationally, because our people wasn't calling ourselves black. Our people, so how are you calling yourself foundationally black from the foundation? You were sovereign. You were freeman at your inception. You were birthed here and born from the dust of this land before anybody who would consider themselves federally black. That's what it means. It ain't foundationally black. It's federally black. Y'all foundations always lead back to a nigga being dead in law. I don't want to be dead in law. I need to be able to speak. Y'all like being black. That's what's wrong with the black man today. He don't mind being dead. Yeah, you don't mind being dead. See, I mind, nigga. Every time I feel like I'm dying, the nigga drink some water and wake up. Nigga drink some coffee. I don't even want to think about it. Press one. Y'all just enjoy it. Y'all sit back and just stay silent. That's how you dead. I'm sitting up here wondering why these niggas ain't talking. My bad. I'm alive. My bad, ladies. I was waiting on the niggas to be like, oh shit. But no, I would have to accept what I am, and I am alive. Press one. I don't know about you. So I know how to speak. I know what I'm looking for. I know what I'm climbing out of. See, the black men want to be black and live in allegories. That way they just remain part of the dead. They just want to believe in allegories and have no lessons in law and don't want to be lawful. They want to make believe God's law, then live it. And I had to understand that. So I ain't getting upset with you. I ain't finna sit up here and age while y'all just remain dead. No, if you not dead, then you can hear. Press one. I'm gonna let my little homie get on this track. Press. Brother, I'm just trying to tell you, you got to be alive, fellas, to go here. KevRow is about being alive. It's about choosing Christ, bro. Not choosing death. Your lips can move, nigga. You ate breakfast this morning. Press one. You was talking to your wife. Take that. Yeah. You went and ordered some food and move your lips and free yourself. And how you show that you are free and want to be free. And then you got to call out with knowledge and wisdom. God. What is God? Who is that? So we're going to get to it. B from Texas, you on the air.
Yes, sir. Hey, I had to call in. We're going to do it every time. Hey, they ain't wasting no time. We ain't neither.
Man.
Yes, sir.
So you see my topic, the tethered Aryans, the Tartarians. Press one.
For real. The Tetherians. Yeah, they
hold up. We're gonna name them, right? We finna coin it. I'm finna change my whole. This is the study of how do you say this?
The Tetherians.
No,
the Tetherians.
The Tetherians.
the Tetherings. Them tetherings, they like to tether, hook up, try to cleave on to Jacob. Now, ain't the scriptures real?
They trying to cling on to Jacob. Like, you remember when? Oh my goodness! Yes, I seen it.
I said, wow, bro. They And then one thing I've been seeing in the research, bro, all 50 nations get these rhesus monkey acceptors to play us and to try to lead our people in a different ways. I said, God, dog, if they don't stop.
Now guess what, bro? Now what I'm about to put on the of course you crazy. They need them to be us so bad.
For real.
Right? So I'm finna put on the screen what black is in Wikipedia so our people wake up. All right. So let's get to the basics of what black is. And that's not on law. We're not even dealing in the incompetence in the real word of black. Let's look at Wikipedia. Okay, blacks is a racialized classification of people. You heard that?
A racialized classification.
We
racialize
classification of people, usually a political and skin color based category for specific populations with a mid to dark brown complexion. Not all people considered black have dark skin. In certain countries, often in socially based systems of racial classification in the Western world, the term black is used to describe persons who are perceived as dark skinned compared to other populations. It is most commonly used for people of sub Saharan African ancestry, indigenous Australians, and Melanesians.
There they go with their melanin. Everybody, there they go.
Melanesians, I repeat.
Melanesians. So use a black Asian, basically.
Through it is being applied in many contexts to other groups, and no indicator of any close ancestral relationship whatsoever to indigenous African societies. Do not use the term black as a racial identity.
See, there you go right there. Talking about your ancestors, man, get out of here, bro. Wikipedia even though.
Contemporary anthropologists and other scientists, while recognizing the reality of biological variation between different human populations, regard the concept of a unified, distinguishable black race as socially constructed. Different societies apply different criteria regarding who is classified black, and those social constructs have changed over time. In the number of countries, social variables and affect classification as much as skin color, and the social criteria for blackness vary. In the United Kingdom, black was historically equivalent with a person of color, a general term for non-European people. While the term person of color is commonly used and accepted in the United States, the near-sounding term colored person is highly offensive, except in South Africa, where it is descriptor of the person of mixed race. In other regions,
colored. They be listening to Ice-T and be jamming. Colors.
I am a nightmare walking, psychopath talking. Oh my God.
God, dog.
We free the people, though. I love freeing the people. This is such a blessing.
Yes, sir.
Damn. They said a bunch of iced tea.
For real. That's all I can hear.
So that's on Wikipedia, bro. Just to give our people an idea of the term. We're not even talking Black's Law or 1828 or nothing. Let's just go with black. Okay?
With black. Okay. Now, man, bro, these people, where do we begin?
You got Marcus Garvey. We got W.E.B. Du Bois. All the people that these people hold in high esteem.
Facts.
Now that we looking at what's really going on with them, bro, these boys is totally against. What did they say in that video when he was saying where the tether was? Hold on, I got my notes. Okay, tethers. According to that video, that guy said black immigrants who worked against the interests of black Americans. So we got Marcus Garvey working against the interests of black Americans. We got W.E.B. Du Bois got you working against the interests of black Americans. So this thing about them labeling us, I'm looking at Jesse Jackson with the labeling us African American. Now we got Tariq Nasheed. He want his. He trying to put himself in Black history. What do you say? FBA? I almost said FDA.
Yeah, FBA, foundationally, permanently black niggas that'll never come out of that status. Go ahead.
And then when he say foundational, the foundation is the bottom, bro. He's straight saying we the foundation of anything is the bottom. Everything built on top.
So foundationally black. What is it? Built
So-
on the bottom, right? And not only that.
Right.
But what are you saying as far as black? When you say you are black, what are you?
You are saying you dead, foundationally dead America, and that make me think about the bones and like all the stuff built on top, the city.
Bingo.
So that's crazy.
So
bro.
he trying to take
When
it
he
into
saying,
the we that was here. No, you that was here was the Moors and these people who came in the night to overthrow us and genocided our people. Period.
yes, sir.
Go ahead, champ.
Yes, sir. And I sent you a picture of like we talking about Japan and all these people saying that especially the Moors, they saying they Asiatic black man.
They are.
Yes, sir, they are. I got W.E.B. Du Bois with his clique. He took a nice picture.
Let me bring that up for the classroom. Give me about 15 more seconds. Wow. Those are all his friends.
Yes, sir.
This how Tyreek and them take pictures with their friends when we not around. Wow.
For real.
Let's take it.
For real, bro.
So W.E.B. Du Bois.
Look, Black History.
Oh my goodness, we learning Black History right
Black
now.
History Month. Yeah, they ain't never show us this in school. They show us how, like, why you ain't show us this? Who you with, man? God, dog, that boy, they got him surrounded. This man here.
Yeah.
I gotta let's see.
So So they're with them.
Yes, sir, they are.
That's why they're all Marxists.
Yep. And these ideals that they come up with, that Pan Africanism, they got something called Pan Asian also. Got the Pan African and the Pan Asian, they are one. And they all on liberation, liberty, not freedom.
Not
yes,
right. Not right. They know if it was going by right, the right isn't theirs to have.
Yes, sir. So they out here stealing birthright. They done found like you said, the black face. We gonna go ahead and they got real what they consider real blackface instead of using the paint. They got it. We're gonna use these people. I got this excerpt with the W.E.B. Du Bois. It says It says summer of 1942 in the Midwest was abnormal warm. The sweltering heat of southern Illinois beat down on a group of young black men. Okay, hold on. Here we go. Right here. It's these young black men that was out of Eastern Illinois says they occasionally were passerby in East St. Louis would have easily mistaken them for laborers. It says they were mixed members of the Black Nationalist Parliamentary Pacific Movement of the Eastern World.
What?
Okay. Yes, sir. They call PMEW.
So these
and
are, look, where do Aryans originally come from? They said the Aryan race, with the arrival of the Aryan race, which originally from Central Asia.
Yes, sir.
So they're Aryans.
Aryans, yes, sir. They Aryans. Now, they also mentioned this group, all right, the Pacific Movement of the Eastern World, which is they got an acronym PMEW. All right. It said, and the Nation of Islam. It says training for an imminent invasion of the mainland United States by Japanese Empire. It says they are not prepared. It says they are not prepared to repulse the invader, but to welcome and join the fight. So they with Japan.
The Nation of Islam?
Yeah, it said Pacific Movement of Eastern World and the NOI. They were training
with Japan.
Pacific. Yes, sir. They were training.
What? That's where Elijah Muhammad. What's his name?
That makes sense. Elijah Muhammad. Yes, sir. That's why he sound like that. Asiatic black man.
Is who?
Okay.
Is God.
Yep, they saying it's God. That's what they believe is.
What the fuck? Go ahead. I'm putting extras on it, but I love it. I love every bit of it. Big time.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Okay, it says most historiography, even those concerning such movements of African American liberation, fails to include even a mention of such organizations as PMEW. All right, this is another group. And the Ethiopian Peace Movement, Chicago. It says, or NOI, notable Elijah Muhammad's deep friendship with Japanese agents. It says the stories, figures, organizations which appear in the article should not and cannot be regulated. Regulated to mere what is this word? Incidental status in the annuals of the history of colored struggle. See, colored again. Okay. This guy says, I approach this topic not from the purely Pan-African lens, nor from the sole standpoint of Japanese history. There are countless sources for both. Rather, the 20th century histories of Black America and Japanese nation struggles are acceptance in the community of world power was at the time complicated, at times ironic, but extra capable from the rise importance of the race conflict of global politics of the late 19th century and early 20th century, okay, which often pitted colored races in an existential struggle against the white race, okay? So what I got from that was you got them coming with this color thing, color with all the races, but they Pan-Africans, and Pan Asians
They're all
together,
Aryans.
and they all misleading.
They're
Yes,
all
sir. Which are all Aryans. Yes, sir. All Aryans. Yes,
So
sir.
white
Now,
supremacy is built on Aryan power.
yes, sir.
When you go to jail, the Nazis are considered Aryans.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And they always Aryan pride, Aryan is.
Yep. And we just thinking, quote unquote, white skinned Europeans.
Facts.
But it's more to it than that. Just as we seeing.
Black
Yes,
Aryans.
sir. Black Aryans. Yes, sir. Now, all right. They would, you know how they talk about. I got another excerpt. This one is easy too.
Tartarians, black Tartarians.
Black Tartarians. Yes, sir. Trying to, like you saying, they faking to mislead our people, and they wow, bro.
Wasn't that in the Pan African Conference way back then? Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. They all, yes, sir. You got them all meeting together. Now, I got this other excerpt from the University of Massachusetts, Amherst. All right, it's a guy named Satoka Takashi. It says, and the flowering of the black messianic nationalism. And all right, we got here we go. It says during World War II, some 125 African Americans were arrested for resisting the draft or for exercising seditious behavior. The 20 and so persons held on more serious charges included Elijah Muhammad of the Allah Temple of Islam, a religious association. All right, then we got Midi Maud Lena Gordon of the Peace Movement of Ethiopia. All right, this was an African repatriation movement in the Garvey tradition.
Oh my goodness.
Yes, sir.
Oh,
now hold on, I'm gonna stop right there. That's it right there. I got something I'm about to send you right now.
I've been saying. They
sir.
were used to expatriate us and uproot us.
Yes, sir. Now I'm sending you this picture right here.
There it is. That's it right there.
That's it. Now I got evidence. I got footage. It's not just talk. I just sent it to you.
I told y'all wasn't getting away. I told y'all.
No, sir.
Hit that like button. Hit that Cash App. Deborah Nichols, shout out to you. Cedric Jefferson, shout out to you. But hey, shout out to Royal Purple. What's that $100 contribution to the program? Love you, girl. Good looking. I love that. I love the support that I get on my program. I love that, especially the women support and really can use this information to their benefit and see real knowledge being done. It may not be in a professor setting, but this is as professor you gonna get in our community. Go ahead, champ.
Yes, sir. I just sent you that picture. I got on that picture, you see Marcus Garvey on there, and then next to him is the lady that was just talking about, Midi Maud Lena Gordon.
Okay.
She was
so
the she's from the what they call the peace movement of Ethiopia, that repatriation movement.
I'm starting to think they midgets and dwarfs because he's small. Go ahead.
And I looked that up. Like I was just on some simple stuff. Like what was his height? They saying 6'3".
Hell no.
But when I got a picture of him going to jail, boy, you don't look no 6'3".
Yeah,
I don't believe
he's
it.
smaller than the other people. The white man that was taking him to jail, he way smaller than him. 6'3". I'm 6'3". What? Stop.
Now look, that's a donkey she's sitting on, Kel.
See?
A donkey not tall as a horse.
Nuh-uh.
He barely taller than a donkey.
Damn.
So that proves something else.
You know what that proves to me, boy? That proves to me, damn, this is Napoleon in the flesh, nigga. This is Jim Kung Un, Genghis Garvey. This is him, bro.
Genghis Garvey.
I knew it. He wasn't today. I like that you said he ain't smaller. He ain't bigger than that damn donkey. Look at that. She on it, sitting sideways as a woman. So if she get off of that, she probably taller than him, and she may be the same size.
Yes, sir.
Well, yeah, he's
yes,
still.
Sir.
If he's sitting in the side of a vehicle, he's getting pulled over as a minor. Boop, pull that over. Boop, boop. Boy, hey, little kid, bro. Who will you grab my man, bro? This ain't right. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead. So this organization did what?
They were known for the repatriating. So getting our people to basically give up their stuff.
Voluntarily denounce themselves. What does that mean in the Nation of Islam and these people back in the day?
Give up your name.
Okay, so how do you do that?
You give up you give up your name by taking on X or whatever they want you to take on.
So the movie Malcolm X and giving up your name and the white man was a counterintelligence program to give up your basic freedoms?
Yes, sir, and become black.
Black in law and dead.
Yes, sir.
And to give up your name. And mark your name
yes, sir.
as an X. That means somebody can sign for you. You know when X marked the spot, what's right
there? Yes, sir.
So when
they got a signature line.
What you say? They got a signature what?
Yeah. Got a signature line. Go ahead, sign right here.
Sign right here. So, no. Sign an X. Your new name is X.
Yes, sir. The next person that they bring in go sign their name right there. That's their new name.
That's their new name. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. God, dog.
Willingly, right? Advertise it all over the place with another dwarf, Spike Lee, and all that.
Yep. Now, another thing, they got more organizations. I'm about to read that's on the same tip. All right. Okay. We stopped at the peace movement of Ethiopia. One of the in the Garvey tradition says Reverend Ethelbert A. Brewster of the International Assembly of the Church of Freedom League. It says a Hebrew organization, a black Hebrew organization, and Bishop David D. Irwin and General Lee Butler, leaders of the Pacific movement of the Eastern world. That's that PMEW.
Yes.
It says they were immigrationist group. Okay. So all right. Hold on, I got the definition of immigrationist. So all these people on the same tip, getting our people to jump in these groups and then
give up their sovereignty.
Then go from there.
Pledge to be.
Give it up.
Yeah, pledge their names away. And it's pretty much like Jim Jones and all that other stuff back in the day where you literally you expatriate yourself to become dead in law under new guidance, under new sovereignty, under what? More? Under a Moorish Moroccan flag and stuff like that.
Yes, sir.
What type of flag the Nation of Islam got? Moroccan?
Yeah, it's the same thing.
Huh?
The star and the crescent moon.
What? Right?
That's a turkey flag.
Turkey.
Yes, sir. So that's more. That's the Moors again.
Cold turkey.
Straight up.
What? Okay.
And are they saying that the immigrationist? They saying a person who promotes immigration. So it's simple. Like they just getting our people to be immigrationists. All right. right, let me go
Oh,
back.
so it's an Avid Dynasty of Morocco flag. So it's a different
Yeah,
flag
they
of
are.
Morocco. It's a few. It's a lot of them.
You got the one with the star. You
Yeah.
alone, the 5-pointed
Yeah.
star.
The crescent moon and the star.
Yes, sir. And ain't the Ethiopian flag the same thing?
See.
Yes, sir.
See.
That 5-pointed star again.
Go ahead though. What?
And we found out.
Go. Yeah. Go ahead. We found out what.
You remember you was telling us about the star Ethiopia with W.E.B. Du Bois. They promoting the same things. Okay. All right. It says the arrest brought to light the extent of strong pro-Japanese sentiments among African Americans that the authorities, not to mention black middle class spokespersons, quickly dismissed as the uttering of a small number of fantasies. The reality, however, was that pro-Japan feelings among black workers as well as black middle class had been built since the turn of the century, following Japan's celebrated victory over the Russian fleet. This move was given greater impetus during the worst years of the Great Depression by the experience in Detroit of a Japanese national known as Major Sakata Takashi, who took command of the association known as the Development of Our Own. Mr. Takashi initial organizing activities in Detroit, Chicago, St. Louis, and the ripple effect thereof led to the messianic expectations on the part of 10,000 African Americans throughout the Midwest, the upper and lower Mississippi Delta, east central Oklahoma, the New York, New Jersey region, that Japan's imperial army would free them from the ravages of American racism through the employment of newspaper articles, FBI documents, military intelligence reports, and court records. The author was reconstructed a history which, up until the present, had been almost completely forgotten. So, bro, they all were on the same thing, just hitting from like you was telling me the other day about the swarm, the cabbage patch swarm.
Yes.
They swarming from all different areas.
Yes.
You got, but they all together. The 50 nations, we can see it.
Aryans.
All Aryan.
And under the
Now,
black sun and the Serapis flag, the black sun is Japanese flag. Then
yes, sir.
True Christianity and the true America is formed on top of the Republic.
Yes, sir.
You see?
Now, I definitely see. Now, another thing, they were just talking about the Russians and the Japanese, how they supposedly battling and all of this. Bro, I got this picture I'm about to send you right here. These are these people from the Russian-Japanese war. And I'm sending it to you right now. When we look at them, it's like, whoa, bro. They got, here you go, hold on. I just seen it. They talking about the Asiatic black man as God. Now we can understand even more the visuals on this.
Yeah, I got that picture up right now. I was sent this picture actually, and
Okay, you already get all right.
I already had it up, and I'm like, what in God's name? And if the black, this is all. This is them, and they got the NOI I ain't gonna lie to you.
That's their uniform.
That's their uniform.
Yes, sir. That
What
same
the
hat.
fuck? That's why
Yes, sir.
Farrakhan looks Asian too.
Yep. Yes, sir. All these people got that same look, and then even though they of color, you like, nah, you look different, bro. You not the same. Now,
Oh my goodness.
another thing that came up was I found some newspaper articles talking about these same people, but they was associated with a group that was called the Black Dragon, the Black Dragon Society. And when I looked them up, it goes back to Japan also. Then you got them saying that they looked up to Marcus Garvey again. So you got who was that? We had Mussolini, Hitler. Then now we got the Black Dragons. All of them saying they respected Marcus Garvey.
Because Marcus Garvey is what?
Genghis Garvey.
Genghis Garvey, the first. And if they agreed to carry on the black slaughter, maybe they're running the counter programs of drugs and whatever the fuck. Who knows? But
and they had
they all look foreign.
Yes, sir.
Like the Nation of Islam
Definitely
looked like a bunch of black, like a whole black foreign army, who would identify as black.
Yep. Yes, sir. Because they be coming over here, like you saying, trying to be the other us.
Yeah, but
all right.
They know we're Christians, so they know we believe in the other God. So that's probably why Farrakhan be like halfway Christian, Bible believing, studied sometime, and then he goes straight into the Quran, and it's like, damn.
Yeah, yeah.
Because God's children is not
mislead.
God's children is not Islamic. So you're
not
wrong.
At all.
You're counterproductive if that's God's holy people is not Islamic. So that's Ishmael.
Yep. They always try to make it like Islam is our original, like the original religion, but that's y'all.
That's you guys' religion. But guess what? If we don't call ourselves black, we ain't with y'all.
That's right.
Because the black is the tether.
And that's what you're right. That's what they're using. We all black. We all from Africa. All blacks are from Africa. You sub-Saharan.
Bingo. You sub what? Saharan.
Sub-Saharan.
So
yes, sir.
So that goes back into
the Out of Africa theory with Marcus Garvey, the Black Star Line.
Bingo.
And the genocide. All right.
Aren't these people in our communities doing the most?
Yeah, definitely. And then that go back to them undermining us or doing stuff that's not in our best interest.
Bingo.
They do some wild stuff, and now everybody like, oh, black people this, all these stereotypes and stuff. I'm starting to see all of that's coming from them.
That's right.
All the stereotypes.
All the stereotypes. We don't know what stereotypes is going on in different cities. If there's a Somalian or some African or Haitian problem where they're just going rampant. I don't know. Maybe Chicago is just full of young men who are from different nations.
And all of these different nations met up in Chicago.
Bingo.
I see Chicago and all of this stuff, bro. So, yeah, like we might be thinking people are some people might be thinking, "Oh, that's us," but nah, bro, it's not us. I'm gonna read what I got. What it says: Japanese affinity with American communities. When I read that word affinity, I'm like, okay,
To
I wanted to
infinity
make
and
sure I
beyond, like Buzz Lightyear.
now like affinity meaning like they are related. That's what it means. Whether it's blood or by ideals, affinity is
They're
they
political
related.
ideas. They have the same
Uh-huh.
political
And
agenda.
if that and blood, it said it could be
Okay.
both.
Good. 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 Good.
Oh,
Okay.
okay. Here we go. It says Tuskegee Institute in Alabama, founded by Booker T. Washington in 1887, was well known by certain Japanese because Japanese who had read up from slavery in translation saw in Tuskegee methods one of the means overcoming their nation's technical lag behind the West. And Tuskegee was a mecca for not only African American but West Indians and Asians. The first Japanese student at Tuskegee who enrolled as part of the national movement to become westernized was Iwana Kawara of Tokyo. Kawara first arrived at Tuskegee in 1906 and graduated in 1908. Washington's internationalism was brought to Tuskegee. Numerous Indian students who had escaped British rule at the turn of the 20th century, offering opportunities to connect with other internationalists such as Marcus Garvey and the Black Dragon Society, who were interested in world race politics. A Jamaican, so yes, sir, they put the Indians there with them, the East Indians, to be
Yeah. Yeah.
clear.
The
Tokyo,
yeah. That's all on
yes,
India,
sir.
China, India, Africa. That's all one place, bro. North,
Yes,
the
sir.
Middle East is Asians and all French, all of Europe. Europe is just one small place. Please. The only thing dividing
Yeah,
Asia and Africa is Europe. Go ahead.
yes, sir. It says a Jamaican radical activist, Marcus Garvey, viewed himself more as a disciple of Washington. In return, Washington respected Garvey's determination to set a school in Jamaica. On the other hand, certain Japanese felt an affinity for Garvey as his slogan, Africans for Africa for Africans.
Okay, so they're all African.
Uh huh. And
Okay.
it says it.
Man, and they all
It.
African American. So our
Mhm.
identity is their entryway.
Right.
Yes,
Yes, sir.
that's what Dr. King
When we.
said. Remember, our
Yes,
listen,
sir.
our civil rights movement fucked us over because it allowed all immigrant rights and lesbians and women groups, all of them, to feed off of us. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. They need us to open the door for them.
Bingo. The portal, sort of
Okay.
say. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. It says, oh, okay, Garvey's, as his slogan, Africa for Africans, was mirrored in the Black Dragon Society's motto, Asia for Asiatics. Generally speaking, the Japanese public agreed with those slogans and the sentiments that they embodied. For example, several Japanese in New York were rumored to have attended meetings of Garvey's United Negro Improvement Association, even made speeches there. In Los Angeles, Japanese businessmen declared that the Oriental people desire the cooperation of the colored races, that the University of Japan, situated at Tokyo, it says, and hold on.
So this is
Yeah,
why
and
a lot of the Black Panthers was caught up and a lot of revolutionaries was caught up with trading with the Enemy Act because they are Americans
against Americans. And how could you be against America?
Yes, sir.
Japan
When
and
you
Marxists and socialism are funding you. So how could you be against America? And they
exactly,
know that they're American. They're African American. So the truth is, sir, you're in violation. And the one who turned on the Black Panthers was who? An Asian. He was actually the
yep,
informant. Go ahead, man. Just
yes,
go ahead,
sir.
G.
Got them jammed up. Okay, okay. It says, and other Japanese institutions are are desirous of trading students with any race institution in the country in order that two races may become better acquainted with each other. Another member of the international circle at Tuskegee was
China Mac and Crip Mac. You see why I don't like that? China Mac
right.
profiting off his. It's a symbolic nigga. You don't know enough. I'll maintain this and let's have an entertaining life until a Hoover finds you with that scribble scrabble on your head, and then I make all the money after you gone. Go ahead, champion. It's an
Yes,
insurance
sir.
policy. Go ahead. It's time that we
Okay.
start seeing it for what it is. Go ahead.
All right. You got this guy named Lepet Ross was a leader of the Indian nationalist movement who visited Japan in 1915, and in July of 1920 he contributed an article to the Asian View, an English language journal, English language journal published by the Black Dragon Society. His article which was written in the epistolary form.
Wait a minute. They're all
Uh-huh.
Moors.
Yes, sir. They are. You got them. You got them in India and Asia,
They're all
and
Moors. So that's
they
the
are
mooring
Moors.
system. It's to anchor
That-
themselves. You ever seen Moana and they got caught by the. You ever seen Moana, the Disney movie?
Yeah, I seen it.
All right.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to tell you what you didn't get. Watch this. Remember when she went to the island and all them little coconut scavengers started chasing her and they boats were all linked to another boat, and it was a major
Yes,
coconut
sir.
boat, and they was chasing
Oh
Moana.
wow,
They're tethered, bro.
tethered. Oh,
Yes.
you right.
It's a
You right.
mooring system.
Dang. So one get in and we lock in.
They're all
We all
locked in.
tethered in.
Bingo. We're locked in. It's a tethering system. Just like we said, that's the Hope Diamond. The Hope Diamond is the mooring system. It's to keep you submerged because they're under admiralty law. It's illegal for us to go to China, but they can do that here. Japan, they can do it here. So it's important that your resources can be plundered by them, but you can't go there and plunder theirs.
Exactly. And then they use in work, school, wherever, and get one of us to open the doors to the portal, and here they come in with all this foolishness. That's
Well,
crazy.
they came in with all of the laws being changed. That's what they did.
Yes, sir.
They came in with the laws of the mooring system and the wheel. This is India.
Yeah, India.
Yes, we need to implement this by way of what? Politician. The politicians are controlled, and the lobbyists are who? Other Moors in different nations who have this set idea on America.
And we thinking they just regular people, but they done took oaths to uphold this. So that you right. That's exactly how they doing it. Wow.
Yeah, 14th Amendment, you got to be we were forced to become this. Our properties were seized like Nazis seized Jew property, remember? You got to seize
Yes,
their
sir.
shit and then implement these laws by way of this politicians. So they started mending constitutionally protected sovereign law. They started changing law, and you change laws, you change God. Say it with me. If you change laws, you change your
laws, you
gods.
change God.
Yes.
Wow.
Because the laws you serve
That,
is of the God you serve. Our God is what? There is no need for an amended law. You cannot
because we got the
change.
law of the land and the God of the
Bingo.
Bible.
But
They
not
come
only
in
that,
with amended laws.
yes, but we're coming in.
No,
This is why I'm starting a new class, and this is new. I'm coming in under the laws of Moses. You
yes,
see,
sir.
you coming in with the rod. You coming in
The
with Aaron's
Aaron's
rod.
law.
There you go, the law, and
Yes,
how to do
yes,
what,
sir.
or orchestrate the law using the word of God, the laws of Moses. They can't go there. They don't believe in what?
They don't believe in the God of the
And
Bible. They
and
don't
they
believe in.
they don't they believe they're foundationally what? Dead.
They foundationally
There
black.
you
They
go.
did.
Yeah, they chose their gods. What are they? What are well? The state is their god, like Japan.
Yep.
The black what? The black sun. That's Japan's
The
flag.
black son.
That's your flag too. That's black power. Black is the you a dead black man is the power. That's the hope diamond. Your soul's trapped, submerged, son. I mean,
Wow.
you ever seen a sun go underwater and it don't go out? So you trapped under there,
Yeah.
anchored in the mooring system with the sea tethered to you on your back. There's a titan. There's a mythology about that. The weight of the world on the black man's shoulder, or some
Oh yeah. Atlas.
Atlas and some other things where these different worlds are tethered to this one person and these people, and that's what we are. They're parasites, leeches. You ever seen a leech? That's a tether. Leech upon leech upon leech upon leech upon leech, ciphering the resources of this land back to their homelands so they can get rich.
Dang, that's what exactly been happening, bro. Like,
Black
dang.
power is Aryan power. When you scream black power, that's Aryan power. I had a show called The Black Nazis. Go ahead.
And ain't no difference.
Ain't no difference.
When they throw that fist up, they throwing the fist up over there too.
No,
so
but who threw the fist up? The IWW.
yes,
This
sir.
is the
The
Russian
IWW
Revolution.
throwing it up.
This is the Russian Revolution. We already proved that the Russians were black, and these are the same people. That black power
Yes,
hand
sir.
is a Marxist communist. China is communist. So what are you saying? You're just a communist. Yes. Didn't Black Lives Matter say what? And who made the most money? Asian Lives Matter. And Indian Lives Matter.
Yep.
And everybody else. Our people went to jail for rioting and looting. They made the money off the backhand right off of Blue Act.
Yes,
they
sir.
siphoned all the money and donations through Blue Act that went to do what? The Democratic Party. So the Democrats fronted the money. You see that? It made all the money off the back end to have this president to even go at Donald Trump. And then what are these groups? Amy for president, James Wu and friends for president. 80 million here, 80 million there.
The same the children of the same people we've been naming.
Facts.
So, all
facts. So
all
and these
of them.
black women, Catrice, and were who? The scapegoats, knowingly. Just the scapegoats. The real money was made already, but these are people willing to be the monkey, to take the charge so we can get by. Don't worry about it. You take it for the
And they
team.
doing it.
We'll make sure you're all right.
Oh, you got 20, we're going to get you a couple. And that's
right.
crazy,
No,
bro.
don't worry about Candace Owens. She ain't nothing. Blah, blah, blah. We're putting it off on blacks. Black. And then who was to blame of Black Lives Matter? We was sitting at home watching them destroy every damn thing. It's going to play out that way as long as you don't know how to comprehend law and who they are. And know that this is counter. Antifa is Black Lives Matter. Antifa is Candace Owens to me, and Officer Tatum, and what's that? Tamika Mallory, Mason. This is all Antifa. George Soros at his finest. Go ahead.
Yep, and they doing the same. They running the same play, just different ways. But it's the same thing. You right. They running the same play. Okay.
Go ahead.
All right. All right. Here we go. I got the part where Marcus Garvey come in. It says, "Let us return to Garvey." By the time Booker T. Washington's death in 1915, Garvey had learned from Washington the ideal of economical solidarity, self-sufficiency, educational development, race-conscious pride. Garvey originally came to New York City in 1916 to raise money for a school in Jamaica that would model Washington's Tuskegee Institute. Meanwhile, Garvey used the methods of Booker T. Washington to uplift dark people of the world, placed Tuskegee in the framework.
What you reading? An autobiography or something?
No. This come from Massachusetts University. This university, they even wrote about this, like the facts of what was going on between
the Marxists,
the Japanese,
the communists,
the Marxists.
The communists. The communists and the Black liberation groups, and their focus on that. All right, go ahead.
Yes, sir. All right. What was Okay, it says, all right. Garvey came to Chicago. It says only once in the fall of 1919 to promote his dream of a black utopia on the continent of Africa and galvanize the community with his message of radical independence. It says the purpose of Garvey's visit was to sell shares of stocks in his new project, the Black Star Line Steamship Company,
funded by who?
Funded by J.P. Morgan. Yes, sir.
We're going to get these niggas on these boats and have them thinking they going somewhere. Come on. And remember, this is dealing with emancipation. What did Abraham Lincoln say? We need to get them niggas right up out of here. Yeah. This is a part of it. We can get them up out of here.
For real. Okay, hold on. It says to verbally attack Robert Abbott, founder of the Chicago Defender, who had criticized Garvey in the newspaper in a public address. However, Garvey was not given a chance to make the speech. He wasn't given a chance. Hold on.
All right, stay right there. Stay right there, because whatever that is, cool. We got that. We got.
We got the gist of it.
Yeah,
yes,
we got
sir.
the gist of it. They doing this, but guess what? Here goes something better. Here goes something even better. Not that one is better than the other, but somebody just.
No, I'm listening.
Check this out. Check this shit out. This is what I love about this program, B. So, I think this is Shiva sent me X marks the spot, right? Remember the X signature?
Mm-hmm.
All right, an X signature, an X mark signature is made. Oh no! This is for his glory.
Okay.
Okay, an X marks the signature is made by a person who is unable to append a full signature to a document due to illiteracy or disability.
Not like this.
Oh.
Not like this.
Let me say that again, my people. Press 1 if you fully understand what I'm saying. Press 1 and hit that Cash App. Royal Purple cannot be the only one contributing to this. I know Nation of Islam people and my people is here, but guess what? You got to subscribe and support too, because an X mark signature is made by a person who is unable to append a full signature to a document due to illiteracy or disability. So you know what that mean, B? Let them know what that mean, B.
That means you incompetent of the law.
You are retarded.
That's what I see. You don't understand. Yes, sir.
Uh,
You can't read the law.
my name Forrest Gump. Can I sit here? Press what? Can I sit here? Press what?
This seat's here taken. Mark that X shit all over there. Take
You can't sit here. Press what?
For real. God, dog it, bro. Now everything hit different when you start knowing like what they really meaning when they saying the stuff.
Not like
God,
this.
dog.
Not like this.
Exactly. You
Golly,
just
boy.
signed up to be illiterate. And then they're gonna say the white man ain't teach you how to read and write, and now you're dumb, and then that's fucked up. This is what it
Don't
is.
worry about signing your name. Just hit the X right here. That's all we need. Dang. So that's all they needed. That's crazy.
Okay. Now let's go to the breakdown of the word illiterate. Now that we know what, hold the fuck up, hold your marbles, family. So if you are if it's due to illiteracy, don't you want to find out what illiteracy mean in a noun format? It means the state of being untaught or unlearned, want of a knowledge of letters, ignorance. So you a nigga.
Oh, that's why they say a nigga is an ignorant person. Oh, bro.
That's why they say nigger is an ignorant person, because you are in a state of unbeing and untaught and unlearned, and a want of knowledge of letters, like Elmo world, la 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 la, la 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 la, Elmo's world.
Dang. That's messed up, bro.
Oh, so
But
they joined you up to be black and dumb. Damn.
Dang, so that's where all that come from, bro.
Yes.
Dang. The greater understanding of this is like, what, bro? It ain't that dang, bro, they signed up to be illiterate, to be dumb.
Bro, that goes back to the monkey brain. But they signed up to be. It's real, bro. And we know our Islamic brothers understand what I'm saying. And I know it'll get you upset that it's me telling you because y'all see me as funny or maybe a little disrespectful because of how y'all got at my scripture in the law. That's how we get down. Y'all want some war? Then it is what it is. But you know I'm telling the truth. You know, and I got to be a very intelligent person. We got to be intelligent people to get this and give it to you.
And that's the truth. The truth is what the truth is. That's what the truth is.
So what if they mark all X's on their paperwork, their deeds, and all this? They can be stolen.
Easy.
Bingo. A sister in the chat room just brought that up. You can steal that. X marks the spot.
Boom. We got all these names. X marks the spot.
Facts.
Man, that's crazy.
Yeah, nigga, own your whole business. Like, oh yeah, Jamil Knight, huh?
And who gonna be able to tell the difference between my X and your X, if that even is? You see what I'm saying? Nobody. They just mark the X on the. I don't have to know your language or nothing. I just know how to write an X on the paperwork. Hey, see, sign right here. Stolen.
Jameer X, brand new house bought, and then oh my goodness. Oh
That's
my goodness.
Messed up, bro.
But hey, this is what it is. This is what an awakening is. It is messed up and it is ugly, but it's the truth. How you know it's the truth? You can see, can't you? You can hear the
straight
truth.
Up. You can see. Golly. And then we already know these things, but from a different point, vantage point, the way we was taught about this stuff. They saying like, oh, our people wasn't allowed to read. We didn't know how to read, which I'm like, like I hear what y'all saying, but I know my people, you know what I mean? But then they go, do it in a time immemorial type of deal, with the slave getting beat on his back, he wasn't allowed to read. Damn. But now we understand it in law, it's like, oh, bro, he was illiterate to the law and what y'all was doing with all these, with this corporate contracts, basically.
Bingo.
Got you signing the X. Oh man, not even knowing they robbing you. Oh, here you need this or that. Oh, don't no worries, bro. Just sign right here. Just put an X. We don't need, we don't need all that.
No.
Just
Your
put an X.
name is already X. You agreed that your name is X. It ain't gonna be nothing to get you to.
Yeah,
Your name is already X.
exactly.
Not put an X.
Yeah,
Sign your name.
yeah, cause
with
name
X,
right
we gonna
here.
do the rest. That's right.
Damn. Signed up for it.
This is what you signed up for.
Ooh-wee. Yes, sir.
So
Wow,
so
bro.
let me get this straight. Let me show you something. So Aryans
Okay.
come from Central Asia.
Yes, sir.
So what does Asia mean?
The meaning of Asia?
Yeah, Asia. Where does this stuff come from?
Well, the rising sun. Wow. It's the rising sun.
How you say that?
That's what the origin of the name is like even if they name babies Asia, says lively the rising sun, because they saying I guess the sun rises in the east, sets in the west.
Okay.
That's based on the name.
Okay. So where do Aryans come from? Asia.
From Asia. So they all Asian. That's
No.
you know what that make
Asians are Aryans.
Asians are Aryans. Okay.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
What's the difference between an Asian and India? The people of India, shit, the color of their skin, they black because they all
That's
speak.
it.
They all believe in the same gods over there, many different ones, and they can talk to each other.
Yeah. Now, even when I look it up, it says that way, calling it a continent. It says it's bounded by Europe and the Arctic.
Bounded by Europe.
The Arctic, Pacific, and Indian Ocean. So that's all of them right there, bundled up.
Look, the arrival of the Aryan race, which was originally from Central Asia, a new culture emerged in India. This is called the Vedic culture of the plains of River Saraswati, and later in the plains of the River Ganga.
Hey, you know what that made me think about even still?
What?
Remember Joe Biden and the president of India was saying that they related. You remember that?
Yeah.
So dang, that's it. That's the truth. They all the same people. They all Aryan. And then they ride under the swastika also. The Indians.
Yeah. They ride under the swastika.
They got the Yes, sir.
They do.
Say that's it. That's the same thing. So they are all Aryan. Wow. So all these people coming against all God's people, bro.
But check this out.
Right here in America.
Check this out. There's a goddess named Hesione Pronoia. She was the minor goddess of foresight, Prometheus' wife, named Asia.
Oh shit! So they all got that flame too.
What?
So that flame, Prometheus, the fire.
Come on. This is the wife of Prometheus.
Damn, I didn't even know that. Yeah, that's crazy. All the stuff they mythology is telling on them, bro. God dog it.
Remember, Seramis is God. Serapis' wife of the sea, but this is that version of it.
So they all.
Yeah, they're the same. They all believe in the same gods. They all believe in the same stuff.
They just different names.
Yes.
Dang.
Oceanus. So they are children of Oceanus. That woman moving across the sky, that blessing, that white woman who they see moving across America, that's Oceanus.
Yeah.
Statue of Liberty, that's Oceanus. That's Semiramis. Oceanus. So that's why it's a new birth.
So
Berth. They're all coming by way of Oceanus, the law of the sea.
right, maritime law. That's what they are
Maritime
under
law.
maritime. They seafarers, which make them Moors.
Makes them, and seafarers make them Moors.
Yes, sir.
They came from
God,
her. So we know not just her father, but we know who their mother is.
know your mama too.
The whore of Babylon. You know why she a
Right.
whore? Because she got many kids. Stupid.
Many kids.
Yes.
And got
And by many different daddies. By different baby
yes,
daddies.
sir.
That's what makes her a whore.
Wow, bro. That's a hell of a breakdown on that, for real.
Yes. That's what makes her a whore.
And then if we go a whoring that, like the scripture say, we become whores by following that. We can't follow that. We got to stick to our God. 'cause
Moors
they all
following
serve-
whores.
Moors following whores. Yeah, dug it. Yes, sir.
Damn, the ultimate son of a bitch.
Damn, literally.
These are the children of Prometheus. This is the immaculate conception, children of the devil. Remember, Prometheus was hung where? Over.
He was hung off a mountain,
right? In a cross format, right? These people don't praise Jesus; they worship Prometheus and his wife, his bride. That's not Mary.
That's Prometheus, and then
that's right. That's
damn,
why on
that's
Passion
crazy,
of the
bro.
Christ, that little devil child was there at the end. That was the continue. Boom, nigga. Boom. Children of the corn, children of the devil. Cabbage Patch Kids. The equation of equations. Now hit that Cash App and support this broadcast. And don't play with me.
Dang, bro, you broke it down to the fullest, and then like we was talking about.
Y'all ain't never heard my man be like this.
I ain't gonna lie, my brain was like straight up like damn.
You gotta wake up with ambition in your heart. You gotta do this for the people for real. You feel me, B? You gotta
Yes, sir.
press the line, nigga. So fuck it.
Hey, you smashed it. You got me stuttering too, for real. But you never heard me like this.
Yeah, I seen every vision you had in your head though. It was moving fast.
Yeah, I'm thinking about all that at once. I'm like, damn.
Boom.
Yes, sir,
So
man.
that's your beast from the sea. Children of the children of the womb, of the maternal, the what? The mechanical mother. Made of white. That's
mother.
right.
And they love their matriarch.
That's right. They love
That's
their
what they
matriarch.
pushing.
That's their
the
mother.
Matriarch. Dang, mama's boy.
Boy, yeah, because Papa dead. So, understanding that legally, allegorically, is very important to your awakening. You feel me?
Yeah, it is. Because you can see it. Like, I ain't gonna lie, I had to pause for a second. I'm trying to get my words together, but I'm like, dang, bro, that's deep. That's deep for real. But we can see it. You're right.
Well,
we
that's
can see it.
that's what that's why I said before we started today. The people who believe in the scripture and kind of studied a little bit better at better odds because they'll be able to see the most. Like, whoa, that's what that is, and that's the blessing. And it's just like, yeah, that's God's work right there. This is all God's work. Don't you forget it. You know.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And for it to be brought down like that where we can see it, and now they get you out of the allegory. It's real. It's not a game. It's
yeah, they
everything
nothing.
that's
This ain't mama's
it's
religion, little man. This is real. This is real. That Statue of Liberty right
It's
there.
real.
That's what it is. That's their portal. That was their birth. Berth. They all came by way of ship and set They're tethered right there at Ellis Island, White Island, and all the islands surround started the Cabbage Patch takeover. Immigration right at the port.
Dang, the Cabbage Patch takeover.
Cabbage Patch tactic, takeover, all that by the mooring system. So they're all Moors. Okay, so let's not get that twisted. This the new knowledge. This is real. They're all Moors. Our stance is what? They're all Moors.
That's it. That's it. They all more.
Yeah.
And then them hats, all that stuff makes sense now. Them hats with the Moors hat. Because at first I used to be like, man, how y'all got white people wearing these hats with your little club, the Shriners? Now we got you.
You
We
know.
now. Got 'em.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Man, KevRow or nothing. They ain't heard that nowhere else. They ain't gonna tell you because they took an oath to silence.
Bingo.
The truth right here, bro. Yes, sir.
Bingo.
Ooh.
You can't talk this and you took no oath now. You feel
For
me?
real.
Nah, you got to know
They
this.
can't do it.
Nah, you can't do it. You can't even speak on it. So they best bet is to just run like in the Matrix. When Neo finally discovered that, they just run. Don't even fight him when it come to this. Don't even come at Mr. Gillespie because he know us better than we knew ourselves. He know us like he knew us, like George Washington himself gave it to him. Like George knew they was gonna do this. Press one, like you was in the word of God. Didn't Moses fight the Moors?
Yep.
Huh?
Whooped them.
Whooped them. So that's what we
Whooped
got to
them.
do. Bring the laws of who? Who whooped them?
The power of God.
That's right. And brought it into
Yes,
law. Boys, little kids.
Yes, sir.
You feel me?
That's it.
Yeah,
bro.
so Moses didn't like them. So what the fuck I look like?
For real. I ain't your friend. Nah. Y'all friends.
Y'all killed Moses. What happened when they was up in there in the green pasture?
Oh, in the green pasture?
Yeah, what they
Yeah,
was up to?
Moses, they was killing the children, the children
Of Israel.
Moses, God had to send them up, children of Israel.
That's right.
And that's what they still
That's
do
their
today.
job is to do what? Sit up there, corrupt, and to steal and to kill the children of Israel and laugh about it till later. But guess what? Wrong one, nigga. Go
Jokes
ahead,
on
King.
them. Yes, sir. Jokes on them. Laugh now, cry later. For real.
Yeah.
That's how it's going. That's how it is. It's written. But,
So Umar
man,
Johnson,
yeah.
Umar Johnson, and Tariq Nasheed are a part of the mooring system. For sure. To keep you submerged by being a black diamond in the rough, way down there at the bottom. So far at the bottom, you submerged, and you don't even know. So why not let Japanese people and all other Aryans come into your ports by link themselves to you by the term black. You didn't agree to that term, and ain't no Moor or no Shriner ain't gonna put no term on you that fits the benefit of the Rockefeller, the Lloyds of London, all of the slave traders, the Arabs, every damn body. How it just so happen to fit? How come your laws are so anti us? Go ahead, King.
That's exactly, and that's exactly what they did. They come with they laws and try to put it over the top, and then train our people, the ones they can get.
They said for the republic, for which it stands on, press 1. Yes.
Yes, sir.
It
That
just
is
hit you,
exactly
right?
what they said.
Right.
Yes, sir.
That's right.
And then think about what they doing, what they physically doing. The Bellamy pledge. They all got their hands in that salute while they saying it.
They said what?
Dang, that's wild. You know, that Bellamy pledge, when they pledged an allegiance to the flag, the original was the same salute as the Nazi salute, the Bellamy pledge.
All right, watch this. I got breaking news. This just happened. The Rainbow Bridge between U.S. and Canada closed following an explosion.
What?
Man, talk your shit. What you say?
Locked down.
They said that's one tether gone.
Wow.
Go ahead. Go
as
ahead.
we
As
speak.
we speak, this right now at 10:18 a.m. in the morning, new reporting by Emily Shapiro and Aaron Kurteski.
Wow, bro. Dang.
Damn.
So hey, they running out. They running out of portals. They
Well,
closing
well,
everywhere.
the bridge, the Rainbow Bridge. You know what a bridge is? It's a portal.
It's
It's
a
a
big
crossing.
tether.
It's a tether. And the rainbow is what?
The rainbow is the covenant originally. That's what it
The
really
remembering
represents.
of the what?
The remembering of the covenant.
Of the covenant. Of the contracts.
Yes, sir. The contract.
Honor your oath.
So
Or be cut off.
yes, sir. Be cut, and that's exactly what that is. Damn, the contract was cut off.
Well, that's very symbolic at
It
10:16
is.
a.m. So go ahead, finish what you was doing. Go ahead.
Well, shoot, that's wow. That man, Kelby, I ain't gonna lie, you getting me today, boy. It's so much hitting my brain over here popping. I straight forgot where I was, but I ain't like all this stuff happening
Shout out to
as
Taylor
we speak.
Hornick with that $50 contribution to this program. Hit that cash app. Stephen Watson. Shout out to you. Man, let's do it. Go ahead, King. Moore's system
What?
is this is real freedom and redeeming in your mind first. Even the Bible says you are renewing in your mind.
It is.
All
It's a
right,
new
then.
way of seeing everything. That didn't happen.
Man,
Wow.
we don't change the world right here, live on the air. All this time it took to begin the process of mentally one person, two people, three people, the 100 monkey syndrome coming into effect, live and direct. Go ahead, King.
Has the 100 monkey syndrome has begun.
Has begun.
Wow.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Now, I'm just looking like, man, we understand who is who now. It ain't like they saying with just this color, this black thing, because even what you read earlier with black being, they considering just a skin color. It's not. We know what it is. Is being in a dead state, and then with them saying that they white, they letting us know they Aryans. They all Aryans, so it don't. They all Aryans, bro.
So Aryan
So
power is white power, white status power.
is white power.
So the Nazis
sir.
aren't some hillbillies that said, "Oh man, white power, man, walking up the street." That's what they want you to think about.
That make their job easier if we stay in that mindset. For real, like all fools, they don't get it. They don't get it yet. They ignorant and illiterate. They don't understand. For real, it's totally different than what how they say the truth is wilder than the lie. God,
Stranger than
y'all
fiction.
get
The truth is stranger than
for
fiction.
real.
To know
It
Prometheus
is.
and his wife. You've been
That's deep.
immaculate concepted, America. Now listen to me. You have attached yourself to a mechanical mother. Listen to me, America. Listen to the sound of my voice sounding like the Honorable Elijah Muhammad right now and Louis Farrakhan. Listen to the sound of my voice. You're nothing more than a Japanese monkey. That's all you is. Okay? And we're going to prove it here, the monkey, and how they turned Americans into monkeys. Right, B?
Straight up, got them with monkey mind.
And they're attached to their
Man, and they-
mechanical mother, and y'all ain't nothing but a bunch of what? Orphan babies. So orphans,
Yes,
having
sir.
orphans, don't make you organic heirs. The Japanese know why they have the casinos and all of these great things. It doesn't make you heirs to nothing. But the right
Nope,
to,
you just accept.
but the privilege to cross the street and you better not spit no bubble gum out on them roads or I'll give you a ticket. Go ahead.
And then that picture of all those so-called Indians, which we know are Asians, with them holding that flag, it makes more sense. The flag, the swastika flag makes more sense. We understand it now.
What you mean those
That's
black Frenchmen?
no. You remember you had the picture of the federalized Indians holding the swastika.
Oh, yeah, that was upholding the swastika. And he
Now
had it on his garments and
that's
all of that. Make more
yeah,
sense, don't it?
that's make more sense now.
Yeah,
Now all of y'all riding. That's what y'all are.
that's
Aryan Nation.
Aryan
All of
Nation.
y'all.
A bunch
Y'all
of
federalized Aryans. This is
the
wild.
tethered Aryans. And now this is us. You remember? Did you go back and watch the movie Us?
Now I hadn't seen Us yet.
Bro, go
I hadn't
back and
seen it,
watch the
bro.
movie Us, bro. They're tethered, bro. These people are our other tethered. We got to break this down so our people can know. You got to watch the movie. I'll send it to
I'll
you
make
as a
sure I watch
gift.
it tonight.
Man. Okay, damn. You got to watch the movie because it's very important to what we
To
discussing.
understand it.
Yeah, how they
Yes,
how
sir.
they
I'll make
been
sure
living our lives through them through white benefit. Their job is to keep us black. Their job is to blackity bliggity black. My job is to raise you above being dead. That's our job. Is to
yes,
raise
sir.
them up from the dead state. You see?
Come alive. Time to come alive.
Bingo. You gotta. Even if your legs, because it's a process. It's like a person in a coma for 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years, 80 years, 70 years, and you gotta move your elbow to show some sign of life before they cut the thing off.
Cut that.
Yeah, just move your finger.
Yeah.
Just let us know that you hear us
Yes,
a
sir.
little bit before we do this. One of those type of things. So it's
For
very
real.
imperative that we explain it to the best of our abilities, this mooring system and how these French blacks were used and these Haitians and Jamaicans were used to overthrow us. ADOS societies and other federalized groups that came out of the Dead Sea, where you need a license to do. If you need a license, which you're gonna learn at KevRow University, if you need a license to do something, it's illegal.
Yep. Cause who you getting the license from?
Hold up.
Straight up.
And that's what you're gonna learn at KevRow University. Now, you thought you was at KevRow University. What you gonna learn is, because we got some great information for my class, and I just couldn't wait to begin this transition into greatness. Yeah, if you got to make a license, then it must be illegal.
I'm like, dang. And they using that and making money off of that also. So that them paying for a license and accepting money for illegal activity is fraudulent activity again.
Facts. And you know what? And you know what? Let me get this shit straight. By right now, you should know what black means. We just did the damn descriptive Wikipedia for you. Then you can go into the law books yourself. But just the simple fact, you ain't from nowhere around there. Now, before I start these videos, anything else before I start these videos, I'm finna clown a little bit.
All right, no, that's it. I'm tuning in. Same thing.
See you
Care
in a
about
minute.
nothing.
I love you, champ. Good looking.
Yes, sir.
My man.
Yes, sir.
See, that's what happened when you can't hold it in. I love B for that. Shout out to Stephen Watson, Taylor Horney, Royal Purple, Deborah Nichols, and Cedric Jefferson. Shout out to you. Shoe 87 from yesterday. And Deborah yesterday says for tomorrow news today. Because she already know. Deborah just sits there and watches. How does Kev know this? It's not that I know it. It's that we knew it. You know. Damn it. It's not that I know it. It's that we always knew it. Shout out to y'all and that support system we call Cash App and Patreon and ways to contribute here, and just the people who just sit back listening at work. Shout out to you guys too out there somewhere. God bless y'all supervisors. So when y'all hear these people, oh, blank this and blank that, and what is the ancestry to ADOS? And none of that means nothing to us. Now we finna go through what it sounds like. We go in history, but why not show every once in a while what it looks like, in real time? Shout out to my man Dr. Umar Johnson. He held it down over the years. Still ain't get that school, but shit, he can talk his ass off. Now listen to the language. Listen to who they are including in this.
So, lineage-based reparations, which is ridiculous to identify your lineage with slavery, but slave lineage-based reparation says, if you are the descendant of an American slave, you can get paid. You didn't say, if you are African, you can get paid. You hate African immigrants and Caribbean immigrants so much, you will do anything to shut them out of reparations. They are only 3 million in number. What are you going to do when millions of white people come forward claiming to be American descendants of slaves? They don't claim to be African. They don't identify as African. And you don't require them to be African. You only require that they be a descendant of a slave. So let me tell you what you fools have just done.
Go to her. Damn. Press what? See? You can't trust none of them. They all just turn on each other. They just turn on each other. Yeah, the white man. Press what? Shout out to Tariq Nasheed. You know what I just say? White people and Indians gonna say, "Oh, we were slaves too." Yeah, it was white indentured workers. Here go the picture.
Somebody asked me,
when you find out white people already know George Washington had white slaves, you're gonna be like, "Oh, that's fucked up. We thought slave meant black people." What? Yeah, George Washington. Everybody can work for George. All you got to do is believe in God and denounce your former gods. Press 1 and you can be a good old citizen of this good old nation and sit your big-headed ass down somewhere and become something of yourself. But no. Press 1. No. Poor guy. You can't make this up. You find out. Oh, what's some of the things you find out at the end of the world? George Washington was a Negro.
Not like this. Not like this.
Apparently, Bill George Washington was a Negro. And he kind of gave his, it was written in reverse. Who did that one? Rockefeller. Elmo. First one? That's fucked up. Elmo, you let Elmo trick you? That's fucked up. Snappadopicus. Why you didn't know who you was? Oh man, God. Rockefeller used a bunch of puppets on television. President, why didn't you turn it off? He taught me my ABCs and everything. Then I grew up and became Muslim. President, my way up the nation life. I lost my identity. Why don't you know who you are, little man? President, I gave away my sovereignty. Why you didn't fight for it? Oh, I was scared to die. Oh, goddamn. You all die. I know. Bug it. I'm a coward, Lord. Can I do it again? No, you cannot. Why would I make you do it again and you scared? If you scared to die, you're scared to live. No, banished to hell. Since y'all believe in that type of shit. What are you gonna give you? Only people who believe in, you got to be a witch to believe in Jesus and God. And yeah, we coming back again. No, you only had one shot at it. You didn't even try. I'll be sitting right next to him. Told you. All you had to do was try, troll. Fucking try. Mm, mm, mm.
I thought that was my ride. Somebody asked me why I don't support slave lineage-based reparations. Why do I support
One of them don't support slave lineage. The other one don't support that one. Is support. Well, which one do you support?
race-based reparations?
What's the difference? Wait.
Me.
Remember, black.
I thought that was my ride.
Race-based shit.
Somebody asked me why I don't support slave lineage-based reparations.
Why?
Why do I support race-based reparations?
Going back to black. Oh, I got a great. Oh, that's going to be good. Going back to the definition of black, you now know why one or the other doesn't matter. But go ahead, Umar.
Somebody asked me why I don't support slave lineage-based reparations. Why do I support race-based reparations? Somebody asked me, why does the Prince of Pan-Africanism, Intercontinental Ifa Tunde, why...
Not like this. Not like this.
What? Ifan Tunde. That nigga, come on, fella. This nigga been watching WWE. I couldn't even come into the ring. At 289 pounds. All the way from Africa. Press one, eating bananas and everything. Ifan Tunde, the Prince of Pan-African. Why? Everybody wants to know what the Prince of Pan-Africanism been up to for 6 months. Best part, when I'm gonna get to school? What? Prince, what the fuck? Fucking Sonetta fucked the black community up, bro. All theatrics. What? Ifan Tunde. Sounds like Shredder on Mutant Ninja Turtles. Like, oh shit, this is the meme guy. Best buddy. I gotta hear that again. Ifan Tunde. I like that. He gonna repeat everything twice, then say that type of shit. This nigga been watching WWE.
Somebody asked me, why does the Prince of Pan-Africanism, Intercontinental Ifa Tunde, why do I support race-based reparations instead of slave lineage reparations?
What?
I'm going to break all this down at the upcoming reparations conference. What? I'm going to break it all down today right here in St. Thomas, U.S. Virgin Islands, Ariane's restaurant. What? But let me give you one reason why I do not support slave lineage-based reparations. I support race-based reparations.
Sir, what an African continent you on your neck. You don't deserve no reparation. This nigga got a Palestinian flag mixed with the American flag, like begging. What? That's right. That's why I like our community. Just, you got to be cool to do this shit, bro. You got to be a cool motherfucker. That nigga said, I don't support slave-based reparation. Why? I support race-based. Okay, what's the race? Black. Black. Black only. Okay, well, just give it to the Ukrainians. What the fuck?
Let me give you one nugget.
Go ahead.
We have 8 great-grandparents, 16 great-great-grandparents, 32 great-great-great-grandparents, 64 great-great-great-great-grandparents.
Not like this.
When you don't live in this country, what the fuck do y'all be talking about? What do y'all consider grandparents, bro? What the fuck do y'all consider great grandparents, bro? Who do you consider your great? Huh? This nigga, I wish my family tree book did look like what the fuck you just said. You must be talking about your African brothers. How many grandparents you got? Seven. What about great grandparents? 16. And then they triple and quadruple up every generation because you know we got press 1, 2 per press 1. Let me drop this nugget for you. We got 10 grandparents divided by 15 grandparents divided by 22. We couldn't possibly press 1. Come on, guys.
64 great grandparents. Are you aware? I want you to understand, overstand, and understand me. Are you aware? Stay focused. Stay focused, baby. Stay focused.
All right, my bad.
Consciousness over cookies right now. Politics over the punani right now. Stay focused. We talking revolution.
Not like this.
Where did that come from? He's like Bernie Mac of the conscious community. Excuse me, sir. We're watching you. I was wondering why he started fumbling. That nigga must have got a text message with some cold piece of meat on there. Oh, focus. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh, he had to. You know when you're bad, when you got to tell your sorry. All right. Focus, Daniel, son. Jeez Louise, brother. Y'all just let it go. It's over.
Overstand and understand me. Are you aware? Stay focused. Stay focused, baby. Stay focused. Consciousness over cookies right now. Politics over the punani right now. Stay focused. We talking revolution. Are you aware? Are you aware that there are white people in America?
Go ahead, bro.
Who have an African ancestor who served on the plantation. I said, are you aware that there are millions of white people in America who had an ancestor who served on a slave plantation? I said, are you aware that there are millions of white people in America who have an African ancestor who served on the plantation? Let me give you an example.
Go ahead.
There's a white person whose great-great-great-great-grandfather, his great-great-great-great-grandmother. There's a white person whose great-great-great-great-grandfather, who was white, his great-great-great-great-grandmother. The product of that was a black woman who was extremely fairly complected.
Hey, Todd. We're Todd at Todd, brother. Turned out two white people can make a black baby. Gee. Damn. Now do you hear the agent mind, the monkey mind? It doesn't make sense anymore. Don't laugh. Not too long ago, you used to believe this too before I came along. You used to believe this jargon too. And now that you got your new They Live eyeglasses on and Mr. Gillespie ears and your own brain where God's seat is, press 1 and you make it the correct determination. Now it don't sound too revolutionary, do it? It sound like what kids talk about when they're in a room by themselves. Play-Doh, Legos, Hot Wheels, things of small importance. Press 1. It used to sound great. In fact, we even dated people. Praise God. We even dated ladies. You even found a man who resembled this knowledge. But now that Mr. Gillespie is around, press 1.
Not like this.
Oh, now you're ready to elevate. You can't date Pan-African men any longer. Press 1. You got to be. Now you, oh, that sound like this one. You got to up your game. Press 1. You thought this one was a great. You followed after a man who resembled some knowledge and wisdom, even told you was God. Press 1. Didn't tell you nothing about himself. Press 1, but told you was God, and you just went on and carried this man knows knowledge that I'm fed your brain. And now you know. Kev done brought your retarded ass back to reality. Press 1. Just foolishness. He can't keep his mind straight. He got all day to think about whatever came through that phone for 11 minutes, and he can't even focus. Well, now, a white woman and a white man don't know how a black woman. Talk about genetics. I've never heard this one.
Post-slavery, because that family ended up being able to pass for white, they passed for white. They amalgamated into white society. They integrated into white society. They lived.
That nigga threw up GD.
Their life is white, but they are the great-great-grandchild of an enslaved African woman. So lineage-based reparations, which is ridiculous to identify your lineage with slavery, but slave lineage-based reparation says, if you are the descendant of an American slave, you can get paid. If you are the descendant of an American slave, you can get paid. You didn't say if you are African, you can get paid. You said you don't support race-based reparations. You support lineage-based reparations. So since you don't support race-based reparations, you support lineage-based reparations. So you don't believe, you believe you can get reparations for your ancestry. You don't have to be black. You believe you can get reparations for your ancestry. You don't have to be black. You believe you can get reparations for your ancestry. You don't have to be black. So here's my question. What are you going to do? What are you going to do when
Hulkamania was wild? And let me know if I came back on the air or not. And let me know a few things. One thing, before I get back into this, I do want to, let me see here. Is it on? Bingo. Thank you very much. Okay. One thing I do want to play before I get back into this, because you can see this is foolishness. Just foolishness.
one thing I do want to play is shout out to y'all people who stayed around, who always around, and just enjoy. Y'all know I'm coming right back. I'm gonna do everything I can and not panic, because you can panic and the internet is like, what happened? But it's like, it happens. Sometimes it's just a reconnection. Sometimes it's just the internet. But nevertheless, I want to show y'all something very peculiar that goes back into what we were saying. All of these groups is just the same old, same old. You can hear the monkey mind in Umar Johnson. If you cannot, here's another listen.
You support lineage based reparations. So you believe you can get reparations for your ancestry. You don't have to be black. You believe you can get reparations for your ancestry. You don't have to be black. You believe you can get reparations for your ancestry. You don't have to be black. So here's my question. What are you going to do? What are you going to do when millions of white people come forward claiming to be American descendants of slaves? They don't claim to be African. They don't identify as African. And you don't require them to be African. You only require that they be a descendant of a slave. So let me tell you what you fools have just done. Let me tell you what you fools have just done. Let me tell you what you fools have just done. By disqualifying race-based reparations and by supporting lineage-based reparations, you reject the African immigrant. You disqualify the African immigrant from reparations, but you automatically qualify millions of white people for reparations. I hope you're listening to me right now. I hope you are understanding, overstanding, and understanding my message. That's why we Pan-Africanists don't get caught up in this YouTube reparations jargon.
Yeah, now you see both sides working in opposition to you. And what is that for? What are they working in opposition to? Well, if both of them can sit here and talk about reparations in which both of them are saying the same exact thing. The African immigrants are the foundational black Americans. I'm going to say that again. The African immigrants are, in fact, the foundational black Americans. So Tariq Nasheed and Umar Johnson is a clear-cut counterintelligence persona thing. They got this, I'm against the other, but both are against you. They're trying to cover both sides of the square, you see. Oh, no. We're foundational black. We don't like you, dumb black immigrant. And then the FB, and then the Marcus Garvey, I just say, now, wait a minute. How are you going to discredit us and give what? White folks who are foundationally black and descendants of slavery, ADOS, both of them, FBA, press one. So it seems, I have to join either. I'll agree with this one, or I'll agree with that one. Both of them will nullify you, making you cancel you out. Both of them cancel you out. You agree with any side, you're canceled out. This is like quantum physics in real life. This is real. You're canceled out. Because, yes, they were white indentured servants. And, yes, the foundational black Americans were here and deserve, and Tariq Nasheed's deserve reparation. But you can't discredit black immigrants because they are the foundational black Americans, retard. The immigrants that came over in the late 1800s and the early 1900s are the immigrants you're talking about. That is foundational America. After the Reconstruction, is
The Reconstruction period is after the destruction period, sir. You people who were struck with reparations, you're just asking for a Teddy Roosevelt New Deal type of handout, which was taken from us. After the banks fell, where did they get any money from? Well, all property became what? Federal government. All black people gold and silver became what? Theirs. They couped the nations. Who? The Moors, the Russians, the Japan, all nations. This is when the world wars was. This was all the Great War, World War I, and World War II was about this nation's resources. This is the foundational part of. I don't know why you so far back with Christopher Columbus and the Moor. You still gonna find the Moor on the ship. I'm talking about right here today, the tethered Aryans. You ain't nothing but a red coat. So Tyreek is trying to denounce the Haitian, the Caribbean. Then this one got Umar man, who's a Garveyite. When in fact, Tyreek is speaking for the Garveyites. He's speaking for the foundational black Americans. He is in fact a federal COINTELPRO head ass lookalike clown. That's what counterintelligence, that's how it works. He's actually for the black immigrant. On the surface, he's talking shit on YouTube. Oh, yeah, fuck that. But you remember Mike TV? Y'all remember all of these individuals or what? Or what? Talk to me, King. Immigrants, German, blacks. They were black in law. They are your real black. So he's foundationally dead in law. The other one is saying, wait a minute, man, you can't be the only one foundationally dead and get reparations for being dead. We want some too. Neither one of them generations go back. Yeah, they're all immigrants. None of their generations go back far enough. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing at all wrong with that. It'll make you a bad person or nothing like that. I'm speaking from a political perspective. And my political perspective and agenda is to show our people what tethered Aryans look like and why they are the white man's monkey.
Not like this.
Press 1.
Not like this.
And why they are and how they became. This is their history. The only thing they know is black, 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 dead, dead, dead. Please, on your knees, please, please, on your knees, beg for something. Please, as long as we can open up a 501(c) and a museum some damn where and fool black more people into being black and dead in law, that's what we need. Black. Say you a black Indian. Say you a black African. Say you a black Nuwapian. Say you was a black this one and a black that one. Long as you just keep the black in your face, in their face, it's all that matters. We can continue to feed. You can blame the white man all you want because we all know what? White is a what? Status. So y'all can blame us. We don't give a shit. They don't see us. We live over there. So you can be white too. So the same people claiming to be found, trying to get you signed up to be foundationally black, will sit up there and claim white and want to fix their status to being white and expatriate themselves to become white and becoming a citizen. Do you understand? They need you black. They need you dead. They need you off the land. So they'll spend tons of cash to put confusionists and actors up here just like this to keep your mind there. And you're an adult. You're not a child. And I'm not going to deal with my people like children. You're an adult. You just didn't know what it was and why. I'm going to give you an excuse. You didn't know how slick these motherfuckers really was. You feel me? Shiva say through the National Naturalization Act. There you go. They all became white through the Naturalization Act. All this is after the fall of George, after his death. Not some made-up story and No, I'm talking about when he passed away. This is after George. So we going to get into law. The thing is to show you the difference in these individuals and myself. These individuals and me. Their knowledge and ours, what I'm teaching, is totally different. We above them. We can see them as what? Tethered Aryans and Arabs. More and more Arabs. Just because people got cotton hair and got skin and say black don't mean they your people. That doesn't mean anything. Come to find out, you could have been on the wrong team working against yourself, being enemy combatants against yourself, attacking your own trust. They got you beat death square. And you praise your own genocide. So let me go to this real quick so I can show y'all how radical this really is and how this back relates to Marcus Garvey and what? How this goes back to in Japan. Can we go there? We're talking about a stealing of the trust. Can we go there? Yes, sir. All right. So let's get over here to the midget, Napoleon Genghis Garvey. Press 1. He gets no respect in my world. September 24th. The subject matter is Black Radicalism Complex Relationship with Japanese Empire. That's the title of the daily. Black intellectuals in the U.S. from W.E.B. Du Bois to Marcus Garvey has strong and divergent opinions on the Japanese Empire. Okay, so I'm going to drop this on the Patreon so y'all can go that for more than a year, the Japanese Empire and Tsarist Russia have been vying for control over Korea. Again, Tsars, Russia, and all of them. TSAR is car czar. That's czar. No, y'all just reading it wrong. Okay? Look at this. This ain't no American Negro. This is Du Bois, and an agent of Japan. Y'all are dead in law. Charter Gang Nationwide Kingdom of the White House. Y'all got to do y'all research, bro. Y'all got to do, that's the homework too. Do y'all homework on Japan, press 1, and W.E.B. Du Bois and their control over the black population here. They all betrayed us, and Japan is not out of it, bro. It's the reason why all you guys are Marxists and carry these ancient Japanese so-called sayings, but y'all all believe in the same thing. The state is your God. Black. Let's go back to this right here. People who claim to be more sovereign citizens believe they are bound mainly by maritime law, not the law of the place where they live. Commercial law, business. Ain't nothing but incorporated clones. Us, the other us. Do you understand that? 424-209-9506. The other us. 424-209. Today we're talking about the tethered. The other us. Let's see what the minds of the people is today. 424-209-9506. Let's go back into some of the hate groups because I don't want to leave this subject. It's very important. Oh, yeah, it's very important. 424-209-9506. If you haven't contributed to this program, feel free to do so at Cash App. My cash tag is Gills Gang. Y'all gotta understand, man. All nations are under the swastika. Look at them. Look at the Asian community with the Smurf hat. You see it? The military little hat. Y'all thinking it's only white people, bro. Bro, no. Because you don't know yourself. And y'all letting foreigners tell you who you are and tell you what you should be fighting for and who your enemy is and why we black and why we got to stick together. While in turn, they have agreed to be the monkeys for the Aryan race. They're Aryan power. Black power, white power, Aryan power. And that's what you're against. The Aryans, the Moors, the Italian, the French. All of these people will uphold Aryan supremacy over the American dead people of this nation. This needs to come out. This is your enemy. The corporate banking system in which all international corporations thrive. And this is the flag they wear. What is the black sun? It's the Japan flag. It's what that swastika. That swastika shows the effect of what? Kaliman. Kaliman is what? The black sun sacrificer. That's why they created what? Planned Parenthood. Y'all believe in this? The genocide. This type of shit make you change your life, bro. I don't care less if you're not paying attention in class and can't speak. I'm going to speak for me. All men should know not just the white man and so-called white man did, but what these Confucianists do, how they sound for control, for these people to gain, maintain control. You remember, they don't want no control. These niggas want to be accepted. You hear me? They don't want nothing. Listen to me. These niggas want to be accepted, but don't know nothing political, nothing at all. They just want to be accepted. They don't want to know no law. They want it done for them, and they want to be dead. So why help them? Keep them dead. Keep them dead. Why help them? I'm not here to help them. Let them, that y'all want to be agents and federal, and you want to be dead. And a person that want to be alive gonna want to be alive. You got some people who want to be free, and some people who stand around and watch others become free. And God bless y'all. I'm not that. Even on the internet, I talk it in real life, and online. This is a beautiful time to be alive, to be able to see the world, with a different perspective. Let's listen to Tyreek. Maybe the men are quiet, because I was about to deliver some of the greatest videos that you can see. But I'm gonna hold out until the men want to, because I'm gonna save this for my personal student. This is very important, knowing law and knowing that, and the fact that men can stand up. I'm going to literally play this video for people who want to take part in my show. I'm going into a different lane, like this law and this new style of program. So if you are a male and you gotta speak, there's no if and or you're not there. It's happening right now, and I love every bit of it. You can stay here. It's all good. Listen to y'all leader Tariq Nasheed, and listen to what he say. Listen to the words he chooses to say here.
Y'all been running. Blacker than us yelling niggas.
You got the monkey nose. You know that, right?
We're two monkeys. I got the monkey nose and you got camel fur, ma'am.
Listen.
Y'all been running.
It's
Blacker
about
than
the
us
future.
yelling niggas.
You got the monkey nose. You know that, right?
We're two monkeys. I got the monkey nose and you got camel fur, ma'am. Okay? So we're twins. We're two monkeys.
Your jokes don't even make sense. How
Yes,
does the
they
fur
do.
come in? What the fuck?
The fur comes
What
in.
kind of
The fur comes in from your camel.
What kind of jokes do you make? Can you tell me? You make
The fur comes in from your camel, ma'am. Benny, you fled from Ethiopia to come here and you're very disrespectful, Benny. Why are you so disrespectful to foundational Black Americans, ma'am? Go ahead, Benny.
See, they're just agitators. They're just here to say things to race bait and piss people off. In real life, he just agreed that he was a monkey.
First of all, I don't give a shit about whatever bullshit.
Watch your little potty mouth, ma'am. Watch your little pot. Y'all been running. Blacker than us yelling niggas.
You got the monkey nose. You know that, right?
We're two monkeys. I got the monkey nose and you got camel fur, ma'am. Okay? So
unbelievable. Sometimes you can't make this shit up. Let me see this. You can't make this up. What's this? All Tyreek Nasheed. Come on, this one.
The purpose of writing that middle school and high school girls, when you look at them at that age, that you can tell that they're going to be potential whores.
All right, nobody.
He wrote that in the art of macking. In the art of macking.
The art of macking. He says
the purpose of writing that middle school and high school girls.
Middle school and high school girls.
You look at them at that age.
When you look at them at that age.
That you can tell that they're going to be potential whores.
That you can tell they're going to be potential whores.
All right, nobody.
He said nobody said that.
In the art of macking.
Wow.
In the art of macking.
You're alive. Man, you're trolling. You were trolling the other day. This is a.
Let me see. There are many contributing factors that make women want to become whores. And in more cases, these females are whores long before the pimp gets to them. If you think it was a middle school, look at the way middle school girls. Wow. See? Middle school. High school. These niggas is pervs, bro. Let's go to Morris World TV. What is this? Tyreek, let's look. Let's just look.
Illinois Nation. We all
look at this.
Now. So the Hidden History Museum is not, no way, shape, or form, is it a museum. Many people say, well, no, it is a museum because X, Y, Z. No, the building is owned by Melanoid Nation. We already know that. And it was sold to them by Jefferson Studios. We already know that. All right? That's not a secret. It was sold by Jefferson Studios, and not to mention, it was sold by Jefferson Studios, but we know the down payment information was $854,000. We know the mortgage is $1,800. The mortgage is $1 million. 11,000. We got all the information. We know he don't own the building. It's public record. He does not own the building. The down payment is $854,000. So he took the people money and he got a mortgage. And whatever he did with the million, hold on. The non-lending institution afforded him minus $854,000. So the rest of the money, whatever he did with it, that's between him and FBAs. However, we do know that there was $865,000. I mean, $1,865,000 in some sort of hard money that went towards this building, but only $854,000 went down as a down payment. So the balance is somewhere else, floating around, probably making the hip hop documentary. This is factual. This is not nothing that I just threw together. This is real research right here. Pardon me. So we do know that. But now, my point that in saying that and reiterating this is that the Hidden History Museum is not a museum at all. It's owned by Melanoid Nation.
Damn.
And before we get into, I even showed you that he tried to get a alcohol permit. But let's listen to this.
Yeah, they got obstacles. So now we're trying to figure out. That's why, man, I really want to talk to some of my black lawyers out here in California, man, because what they did with.
See, family, you can't trust these little niggas worth a damn. And I hate to say it, but these people can't get no reparation. These people can't get nothing. No reparations, no nothing. Nothing at all. And it's sad, but at the same time, it should be that way. The only people who deserve reparations is the heirs and the people who were thrown and cast out. That's all in dolls. And you notice they don't talk about dolls. They just like to say they was deemed black. The names were taken. There's no Nasheed and Tyreek Nasheed in these families. Press one. There's no Tyreek Nasheed in those families, bro. That name ain't even on the doll's rolls, nigga. You expatriated yourself, Moors. See? So y'all can't get nothing anyway, because y'all not from here, want nothing from those who did it to you. I need all mine. And we don't want, it's reclassification. You don't want to be black. You can keep the money, just change the name. We don't want to be black. You don't want to be dead in law. You can represent yourself. Unless you can't. Unless you one of these brothers out here who just so illiterate, they need governorship. They need a ward over them in this asylum they call whatever state they live in. They don't have honest dealings with each other, so they need people over them to mediate these deeds because they don't know even how to speak. Now, I've been asking men to speak for quite some time, just to begin the process. Now I'm on the roll. You feel me? David Bell in my chat room talking, but he ain't saying nothing. FBA is owned by Amazon. So the fuck what? When are you gonna call in with some information? Press one. When are you gonna call it in? Don't sit in my chat room and play indigenous black man. That's indigenous dead man. You see him? Don't block him. But do you see that? He don't work this name up to indigenous black man national and then gonna say nationalism. So what you gonna do? Your name, indigenous black man in itself, how you see yourself is dead. What are you speaking for? I wouldn't even spoke with a name like indigenous black man when you just found out. Can anybody call in and tell us what black is in law? So you're just like them, indigenous Indian head man, dead. This is my point. Pretending. Thank you, Shiva. Pretending. You can't pretend here, indigenous black man. I don't see you in my Cash App. See? I see Tiffany Jones. Shout out to Tiffany Jones. Shout out to R. Davis. Shout out to who was this? Cedric Bernardo. Shout out to where's Sayed at? Shout out to Sayed. Stephen Watson. Shout out to y'all. Hit that Cash App. Yeah, I don't do this for you to come over and have fun with your silly name. I would have been changed my name. Your name is Indigenous Dead Man. That's FBA. You foundationally dead. Indigenously dead. Why can't you be organic? Indigenous, that's just Australoid and stuff like that. Well, go home, nigga. This shit here, bro, is about law. You little Indians, you little Pan Americans and Pan Africans. Look at what I'm gonna have my class studying. I just want y'all to know I developed an advanced class. Press one, and we listening to stuff like this that's setting us free. See, we listening to this guy here. Now, what he got to talk about, this is my advanced class. No, you had a chance to come on up to the tier and mess with Kev Gills. No, this is advanced. You got to be part of the club to get this. Now, I'm gonna give a wompty womp to my students, right? So you would know I'm going into straight trust law. I got a lot of information, and not I'm going into trust law, but we're gonna be discussing it right there on the show. If you want to chat, if you want to partake in that, make sure you are at where you need to be. And Kev, I want to watch the. How do I get into the advanced class? It's not sitting there like that. That's for sure. Listen to this. Listen to this. That way, when we come to class, we mob into class with information and knowledge. You feel me? We mob into class with information and knowledge. This is what we talking about in my class.
6, and my phone number is 417-27. The only other form is called the common law. The common law is very ancient and started approximately 1487 BC. A fellow by the name of Moses brought this law down off the mountain at Mount Sinai. This law here is very ancient also. It has its roots in the law of Hammurabi.
So we're going into the laws, bro, and how this nation was founded on the laws of what?
Untrue, take
Moses,
a look at
and how to argue the law, how to speak the law into existence, how to challenge the law, how to watch, just all over the place when it comes
marriage
to
with penetration, which is what marriage is. It's an agreement with penetration.
See, and again, that's going back to the video with our favorite librarian talking to us about stolen legacy, how they used the 13th Amendment to genocide and paper genocide the heirs of freedom and sovereignty, and make all of them 14th Amended white citizens of a minor trust. So God is good for us to even be on that level. I'm taking that more serious than this class because it's my natural fit. So what we're talking about over there is insane, and studying is key, and participation in class here is a must. So we come to class in KevRow University knowing law, and not knowing it per se, but sharpening our steel, dealing in the language of laws, being maritime and stuff. Remember, this is a law, God of the dead law that has you submerged. So in order to rise the Hope Diamond out of the sea and become man, you have to be able to speak. You have to be able to communicate, and or at the very least show that you're willing to communicate. You know what I'm saying? And not be there. And it's not, no, it's not the law of man or none of that. Call it in, Indigenous man. You got the number. Don't keep typing in my stuff. I don't like to keep seeing your name in my stuff, and you got to learn how to speak. The phone number is on the screen, 424-209-9506. If you don't know that, then you don't know nothing. The number's right there. So anything you need to say pertaining to what's going on, feel free and call it on in. Other than that, don't make it a habit to just pop up and think that we care about what you got to say. We don't know you. We don't care neither to know you. Press 1. It's just that. Knowledge and wisdom over everything. 424-209-9506. You for or against it? Don't matter. It's time for class. Time for class. Indigenous black man, what's up?
What's going on, bro?
What's up?
Nothing. I was just ran into your show today, and I was listening.
Good. What's up?
Subscribed.
What's up?
And then I called. Oh, I text, and then you start throwing jabs. My name is Indigenous Black Man because I honor my indigenous African and Native American ancestry with that name. The black is a joke, a social construct like I've taught for years. You say you deal with Sinetter. That's the community that I'll be in, and
yeah, that's why.
I've changed that narrative.
No, I don't deal with Sinetter. I just know it. Press one.
No, I heard you say something about him.
Yeah, I just dissed him. I like to bring him up to dissing. But you got African roots. You got African roots, and you say Native American like Indians.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Like Aryan.
I don't know about Aryan. That sounds like a Nazi term or Hitler term. Aryan.
No. That's out of Central Asia, and the Native Americans are from Central Asia. What is it? What is it? So you from Africa and Central Asia?
Well, let's just put it like this: we're all mutts.
No.
And while we're sitting here, we're sitting here arguing.
Hold on, sir. You're not gonna. We're all mutts, sir. Tell us who. That's what your tether is. Your tether is Africa and Central Asia, and you're a mix of that. You're a gypsy.
I don't believe that.
Okay, so what are you?
Like I said, I'm black. I have white in me. I have African in me.
Okay. So so you're black in law. You're black dead in law, because that's not a nation.
Yeah, I understand the term black means dead, brother.
Okay.
I said it was a joke in my name. It's a social construct.
I just want to make sure. So what is your heritage? So don't even bring up black if you know that's a joke. So what are you?
I'm human.
Okay, I don't got time to play with you little people on this goddamn. You know, I really don't. 4-2. This is why I tell people to call in so I can make sense. I ain't got time to play with none that got nothing to do with nothing. Okay, human. Okay, great. I'm talking about law and order, people of a specific land, and I'm not doing this for you. This ain't for you. Don't come on. I'm not doing this for your enjoyment or none of that. Press one. I don't do it for you. This is for me. And the people here to hear this. This is why people support my broadcast. You're not there. That's what I said. You just typing, and I just want to hear how incompetent you are. And that's all. Just give me a chance to hear the incompetence, and I'm gone. I don't need that. You was breathing incompetent. You was sounding incompetent. I don't want it. I don't want that. All of us is nothing. No, we're dealing in common law. We're dealing in this. All of us is human. No, that ain't what we all said when we was invading our nation. We're talking about a specific trust, names that was taken from people. It matters who you are. Look, it matters who you are pertaining to this legality. You may not be involved in this. This ain't for you. This is for people who were overthrown by these nations they call the federal government. That's what this is about. Humanitarian stuff, man. It's about superior law. This is about rights, not privileges. You don't even know who you are. Get out of town. Ah, men, wake up.
And penetration then is the consummation of the marriage.
And that's why I had to let this go and deal with people who truly want to be in class. Okay? Simple as that. You hear, God bless us. I'm still going to be the same old Kev. Same old Kev. $1 a day, $30 a month. Support the broadcast, whatever you can do in Cash App. But my advanced class, it ain't that. It ain't $1 here, Kev, man. No, this is Indigenous Black Man. I do not want to hear you. What's up?
Well,
my class is set on something. You know, My class is set on something in particular. I know what I like to hear, and it's not your words of nothing. God bless you, brother. Breathe slow. Coffee and Kush TV, KevRow
Hey,
University. You on the air? What up?
hey, Cal. This is Dave just calling in. I all right. I started out, and I've been listening to your show for a while in the back of the class.
Okay.
And for the first time, I'm feeling like I'm getting somewhere to the roots. You know what I mean? At the roots of the whole thing. I've gone back to the class. I've watched all your videos all the way until now. I went on back in the day when I'm black and I'm proud to African Bambaataa to now, doing my genealogy and find out my people were here the whole time. Then also at the same time, I logged on a little bit to the Turtle Island group, believing that story. But now after watching your show so long, I realize all that stuff is allegory, it's trickery, and BS. And even for that last caller that called in, if you don't know, just start at the beginning and just watch Kev open your mind.
Well said.
That's all I have to say for
well
right now.
said. Well said. Thank you very much, champ. My man said, just go back and watch all the videos. But look, he's right. He's right. Go back and watch the videos. A lot of transitioning. We came too far to stop and wait and hold up and not, like the brother said, go back and watch the videos. You gonna find truths and all that. You're gonna be able to come up to par, but I gotta be able to show this lawful in a lawful way and how it happened. And I don't want to mix classrooms up and things of that nature. So if you want to take part in that one, be looking for that email. And for those of you guys who are above and beyond, who go above and beyond as supporting this broadcast, you can hit me up too. Especially those at over $100, like Royal Purple. You ain't gotta do nothing. Just send me the what's the name. You always support greatly over here, and you're more than welcome to, even if you're just sitting there to hear the information. Sit. I don't care if it's 1 to 20 people. I don't care, but I'm gonna get what I'm worth to get what I'm worth. You know what I'm saying? And you're going to get fed great knowledge and wisdom pertaining to anything you may have missed before. You know. But all 50 nations and all of their flags became buccaneers and pirates and a part of the tethered ones. That's what the caller was having a problem figuring out. What's tethered? What's this one? And why he's excluded. What I'm talking about is not about excluding you from anything you're not enjoying from this moment in your life, son. So you can you've got your just due. You can live in a free nation and live out your day on a temporary estate. It ain't nothing gonna change. My gripe is for those who was destroyed in Frisco, Chicago, Washington, what they called New York, Texas, all of these places, all of these estates that was overthrown, all of these
LLC.
black businesses and businessmen who were running their own affairs and knew the law, and no corporation bet not ever come out and we didn't even you can't even own land here. See, this is the importance of it. You don't have nothing, but the Bible and Scripture, they can't even own land here. Our lands are not even to be alienated. That should be a life's mission for you to want the land back what was taken by corporations. You should be able to argue that or want to at a supreme level, not an amended law to fit their benefit. You want to go to the Supreme. You want to be able to argue these points of views in court, in law at the supreme level, using God, using the word of God, using the laws of Moses, which the Supreme Court was founded on, in which they are cut off from. They can't go there. So stop looking for more to help you. They can't go to George Washington. They can't go to the Supreme. They got to stay right there with their motherfucking hand out. They can't argue these points. They wasn't bred to. Universe 25. They wasn't bred to think like this. They wasn't bred to have the courage. You see motherfucker say, on this computer, you see that courage right there where it say courage? Boop. Now he ain't got none. Make them. And they made a bunch of niggas with no courage. Boop. No heart. Boop. No nothing. No energy. Boop. Nothing. Nothing in them. Nothing. Nigga. 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 Black. Black. Boop. 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 Right down the pipeline. Each one of you. You don't want to be black. You don't want to be dead. And you don't want to serve dead gods. You follow the laws that your God set before you. So if you following a dead God, Thoth, or the state, or some foreign nation, that's antichrist. That's blasphemous on this land. You're supposed to be following the laws of God. The foundations George set for you. Those are the Bill of Rights. The Constitution is set for them can only work. They cannot own anything. Life estate is cool. What's up, neighbor? But as far as owning things, nah, Jubilees come. See, this is the law of Moses. Jubilees, law of Moses. Y'all operating out of the laws of Serapis and Aryan gods and Nordic gods. Of false beliefs of all this make believe fairy tale Disney shit, and lost track of the law. You lose track of the law, you lose track of God, and so you start worshiping other gods, following different laws. What other laws? The law of the land. I mean, the law of the water, maritime laws, laws that enslaved you yourself that God told you about. Laws, commercial law. We sit up there and read the Moore said what? There's no God in commercial law. And once they pulled you out there far enough, that was all that was needed. Remember, Bruce Lee did what? He brought his enemy way out to the ocean and then disconnected his tether, his umbilical cord. And you sitting up there talking about he was the greatest. What? You not understanding the boat and the tether and none of that. Neither was I. Ignorant to it. But now I know. Now I'm becoming. You know what I'm saying? And I enjoy that. No hate against nobody else. This ain't a hate against Tariq Nasheed or nothing, but all that got to be destroyed some way or shape or form. It's not real. And they don't believe in God. Anyway, that's what they all got in common. The state is God. Thuggetry is God. Like allegory. Other than that, there is no God in their belief system. That's why Jesus came and said, I am the light, the way, and I'm the only way. Well, deny yourself and follow Christ, right? But they can't deny themselves because they proposition themselves up as gods who believe in Greek gods at that. Prometheus and Asia. Okay? Oceania, the land of the sea, Admiralty. Riparian rights. So this is very important to your awakening. If that don't make you want to learn, then I don't know what to tell you. There is no redemption for more. Let me say this again. There is no redemption for more. So that's why they did all this to steal your birthright. And that's what we're getting into. There is no redemption for more. This time and space that allowed them to breathe and be nationalized was enough, like Pirates of the Caribbean when they gave Salazar just enough time to catch his breath. And then the ocean came back and it's the same. That's what you're going. You caught your breath? Cool. Back into the bottomless pit you go. Remember, 1,000 years. What was 1,000 years? Well, that was the time they made up for themselves. The whole 1,000 years of their history. It's all a lie. the greatest deceiver of all time. If God is the greatest truth teller, his adversary will be the greatest liar deceiver of all time. And that's what it's like, you know. Who is this right here? RT Bell. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Shout out to RT Bell and Teresa in my Cash App. You know, they're bound by maritime law. That's right there. So they know they can't come against me. They can't combat that. I'm the only non-Moor with this information. You got it? I'm the only non-Moor with this information. This is stuff they hold secrecy. They cut their own tongue out and rip their own heart out if they bear these. But guess what? My covenant is with God, not them, not man, not made up federal governments and false senses of no, real governments, kings and queens, real monarchs, real patriarchs, the ordained way of life, not some made up mechanical mother that gave birth to aliens. You ever seen that movie Alien? That's what everybody's an alien. That's why he said we all mutts. No, you a mutt. You don't have no name. You don't have no name. My last name Gillespie. Press 1. I got a name. We got names. Y'all don't got no names. And you trying to convince me that what we all is. I got a name. And you guys are the tethered. And you guys are in our way of our own redemption. Y'all don't believe in God. Y'all don't believe in the God of Scripture. Y'all don't believe in nothing but Space Jam and algorithms and times before dinosaurs. Press 1, you don't like to deal with law, because once you start dealing with George Washington correctly, you're going to see all of the black, jealous, Haitian, Africans, Nigerians, and all the French protectors of France and Nazis come against you. Once you see history correctly, you're going to know that your worst enemy is that black melanated piece of shit running their mouth on the damn internet. Press the like, hit the like button. I don't listen to Mr. Godfrey, the comedian. He's too dark, too Nigerian, too black. They always black, 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 black. All of them is just too black. There's too much tethering going on in America. You got to cut the links off like Wolverine did when he came up out the goddamn Press 1, that water. He was like, oh, you got to do it. Cut all them little wires off. Them is tethers. Get them off your back. They're nationless. That's why they nationalized themselves. Them niggas got licenses to be here. They nationalized themselves as Indians. This nigga talking about I'm the Indian and I'm this one and that one. The Indian one for you. You was made black. Oh, that was a joke. Yo, yeah, it was. Whoa. Niggas like that remind me of names like Gilgamesh. fucking, just throw away. Just throw it away. You know, you don't make cookies just right. One of them got too black on the bottom and was hanging off the sheet. It's too black. Get rid of it. Give it to them. You know, when a hot dog falls into the barbecue pit and falls in the charcoal, you're like, God damn it, that was a good hot dog. Give it to the dogs. That's how our people is. Wheats and the tares. I'm going to get back to studies. We got a long week ahead of us. Next 5 days is going to be very, very lawful pertaining to the law. And those of you who support this broadcast, shout out to you guys for watching, participating. Shout out to B from Texas for always showing love, stopping by. And as always, family. Oh, Galveston. Maybe we could have. Let me see who this is. Georgia, you on the air. What up?
What up, Kev? It's Sid. How you doing, bro?
Sid, bless. What's up, champ?
Nothing much, bro. I just had to call it in. I've been a little busy today, but I don't want to keep missing no times to call in, bro.
There you go. What up?
So, so you were talking about the Moors and how they operate out of maritime law, which is also admiralty law. So yes. I was just doing some basic research on stuff, but I wanted to look it up in a legal form like you've been saying for a week now. So
Yes.
I just had a couple of things that I wanted to bring up in the class that have put a little bit more context on some of the stuff, like why the Moors classify themselves as white and why they want us to be classified as black.
Go ahead.
Well, you know what I mean. So let me read it for you, though. So,
of course, I know what you mean, bro. For saying crazy, you know what the fuck I mean. Go ahead.
Yeah. So Section 2101-46 defines vessels of the United States as vessels that are documented and numbered under law of the United States. A documented vessel and those vessels that are numbered by the federal states of authority are afforded the protection of the law of the United States. So we're talking about a moored vessel, right?
Yes.
So let me go. I just got to pull all this stuff up real quick because I'm at work, but it's all in my phone. But
yes.
I got it right here.
I got you.
Bear with me just for a second, Kev. So let's see. Oh, I know where it is. So we're going to talk about a moored vessel and what the law is for a moored vessel when it's docked at the United States dock. So hold on, I'm getting it. Damn. Hold on, here it goes. Required lights. That's what it says. All vessels were not underway. All vessels required to display a white light visible from all directions while they are moored or anchored outside of designated mooring areas between sunset and sunrise. So this is why they claim the white status, because they have to be lit as vessels.
They're coming in as vessels.
Yes, sir.
So they must be
and they
white.
Have to
they
display
must
themselves
flash
as
white
light.
at all times.
Yes, sir. So let's see, what's this one? I got one for dark vessels. So a dark vessel is an unidentifiable vessel. So it's unidentifiable by what would be the harbor master or the port authorities, which would be your doctors. They're unidentifiable. And this is all under admiralty law, maritime and admiralty law. So a dark ship or vessel that is turned off lights disables the automatic identification system that are unidentifiable. So we go. What I did, I went and found admiralty. So this is let's see, hold on. Admiralty. This is Article 190, Admiralty Canon 6804. So it says admiralty law refers to a organized pseudo legal commercial OPCA form of law first formed in the early 18th century, but false claims of much older provenance, whereby the operation of law of the land and the law of nations is suspended during times of controversy, belligerence in favor of a legal system based loosely around maritime themes and mimics all other forms of law on the land for the exercising of jurisdiction over causes, both civil and criminal, commercial, navigation, capture and transport of property, and the conduct and behavior of public servants of its military personnel. As admiralty law is a pseudo legal commercial law form based on fraud, deception, false pretenses, theft, force, violence, fear, corruption, profanity, sacrilege, ignorance, and piracy. Literally, all forms of admiralty law issued by Westminster and subsequent parliaments and bodies are hereby null and void and have no force or effect ecclesiastically, lawfully, or legally.
Shit.
Let me see. I got some more too. So that would make the Moors pseudo lawful commercial army. So they would be also known as the police.
Wait a minute. That would make them. Say it again.
What did you say?
You said that'd make them what? Say it again so they can hear you.
That would make them, let me pull it back up, a pseudo-lawful commercial army, also known as a police force or a sheriff force, is a body appearing to maintain law and order, which is instead used to enforce the narrow policies and commercials itself of a few controlling the the OPCA architecture.
So, well, whatever the OTCA is, but I mean, damn, that's right.
Yes,
Because look at they are like a military pseudo.
Yes, sir.
Fucking
Remember
police.
they had that
That's
standoff.
why
They
they
had a
talk
whole
about
standoff
yes,
on.
but not only that, don't RZA claim to be like security for all the stars and
Yeah.
they're all like a security team?
Yes, sir.
So they're
Yes, sir.
they're actually agents for what again? The OT what?
It says OPCA. I still haven't been able to figure out what that was, but I've been reading this this canon
canon law.
And it's just yeah.
Well, they
I've been
Canaanites,
reading the canon
right?
law.
Ain't they Canaanites?
Yes, sir.
Okay, if the
Yes,
Bible
sir.
is telling you about the Canaan law, the Tariq Nasheed ain't telling you about. I mean, Tazariak ain't telling you about the real Canaanites and Canaan law, is he? Nope. He's talking about
No,
the
sir.
Canaanites of the Bible, written on the walls, written over there on Africa, came before Israel and before Palestine came, and then see the difference.
Yeah, they all operate out of pseudo law.
There you go.
It's a very low form of law, nowhere close to even a sovereign type. It's all played off of the ignorance of people to get dominion over God's true land and his people, bro.
And what they believe about God and get into their minds about what God is, because you can't go into any courtroom talking pseudo.
Yes, sir.
But you can go
And
into the courtroom talking the laws of Moses. You can reference. See, that's the thing. This is what makes it real.
Because the laws of Rome are not recognized.
The laws of
the laws of Rome are not recognized. The laws of Rome are not recognized in superior court.
There you go.
So, and they're all under
Rome.
This is all Roman law, right?
Yes, that's Canaan. Because the Africans
so that
are
makes
Canaan.
So that makes them devotees to Rome, right?
To the Pope, bro. Just like I've been saying.
So look at this.
Moors
Devout
to the Pope.
were required to check this out, Kev. Devout were required to now wear a knitted wool. Devout were required to now wear a knitted woolen skull cap called a kati, from the ancient Persian word for monkey, to identify themselves as servant of God.
Wait a minute. That cap
Lowercase.
they wear is what?
It's called a kati.
And it's what about a monkey?
It's the Persian word for monkey.
I don't believe this.
Yes, sir. That's
believe
under Roman law.
I don't believe this. But I really do, because it's been in my heart and mind this whole time. This is really believable. I love it. Anything else?
No, I got a couple more things, but I don't have them together. So next time you come on, I'll call you.
I probably if my support is there, if the people support, I'll come back on. Make sure y'all support this broadcast and hit that Cash App. Go ahead, say it.
I done told you this a few times, Kev, but I'm here, bro. I'm here. I want to be in the advanced class. I want to do it, bro. I want to come on camera. Fuck that shit, Kev. I want to come on camera. All the rest of that. Let's go. Let's get it, bro. Let's get it, bro. Today my birthday, bro.
Oh,
I'm a year older. I've been with the road, bro. We gonna get it, bro.
We been here the whole time,
I want to have fun with y'all.
So there he is. Text me right now and say it so I can have your number, bro. Thank you very much, champ. My man said, happy birthday to Sid. Said, fuck that, I need to be on camera. Man, this is dope. This is too dope. And I told y'all, we taking over. This is the same way Sinetta and them do good. We need our own army the same way. So get ready, as Sid just said, to be
Makes
like
sense.
that,
Germans.
hungry to be ready to go, man.
All right, I just sent it again.
Ooh, the Basket knows. Oh.
They relatives.
Oh. Oh, they got that beak. That's how you able to tell.
Yup. Got that
Woo!
beat.
Yeah. Go
Did
ahead.
you just got it?
And they got
You got that one? I
and
just
they
sent.
got they got the KKK dunce hats. Oh
Yup.
my goodness,
Yes,
bro.
sir. And if you look at the one on top, I got the KKK and Saint Maurice together. They got
All
the,
right, let me
the
pull this up for
blackbird
the
on their
people.
shield.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, they relatives, so it makes sense.
You can say, yeah,
that
they
Aryans,
relatives.
straight up. That's it.
What is it? What you
That's
sent
why
me?
they in a. I sent you a whole slew of pictures, but the one at the top, I got the Aryans, and next to them, it's got Saint Maurice, and they bearing the same symbol of that bird, the same symbol.
Are they still coming through? Tell me about this etymology of Aryan.
Okay, the etymology of Aryan.
Oh my
Now,
goodness. So the blackbird. Oh my goodness. Okay,
the blackbird is the eagle. That's that black bird. Now I'm gonna read it. I'm gonna read this excerpt for you real quick. So, all right, it says the Arono belzer. That's the black bird. What they call it. It means Basque black bird. It is also the Basque name for the golden eagle, Aquila. And that's what the Germans and the Romans call it. The same eagle, the Aquila, is an ancient Basque and Navarre symbol depicting a black bird, heralded eagle upon a yellow background. Today is the most used by the Basque nation as a symbol of sovereignty and independence. So they got false sovereignty and false independence. That's their symbol. And when they go to the etymology of the Arono, or what they call a bird, the Arono belzer. Arono means vulture or eagle, but then it also is hyphenation is ARR reparations, they say, to France, and then France, in agreement, France and Britain was supposed to pay
to. Oh, I got it. Here it is. We did a show on it not too long ago with a guy by the name of Dawes who looked quite awful to Charles Charles what? Dawes?
Charles Dawes. Oh, I got it. I got it too. Yes, sir.
Okay. So Charles Dawes
The way that
and the Dawes, Charles Dawes. Oh, this is great because we're at the finish line. So let's bring this up. This is what's important. The initial investment, the money that they're saying you lost, went somewhere, and it went to the foundations of America. Not only America, the corporation, but France, the corporation, and Germany, because all three of these are one. Come to find the fuck out.
Yes, sir.
Come to find out. But go ahead, tell me about this loan.
Now, what I'm looking at is saying that the U.S. loans money to Germany.
Yes.
And then Germany sends money to France, reparations, they say, to France. And then France, in agreement, France and Britain were supposed to pay the war loans back to the U.S.
Now, they were selling war bonds and all this here in America, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, then. Okay, so they were supposed to make interest off of it because the money was supposed to be loaned to Germany to fix France, in which they destroyed. What war is that? What war did that happen in?
That'll be World War. Wouldn't that be World War II?
Huh?
World War One.
World War One. Now World War II come around. Remember, you got all this money spent. You don't gave Germany the money. What does Germany do in World War II? They said.
Say that one more time. What did Germany do in World War II?
Yes.
They
all right.
they said that they
wait. Now watch this. The money is lent out. You got the money. The war bonds are solidified. Got it.
Right. Got it.
Got the investment. Cool. We gonna fix France. What do Germany do?
We gonna go to war and we gonna make the story about killing the Jewish people.
Now
so
wait a
we can
minute.
get
Now wait a
sympathy.
minute. They give the money to Germany. And Germany attacks France and takes over France.
Right.
Now we just lent them the money to fix France after they destroyed it.
And
World War II come around, they got the money and go and invade France again.
Yup, catch-22. They
So
playing games.
who funded Hitler? The banks on Wall Street. Where they get the money from?
Yeah, the trust, the George Trust from America.
They got it from the Freeman Trust Banks. And where they robbed
Freeman
all the
Trust
black
Bank.
people. The black people invested in this shit.
Wow, bro. Wow.
Not just the trust, the bank. They made black people forfeit. Yes. Think about this. USA, aka the corporation in which where the black people got where did USA get this money from? They got it from the Victorians, the
black,
Virginians.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The people of Georgia.
Okay. The people they trying to call were slaves. Okay. They lend the money and get the war bonds. These are our forefathers and invest in the reconstruction of France by way of Germany because they did it.
Right.
What do Germany?
Right,
so
man,
go ahead.
I'm looking at that like, man, that's a devious plan. They switching it up. So you gotta follow. If you're not following, you ain't gonna know where the money is. You know what I mean?
Bingo.
Like we don't got it.
Where's
They
the
playing
money?
hot
Where's the
potato.
money from the loan? Don't matter. They in World War II. Who canceled the debt? Who canceled the loan?
The people that was in power, like over here,
Sir,
they forgave them.
It's
They
a
said,
real name. Call back. Call back. It's a real name. Call back. It's a real president who canceled the loan. They gave him the gold, then canceled the loan. Who is that? This is Charles Dawes here. Remember the Dawes? Remember the Dawes rolls? Them rolls came from the bank, nigga. Where they eradicated you out of existence. You didn't have money in your house. You had money in the bank. So the wars was really to take the money from Germany and give it to France, right? Oh yeah, we gonna rebuild this and we gonna all get this. Remember, this whole time World Fairs is going on. Remember, they over here. You hear me? They over here. So the corporation of USA loans the money. Where did they get the money from? You, your forefathers, who forfeited in the federal government. This is the proof. So look, Roosevelt. This is why they hold Roosevelt in high regard. Because Roosevelt, little do you know, nigga, could be motherfucking J.P. Morgan Jr. You understand what I'm saying? Fucking Russians and shit. The person you know as Theodore Roosevelt or Roosevelt could be a Russian czar. And you playing around. Our redemption is right here. You getting caught up in federalized stories about presidents when these are the same individuals. These are communists, Marxists from Far East, bro. And they need you dead. These are the bankers who took over. This was the plot to create a state of Israel. Without this, a state of Israel wouldn't even be around. Without your investment, there is no state of Israel, United Nations. USA, Germany, and France Incorporated is the United Nations. And their treaties to different nations. Hit the like button, family. Subscribe. Support this broadcast. That's what's important. Call back, B. Call back. Call back, B. I love to, but this is why the bank is important. I'm not moving past this bank. The initial investment came from you. They burned up all your towns all over the nation. You ain't picked up nothing yet. They burned it to erase bank records and to snatch the name so they'll be heirs and profiteers of the initial investment. That's USA banking that George Washington was afraid of. All of these nations and wanted to get their hands on you. This is why you're God's people. This is why you're the Jews, because you were genocided after the loan was made. After this, you were the loan. 13th and 14th Amendment made you worthless. Vagrancy laws came into play, removed you. Look, the Treaty of Versailles. All of this going on. So Dawes takes who? George Washington Gillespie's name. Charles Dawes not a real. These are Nazis, bro. These are your Nazis. The true one. And they beat you in law. Their God and their law is based off of human trafficking and laws of the pirate, laws of the sea. You're a real live person. So anybody upholding this system is a part of it. You're not after a reparation, a give me something. You are, and your king is the heir to this initial investment, which is the creation of what? The world.
Not like this.
All of them are dead.
Not like this.
And within all the incorporated states, trying masquerading as false ego or false identity as corporations. What person are you? Oh, I'm from Morocco. What is Morocco to God? A piece of paper on corporation. A dead state. You're dead. And you made friends with a dead state, which is why the Bible talk about sin being death. The last sin to be defeated is what? Death. That coincides with what? The dead men rising, or the valley of the bones. What was that? Can somebody call and read that? So that these dead bones come alive? For you to remember this initial investment. Your people was put through a real Holocaust by this right here. This is what you're after here. The dolls. When I say reclassification, because you were reclassified right here. The banks, they got your name from the banks. It's important. They got your name from the banks. Now let's take a look at it from a different perspective, family. I hope y'all bear with it. This is going to be some great information.
An excellent source of documentation on the African American family after the Civil War. For those who are researching African American ancestors, one of the most difficult periods is the period during slavery, when there's very scant documentation on those who were enslaved. But the records of the Freedman's Bank is one of the federal records that we have here to kind of fill in that gap. Now, although the Freedman's Bank was initially chartered for the benefit of those who were ex-slaves, it was not only limited to African Americans. Throughout the South, there were also white Southerners and also recent immigrants who took advantage of the Freedmen's Bank services. But today's presentation is going to focus on some of the African Americans during that period. Okay. Now, in using the Freedmen's Bank as a federal record to trace African American ancestors, do not confuse the Freedmen's Bank with another institution during that period, which was known as the Freedmen's Bureau. Okay. Oftentimes, we have researchers who come here to the National Archives, and in interviewing those particular researchers, they state that they've researched their ancestors in the Freedmen's Bank or in the Freedmen's Bureau, but in further discussions, we find out that the person actually researched one or the other and had the two different record groups confused. The Freedmen's Bank is very easy to research. You can research it through a name index. It's now available on Ancestry. It's available here at the National Archives on microfilm and on CD. Now, to give the historical background of the Freedmen's Bank, the Freedmen's Bank actually was formed to meet a pressing need that was occurring during the Civil War. As African Americans began to participate in the U.S. colored troops, many of them began to draw wages for the first time. Oftentimes, these were individuals who had never been paid or had never earned official wages as workers. Because they had no financial experience and no financial institution to help.
Now, is that true? No. You can hear the clusterfuck in his voice. They never knew about banking, or they never. Why? Oh, because they were slaves before this. They never. No, they had it. They were robbed and brought into. How they didn't know when they the inventors of every damn thing. It's not making sense. Okay, the slave narrative needs to be brought to a halt until further damn notice. Y'all make it seem like y'all was savages and there was no lights on before a British white Frenchman came and helped you out or something. I don't get it. Shit.
To manage their money or their wages, many
wages is very important. Forced labor, 40-hour work weeks. Is it making sense? And then they didn't get paid. That's slavery, okay? 40-hour work weeks are introduced. Time on the clock and punching in this new Epcot program, this new idea of all of us working in unison, only to be genocided. Hit the like button. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Officers in the Union forces tried to meet this need by forming local financial institutions for their benefit. But eventually, John W. Alford, a congregational minister and abolitionist from New York, decided to form a national organization to fulfill this extensive need. John W. Alford served as a clergyman or an attaché to Sherman's army during Sherman's march through the South. He had gone to Savannah in 1864, accompanying Sherman's troops, and during that period he observed the conditions of recently freed blacks, particularly those who were serving as U.S. colored troops. Because of some of the problems that he saw, John W. Alford returned to New York and met with philanthropists and leading businessmen in that particular city on January 27th, to plan a benevolent banking institution that would provide black soldiers with a secure place to save their money, yes, to provide black soldiers, with a secure place to save their money, and at the same time encourage the values of thrift and industry in the newly free African American community. After the Freedmen's Bank was founded, it was first headquartered in New York City, but it later moved to Washington, D.C. in 1867. It was initially designed as a trust that invested solely in government bonds.
Stop. Does that make sense? It existed what? As a what? Well, now talk to me. For what? What bonds? What bonds? You what bond? Liberty bonds. You're not listening. Liberty bonds. I'm gonna wait. Liberty bonds. Do you see? Thank you, David. Thank you, David. David sees it. There it is. You see it, David. Good. Remember, I taught you this. Liberty bonds, bro. The whole theft is laid out right here. So as we begin this year, realize this is a different Kev Gill. This is a different level of understanding. My man David, out of nowhere, that's the theft. There it is. You have to be able to perceive. You have to be able to see it right. Hit that like button and subscribe. There's the theft. Without dolls and these roles and it being explained in a way, you wouldn't see it. You wouldn't see it. Wow. Wow. Breaking down exclusive history right there. In real life, I could talk about this for an eternity. This one subject. This is awesome. There is the theft right there. And as the people who were in this position before before being indoctrinated into this false senses of whatever these people got us in, not just more, but many different things, you should be able to see that. Hit that like button and subscribe.
And was not focused on profit. A board of 50 trustees.
It was not what? It was not what? On profit. Remember, I was telling y'all, trust law. Remember, I told y'all to get the trust books. I'm just waiting on y'all. I'm waiting on the men to be like, man, I deserve this. This is important. That's why I was giving y'all that information.
Was authorized to manage the bank.
How? 50 of them.
However, later as the...
What? How many? 50 trustees. Talk to me. You don't understand. Wake up in the back of the classroom, especially Navarre's. Ma'am, 50 trustees. How many states is in America? Okay, then. You are in an asylum, okay? It's time to wake up.
Bank began to expand and attract many depositors, the bank's policy, or the management gradually moved away from the bank's initial policy. As a result, the bank collapsed due to a combination of changed investment and loan policy, the panic of 1873,
Here we go.
overexpansion, mismanagement, abuse.
These are all simple things of why you need to lie. Abuse, over management. How you gonna over management something that's it's not profitable? You see, it's not built on usury. The only thing you know is being used and being in debt. This wasn't built on usury. Your money was your money. Your investment was your investment, just like how we invest in ourselves. I don't see interest. I earn an honest living. I do this, I get 4 days out the week to put on a great show and great information in hopes that I gain enough support in that time frame to cover all of our expenses over here. It's not easy. Yeah, I would love to do usury against my corporate self, but I'm a simple man. I don't want nothing that's not mine. Only was mine. That's it.
And fraud, and some fraud amongst the upper management.
Fraud.
It is estimated that over 70,000 depositors had open accounts in the Freedmen's Bank with a total number of bank deposits totaling over $57 million. Here at the National Archives, we have surviving signatures of depositors for 29 of the Freedmen's Banks, or of the various branches of the Freedmen's Bank.
Now do you get it? Now do you get it? Now do you get it? Now they all robbed the bank and took it all to where? Washington, D.C. Off the land. You talk about offshore bank accounts. Oh, yes. What president they said gave it to who? Talk to me, King. So Grover Cleveland gave the gold to J.P. Morgan, who canceled the debt in their history of fables. Roosevelt? Talk to me, King. Did Kev Gills do his motherfucking thing? That's what I'm saying.
At its peak, the bank operated a total number of 37 branches in 17 states and in the District of Columbia, making it one of the first multi-state banks in the nation. Mobile, Alabama, Atlanta, Georgia, and Columbus, Mississippi, and Lynchburg, Virginia are four of the branches without indexes. And as you look at some of the cities that have Freedmen's Bank, you notice that not all of them were in the South. We had Freedmen's Banks in branch in St. Louis, Missouri, New York City, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and so forth. But for the most part, the Freedmen's Bank branches were
everywhere. Damn World Fairs ended up and overthrown. Press one.
Dispersed throughout the South.
Come on.
Okay. Now, what kind of genealogical information can you find in the Freedmen's Bank?
This for all y'all Black Americans.
Okay.
This for y'all.
Here at the National Archives, microfilm publication M816 has the registers of signatures of depositors with basic identifying information on each of these depositors. And on these cards of deposit, you can find the names of each depositor, their account number, age. It gives their complexion and physical descriptions, the date that they originally made the deposit.
Y'all hear this?
Opened the account.
Okay.
Their place of birth,
Listen.
place where he or she was raised.
Now wait a minute.
Occupation.
Let me show y'all
names
something. Let me show you something. Y'all ain't listening. You ain't listening. Guess what's all on the information? If this ain't a robbery, you should see an American corporation coming into view. Everything that I've been breaking down, this is how they got your names. R. Davis said, this scamming 101. This is where Brother Polite got this shit from. Brother One, isn't this great to begin to understand this? This is what's great. right here. We're supposed to have our minds and be able to see that. I told you, your imagination was greater than their illustrations. You can see it.
On these cards of deposit,
Look
you can
what's on
find the names of each depositor,
Everything,
their account number,
everything on
age.
the goddamn American Red Cross is on that motherfucker for a new life. And said everything a ticket can offer is a golden ticket from Willy Wonka's world. Press 1. I say ain't nothing better than an Oompa Loompa having a golden ticket. Ain't that some shit? Where I get this from? He go, your ticket right there. Get on the train. This one going to your state right now. I'm from Russia. No, you're not. Your ass is from, what you say? Alabama. Get your ass on this train and go to this place. Watch what you got there. Everybody got Willy Wonka and Christmas. You want to know why everybody believe in Santa Claus? Because that's how America was started. Satan Claus gave it to their ass. They don't know nothing else. Best one. What you say? You was here? Hell no. This was Tartaria. Yeah. No, man, Tartaria. You ain't never heard of it? Yeah, that was before us. They had a reset. All the Tartarians disappeared. And now we're here. I guess the reset led to some mud flood and things that just, the old world was buried up under us. And then now we are. Best one. Ain't that a bitch? That's how y'all telling history? Yep. That's our story, and we're sticking to it. That's how you got to perceive this, because it's almost childlike when you get into these little conversations on how evil this plot was. And everybody knows and can testify not only how evil this plot was, but now that Christ, Jesus, is associated, the laws of Moses, with this. Oh, that makes it worse. Yeah, you serve Rome, the Roman Catholic Church with Peter. That's right. The people who killed Jesus is the same people who enslaved his people. Press 1. There you go. Is Jesus the king? Yes. Who he say was coming back? John 16. Go back and read. He said the spirit of truth. He said, I'm coming back. I'm going to tell you what he said, stupid. I'm going to show you a secret. Brittany, tell him. Tell him what he said with your crazy air. No, he said, I'm coming back as the spirit of truth to redeem my people. And the only way you're going to be able to identify me is by my knowledge and wisdom. I mean, that's how sheep know who the sheep herder is and the good shepherd is. And you're going to know it's real because you're going to feel it in your heart. You're going to feel it in your soul. That's why. That's why you're supposed to be waiting on the Redeemer, not just waiting on Jesus to catch you in the middle of the sky. Liar. Show me where that's written. He said he was coming in as in the air. That doesn't mean floating around in the sky. That means as an heir to the throne. Fool. Your dumb ass. Press 1. Now that makes sense. Like Tupac said, all that other shit is scary and spooky. I don't believe that. I believe in a living God, a living king, a living word, a living law, and it still lives today. Y'all believes in the dead book of the dead, so y'all are lawless. Y'all gods is dead. You have nobody to watch over your evil deeds. Aleister Crowley face ass. This one do what thou wilt until I get busted, brother polite face ass. Press 1. That's what y'all religions is. Your spiritual belief system is science fiction made up of stars. All of your women look good, but their brains is polluted with death. Press 1. All of them has bound themselves to Ursula with they dumb ass. Press 1. If you sleep with one of them, your ass gonna be bound by clam oyster magic. Press you gonna get hit with the your ass gonna get hit with the yes, playing around with the mermaid. See, I'll clean the mermaid up and make them live on the land again. Make them get rid of them gills. Press 1. Get some Gillespie in there. You know, gills, you can breathe air too. Press 1. Black women, you got to stop dating these foreigners. Even if you got to stack up. Get you a good man, good American man who knows himself. Press 1. Yeah, don't go over there. You're going to lose your family's inheritance. If you dated a foreigner, divorce him. Listen, black women, you have no power in the patriarch. You can't give away your name. Press one. Who you gonna give your name to? Your name gonna become Rodriguez. Press one. But come over here to KevRow. My name good, Gillespie. Your name gonna go. Press one. Akbar. Press one. You're gonna be turned into a Shiite or a Sunni Muslim, and your name gonna be Akbar. Rashonda Akbar. Girl, if you don't bring your ass over here and submit to the authority, KevRow. That's off and start talking at the club. Girl, if you don't quit playing, you're gonna forfeit your inheritance, keep fucking around, talking about niggas ain't shit. Watch. In the kingdom of God, I am, baby. That's how I do. Press one. Y'all be out here reckless talking shit. I'm talking reality. Y'all live in a matrix. Y'all niggas be like, okay. Okay. Y'all sitting up here talking about y'all was woke. You talking about I'm waking up from the matrix. Nigga, you in the matrix. The matrix is a false system. It's the matriarch, fool. You ain't never, all this etymology, you ain't ever looked up the etymology of matrix. It's called the womb. Exactly where you are. The motherfucking maternal, monkey-minded womb that your ass is in. And I've been sitting right here trying to wake your ass up. My man Ali went and got a certificate because he didn't believe me. He didn't believe me. I'm trying to get Ali Ware on them roads. You feel me? I'm trying to get him paid. He going over there trying to sign up. Nigga, you know your family name is on this? They was giving up, sir. Listen up.
It gives their complexion, their physical description.
Listen.
The date that they originally made the deposit.
Told you, that's when you entered the war right there. You get it? When you entered the Civil War, you look at this from like a Terminator movie perspective. You entered the war, the civil litter mortis war. Y'all not getting it? Y'all entered the war. Everything, your date, the date was on there, everything. Man, they dress up that Civil War like a motherfucker, didn't they? This is when you became dead, became a drone. A dead fucking cyborg clone.
The account, their place of birth, the place where he or she was raised.
Look, a whole death,
occupation,
a whole death note for you. This sounds like a death certificate
children.
Because it is, nigga, in a world which is upside down, as above. That's right.
Parents, siblings, and sometimes there are brief remarks on each of the cards. For those who are trying to identify the names of former slaveholders, sometimes the names of former owners and mistresses on the plantations are given. And for anyone who is doing African American research and you're trying to break that 1870 barrier, trying to get back into some of the earlier records, oftentimes the name of the slaveholders can be the most valuable piece of information you can find.
Why?
And sometimes you can get that from the Freedmen's Bank records. We have other records here for those who are interested in the larger administrative functions of the Freedmen's Bank. Microfilm M817, Index to Deposits and Ledgers for the Freedmen's Bank, gives some of the administrative information, and M874, Journal of the Board of Trustees and Minutes of Committees and Inspectors of the Freedmen's Savings and Trust Company. Now I'm going to get to some examples of Freedmen's Bank records. Here's a basic Freedmen's Bank records of an individual named Henry Adams. On this particular record, Henry Adams provides some of his basic information concerning his life, which was required to open his particular account. He gives the date on which he opened his account, June 26, 1872. States that he was born in Jasper County, Georgia.
Now y'all see how they assumed positions? As if they was already them. That's what happened. Remember in the movie Us, they came in as them. Pay attention.
Raised in Louisiana.
Imagine being a foreigner and you getting this at the World Fair or wherever they came in at. Nigga, this is your life. Come here. Nigga, your father was this. They didn't have no recollection of that. They from somewhere else. Your father was this. Nigga. Facts.
His residence is Shreveport, Louisiana. At the time he opened the account, he was age 29. He gives us complexion, a physical description, black. Occupation at the time was a wood chopper. But for genealogical purposes, the valuable information is when he gives the names of his parents and his siblings. States that his father's name was Samuel Carter. His mother's name was Millie Carter.
Wow.
He has siblings also, James Carter, who lives in Georgia.
Wow.
Dennis, Winnie, and Nancy in Louisiana. Eli Carter in Robeson County, Texas.
Look at the Carters.
Squire Carter in
Look.
DeSoto Parish, Louisiana.
Look.
And he gives the names of Nelson, Zechariah, Catherine Collis, and Judy Peggs, but doesn't give where they live. But for you who may be a potential descendant of Henry Adams, this can be a very valuable find if you did not have this information. Another example is that of Captain O.S.B. Wall. O.S.B. Wall was the first African-American commissioned captain in the regular army in the United States. On his particular Freedmen's Bank record, it gives his physical description. He's described as 5'10". For complexion, he's described as mulatto. It gives the names of his children, Edward, Stephen, Sally, and Belle. His place of birth is Richmond County, North Carolina, and his residence is Oberlin in Lorain County, Ohio. He was in Ohio at this time because he was sent to Ohio by his father. His father was actually his former master. But once he got to a certain age, his father sent him to Oberlin.
Now, how could your daddy be your master? Master meant employer. Okay? I'm telling you, think of work. They played us to a fucking T. Think of the word master. Remember in the Bible say, obey your master? That's the person who's over you, the overlord of your employment. That'd be smart, bro.
Ohio to be educated and gave him his freedom. At this time, he was also employed as an agent for the Freedmen's Bureau.
Uh-oh.
That is very valuable because the Freedmen's Bureau is one of the other federal records that we have here at the National.
Okay. So all the snitches, the original FBI, the original theft from the Freedmen's Bank to the Freedmen's Bureau, and knowing the difference between the two is very important this year.
Archives. And if someone is a descendant of O.S.B. Wall, you could then, after seeing this information on his Freedmen's Bank account, where it shows that he was employed as a Freedmen's Bureau agent, you can then try to go through the Freedmen's Bureau records to see if you can find more information on O.S.B. Wall. That's something that we emphasize here at the National Archives. Within all of the various federal records that we have, they only give a piece or only a portion of the biographical information on your ancestor, but they also give clues that can lead you to other federal records that can be useful. And I'll show how that can be done in a few slides. Here's one more example of John Wesley Cromwell, who was a historian, journalist, educator, lawyer, and former slave here in Washington, D.C. He was born in in Portsmouth, Virginia, and was raised in Philadelphia. He later moved to Washington, D.C. to attend Howard University and became one of the famous journalists and activists here in Washington, D.C. in the late 1800s. His occupation at the time that he opened his Freedmen's Bank account was a teacher here in Washington. and he gives the name of his father, Willis H. Cromwell. He states that his mother at this time is dead, but he gives the names also of his brothers and sisters, Levi, Willis, Armstead, Martha Ann, and Esther Nash. Okay. Now I'm going to show how, using Freedmen's Bank records, you can then try to use clues provided in the Freedmen's Bank records to navigate other federal records. Here is an example of an individual named Reuben Pennell, and his first Freedmen's Bank account that we found, which was opened in 1867. On this particular account, he gives the name of his former master and mistress during the period in which he was enslaved. His master's name is given as Martin Stouter, and his mistress is listed as Betsy. Gives his physical description, 5'4", light brown, and the names of one child, Benjamin Pennell. States that his place of birth was King William County, Virginia, and his residence at the time he opened this account was 18th Street between L and M in Washington, D.C. He later opened another account in 1873, and something that I want to point out is that something that's common when you're in any of the records that you may investigate is various discrepancies that you may find. Just notice that in every type of record or every example of a record that I have on this individual, Reuben Pennell, there's going to be a different variation on the spelling of his name in each record. Okay, here in the first record, there's Reuben Pennell. His 1873 account, his first name is spelled differently. And on this particular account, when he's listed as age 62. His complexion physical description is given again. His residence remains the same at 18th Street between L and M. His occupation is a laborer. The new piece of information on this particular account is the name of his wife, Eliza Pennell. That was not given on the first Freedmen's Bank account. Okay. Now, with Reuben Pennell, I searched some of the Freedmen's Bureau records that we have here at the National Archives and was able to find a marriage record for Reuben and Eliza Pennell.
Remember, class, this is all, remember, this is an investment into bonds. What is the stock market? Stocks and what? Bonds. You jump-started this whole thing.
In the marriage records from the Freedmen's Bureau records, it gives Eliza Pennell's maiden name as Henderson, Eliza Henderson, which again is oftentimes a very difficult piece of information to find when you're doing genealogical research, trying to track down the maiden names of married women. The family is listed again in the 1880 census, another federal record that you can make use of here. Again, his name is spelled differently. In the census, the way the B is spelled, it appears to be a G. So I wrote it that way just to show that sometimes there can be discrepancies, and especially when you're doing research online, if the name is spelled the way it looks on the census, it can differ from how you're expecting the name to appear. And if you're keying that name in and nothing comes up, we advise researchers to try various versions of the name to see if you can find something, because sometimes if you enter this into the database and you adhere to that rigid idea of how the name should be spelled, it wouldn't necessarily appear. But here, Reuben Pennell, age 67, huckster, states in the census that he was born in Virginia. His wife, Eliza Pennell, is listed as age 35. She's wife, keeping house, born in Virginia, and Mary E. Pennell, their daughter, was age 6, was born in Washington, D.C. Okay. Another example is from Alfred Pope. His first Freedmen's Bank.
Y'all, this is where the ghosts are created. This is where the other you was created. This is the tether. This is how they incorporated the all caps you. The tax identification man, the tin man. This is everything your alternate will have. Damn.
Account was opened January 25th, 1870. But this particular account was made on the behalf of a larger committee. It was not a personal account. It was an account made on behalf of his church, which was Mount Zion Church in Georgetown, here in Washington. On this first Freedmen's Bank account, it states, a draft signed by 3 of the banking committee, accompanied with the passbook, will always be payable. Banking committee, Edgar Murphy, Barton Fisher, Alfred Pope, and John H. Williams. But on the particular account, for some reason, John H. Williams' name is crossed out. I assume that means he was no longer a member of the banking committee at the church. Later, Alfred Pope has another Freedmen's Bank account, August 18th, 1871. It gives basic information. His residence is Georgetown, occupation, night scavenger, but this one gives the name of his wife, Hannah Pope. Hannah Pope also opened her own Freedmen's Bank account, August 18th, 1871, the same day. Her residence is given as Frederick Street in Georgetown. For occupation, it states she lives at a shop. Children, there's listed a Catherine, and she also lists her mother, Barbara Williams. Okay. Now, for Alfred Pope, after finding his Freedmen's Bank account, I wanted to see if I could find other federal records that we might have here at the National Archives that documented his existence. Alfred Pope had an affidavit of freedom in the local Washington, D.C. District Court. On his particular affidavit of freedom, it gives some insight into some of his background and some of his experiences. The bearer, Alfred Pope, a colored man who will hand you this note, was a servant of the late Colonel John Carter of this town.
This is insane. So a slave is is a worker. A master is the employer. You have to be emancipated or freed from your employment in order to live free from the contract which you were bound by. Okay? Breaking y'all down.
Carter's will, Alfred was set free and is now, with my consent, as executor in the enjoyment of his freedom. Alfred caused this necessary certificate of his freedom to be entered on record in your office and had in his possession a certified copy. About a week ago, his dwelling house took fire in the night and it was destroyed with all of his furniture. Alfred wishes to leave the district in search of employment and wants to obtain a copy from the record of the evidence of his being a freed man. I would accompany him to your office to offer in person my testimony in the aforegoing facts, but I am very unwell and unable to do so. Will you be so kind as to render him the service he needs by giving him the renewed evidence of his freedom in paper form? Very respectfully, John Marbury. I also found information on Alfred and Hannah in the Freedmen's Bureau records. For the Washington, D.C. field offices, there were marriage records that were used to give official recognition of marriages for individuals who were previously enslaved. You know, during slavery, individuals married in their own ceremonies on the plantations. Sometimes that would consist of jumping the broom. Sometimes they would have clergymen who would officiate the wedding. Sometimes the wedding would have the sanction of the slave owners, other times not so. But these were individuals who considered themselves to be husband and wife, you know, even though they were enslaved. But the reality of slavery was the fact that it was an institution in which marriage was not officially recognized. So one of the first functions of the Freedmen's Bureau was to provide official marriage documents for individuals who were now free and who had considered themselves married. And many of these marriage documents, these recently freed slaves provide the dates on which they considered themselves to have been originally married. On this particular form, it has Alfred Pope and Hannah Cole, which was her maiden name. Again, these marriage records can be very valuable in that it gives the maiden names of the wives. Okay. The Pope family was listed in the 1870 census, which was the first census in which all African Americans were listed.
Okay, are you seeing a pattern here? Bank records taken, census are being created, certificates are being born. You got it? Let's go.
In the 1870 census, Alfred is listed at age 46. He's a common laborer. Hannah, age 40, is listed as keeping house. Their children, Catherine, age 20, is teaching school. Rachel, 18, is teaching school. Alice, 16, is at home going to school. Barbara, 13, is at home going to school. Alfred, age 10, is at home going to school. And there's William, age 7, John, age 5, and Emma, 1. They're again listed in the 1880 census. Alfred is age 56 at that time. It states that he keeps a wood yard. Hannah, age 51, is listed as keeping house. Rachel, one of their daughters, 28, is a dressmaker. Barbara, age 23, is a school teacher. Alfred Jr., age 20, works at the wood yard. John, 14, is going to school. Emma, age 11, is in school. And Lulu, age 8, is in school. Okay. Again, that's just showing how these records, once you find an individual in one type of federal record, always go based on one piece of information you find. Potentially you can have find clues to investigate other federal records. Again, Alexander Stewart, this is his Freedmen's Bank record. This is another example of an individual providing that crucial information, the names of, the former slaveholder. Again, if you're investigating or researching individuals who were formerly enslaved, the names of the former slaveholder is the most valuable piece of information you can find. Because outside of those slaveholders' records, there is no other type of documentation that you're going to find that can help you trace those particular ancestors.
So all names are important. But what is important is the owners' names of the businesses in which people were employed. You have to work to be emancipated. So that's what's important, y'all. Wake up.
We often get researchers here at the National Archives seeking information on slaves. Slavery was not a federally regulated institution, meaning it was considered it was an issue of private property.
Wait a minute. Because you're employed. I thought the North was where the Union is where they freed the slaves. So you kind of caught in a like double hum moment, not understanding what none of this stuff even means. Because you're thinking slave here, slave there, slave here, slave there. You can't get a break nowhere, can you? Retracing, unless you really know that your daddy who you work for will be the slave owner.
Private business transactions. So those records
private
would have
business.
no federal connection and thus would not be at the National Archives. Most of the records here at the National Archives are going to be these various forms of records that were produced during the period of the Civil War, during the period of emancipation, because this is the first time that the federal government is going to have direct administrative
power
activity connected with people who are formerly enslaved.
People who are from here. Okay.
So that's going to be, of course, the Freedmen's Bank, the U.S. colored troops for those who served in the military during the Civil War, Freedmen's Bureau records, Southern Claims records. Okay. So, for instance, if you're a descendant of this individual, Alexander Stewart, you may not have, in all of your research, you may not have known the name of the former slaveholder. But just from looking up his deposit in the Freedmen's Bank, bam, you have the name of his former master, Albert B. Bessie, and his mistress, Jane. From that point, after exhausting your research in federal records, you can then go to the local level. His birthplace was Prince George County, Maryland, and his residence is Berry Farm at this time. So, if he was born in Prince George County, Maryland, chances are he was enslaved during slavery. He was still a resident of Maryland. You could then try to track down Albert B. Bessie and try to locate that family's records, whether they exist in the local court, whether they're at the Maryland State Archives, whether they've been collected by some of the local universities and so forth. But that's the same process and procedure that you would go about on any state. Once the name of the slaveholder is identified, you can really get great insight